The Grapevines, Gate City, Virginia. November. Sometime in the late 1970s or early 1980s. I was a boy. I need you to understand that first. I wasn't a researcher. I wasn't a hunter. I wasn't out looking for anything. I was a kid on a bicycle, riding home after dark on a cold November night in Gate City, Virginia. My friend came running up behind me, out of breath. I could hear his sneakers slapping the road before I could see him. When he got close enough to talk, he grabbed my handlebars and said something I have never forgotten. Something is following me. When I move, it moves. When I stop, it stops. He wasn't joking. I knew this kid. He didn't scare easy, but his voice was shaking and his eyes were wide, and he kept looking over his shoulder at the dark behind him. We were spooked, both of us. I decided to take the shortcut home through my grandparents' backyard. It was faster, it was closer to the house, and there were lights on inside. Whatever was out there, I wanted to be near a door I could lock. We cut through the yard. I was pedaling. He was running beside me. And as I passed the grapevines, my grandfather's grapevines, the ones that grew along the fence at the edge of the property, I heard something move in the brush next to them. I turned and looked. It was standing right there, 7 feet tall, maybe more. It was leaning forward, not hunched exactly, but bent at the shoulders, making a hump where its neck and back joined. The way something looks when it's trying to stay low but can't, because it's too big to stay low. It was dark hair, dark shape, and it was close enough that if I'd reached out my arm, I could have almost touched the grapevines between us. I didn't stop. I didn't scream. I pedaled. My friend ran. We got to the house. We got inside. We locked the door. I didn't tell anyone that night. Who would I tell? My grandparents? My parents? What would I say? There's a monster by the grapevines. But I never forgot it. The lean, the hump, the size of it, standing in my grandfather's yard like it had every right to be there. Like the yard was its yard, and we were the ones trespassing. I'm a grown man now. I co-founded a group called Blue Ridge Monsters and Legends, where people in these mountains can share what they've seen without being laughed at. I've collected hundreds of stories, but when someone asks me why I started, why I care, why I believe, I don't tell them about the research or the evidence or the history. I tell them about the grapevines. My grandfather told me about the Wendigo before I knew what death was. That's how it works in my family. You learn the warnings before you learn why they're necessary. By the time you're old enough to understand what the stories actually mean, they're already part of you, woven into the way you move through the world, the way you listen to the woods, the way you know when something is wrong before your brain catches up to your body. I grew up in Maine. My people have been here longer than the towns have had names. I won't tell you which nation, because I don't want anyone tracing this back to my family. But I will tell you that the stories my grandfather told me weren't legends. They weren't folklore. They were instructions. I was in college when it happened. A small school in a small town along a river. My friends and I had a spot. A flat overlook on the bank where we'd go at night to build fires, drink cheap beer, and sit around talking about nothing. College stuff. It was our routine, maybe once or twice a week. I was always the one who lit the fire. Everyone else would fumble with lighters and damp kindling for 20 minutes and then hand it off to me. I could get a fire going in under a minute, even in wet conditions. It was the one useful skill I had. On this particular night, it had snowed recently. I went down to the laundry room beforehand and collected dryer lint. It catches a spark better than anything, because I knew the wood would be soaked. There were 5 of us heading down to the spot. Normal night, normal plan. The moment we reached the overlook, something changed. I don't mean the temperature. I don't mean the wind. I mean the air itself. It was like walking through a door into a room where someone is already standing, waiting for you. And you can't see them, but you know. You know in the animal part of your brain that you are not alone. I felt watched. Not from one direction, from everywhere. Like something had surrounded us without moving, without making a sound, and was looking at all of us at once. I didn't say anything. My friends were already spreading out to collect firewood. I knelt by the stone ring and started working on the fire, pressing lint between the driest sticks I could find. I told myself the feeling was the cold, or the dark, or the beers I'd had before we left. I told myself a lot of things in the next few minutes. None of them helped. I was leaning over the lint, cupping my lighter against the wind, when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. All of them. At once. Like a hand had passed just above my skin without touching it. Then, I heard footsteps. They came from below, down on the frozen riverbank, maybe 30 feet beneath the overlook. Heavy, slow, deliberate. The sound of something large moving through crusted snow. Each step crunched, and between the crunches, silence. Not the silence of an empty place. The silence of something listening back. I looked at my friend next to me. "Did you hear that?" He looked at me like I'd asked him if the sky was green. He shook his head. The footsteps continued, closer, slow. And then the smell hit me. I need to describe this carefully because the smell is important. My grandfather told me the smell comes first. Before you see it, before you hear its voice, the smell arrives. It was sweet, sickeningly sweet, the way fruit smells when it's gone past rotten and started to ferment. But underneath the sweetness, there was death. Not old death, fresh death. Wet and thick and wrong. The two smells layered on top of each other like they had no business existing in the same air. I looked around. None of my friends were reacting. Nobody was covering their nose. Nobody was looking toward the river. Whatever I was hearing and smelling, it was only reaching me. My grandfather told me why that happens. He said the Wendigo chooses. It doesn't announce itself to a group. It finds the one who can hear it, the one who knows what it is, and it speaks to that person alone. Because it's not trying to scare you, it's trying to draw you in. Then it said my name. Not shouted, not whispered, spoken. Calmly, clearly, from somewhere below the overlook. My name, in a voice that sounded like nothing human. The closest I can describe it is radio static shaped into syllables. A dry, crackling sound with something almost metallic underneath it, like foil being crushed slowly in someone's fist. In that moment, everything my grandfather ever told me came together. The feeling of being watched, the footsteps, the smell, the voice. I knew what was down there. I'd known since I was a child. I just never thought I'd have to use what I'd been taught. My grandfather said, "If it speaks to you, do not answer. Do not look at it. Do not acknowledge it in any way. It needs your attention the way a fire needs air. You take that away, and it has nothing to feed on." I closed my eyes. I pressed my face into the snow in front of me. I pushed my forehead into the cold until my skin burned. I could hear my friends around me. They were asking if I was okay. Someone touched my shoulder. Their voices sounded distant, muffled, like they were calling to me from the end of a long hallway. Like the air between us had thickened into something that sound couldn't move through properly. The voice came again, closer this time. So close, I could feel the words against the back of my neck, cold and dry. "Look at me." It sounded like my grandfather. The same cadence, the same warmth, the same voice that had spent my childhood teaching me exactly how to survive this moment. And it was using that voice to try to undo everything he'd taught me. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't move. I pressed my face harder into the snow, and I stayed there. I don't know how long. Minutes? It felt like longer. The cold bit into my skin, and my friends' voices swirled above me, and the smell was everywhere. Sweet rot, wet death, right there, right on top of me. And I stayed down. Then it stopped. The footsteps moved away, slowly, crunching through the snow, down the bank, toward the river. The smell faded, the air thinned, and my friends' voices came back into focus, sharp and close and worried. I sat up. I kept my eyes on the ground. I looked at the snow, at the stones, at my own hands. Anywhere but the tree line. Anywhere but the river. When I finally looked up, I only looked at my friends. They were standing around me in a half circle, staring at me like I'd just had a seizure. "We need to leave," I said. "Right now." I don't know what they heard in my voice, but nobody argued. Nobody asked why. We walked back to the dorms in silence. 5 people on a dark path through the woods, not one of us speaking. I walked in the middle of the group. I didn't look behind us. When we got inside, one of my friends pulled me aside. He wanted to know what happened. I told him I'd felt like something was watching us, and I got spooked. I kept it vague. I kept it simple. I did not tell him the truth, because my grandfather told me something else about the Wendigo. Something I've carried with me every day since that night. He said, "Don't speak of it in the place where it found you. If you name it, you call it back. If you tell the story in its territory, it remembers you. And once it remembers you, it doesn't stop." I transferred schools the following semester. I told my friends it was for a program I wanted. That wasn't the reason. I've never been back to that town. I've never been back to that river. And I didn't tell anyone what actually happened that night until I was 200 miles away, in a different part of the state, in a house with the doors locked and the lights on. My grandfather passed away last year. At the funeral, my cousin asked me if I'd ever seen anything in the woods. I looked at her for a long time, trying to decide how much to say. "It spoke to me once," I said. She didn't ask what I meant. She didn't ask me to explain. She just nodded. And I knew, from the way she nodded, that it had spoken to her too. We don't talk about it. We don't need to. We carry the same instructions. We heard the same stories before we knew what death was. And we know that the voice in the woods is patient, and it remembers, and it doesn't need you to believe in it. It just needs you to answer. The Daylight Dock Sighting, Outer Banks. At 3:07 p.m., the sun burned white over the sound, flattening everything into glare and shimmer. Cal was filleting bluefish on the dock when the pelicans lifted off the water all at once. They rose in a loose spiral and drifted inland as if the tide had quietly changed direction. He wiped his hands on his apron and looked up. Something stood in the water, waist deep, 30 yards out, upright. At first he took it for a clamor wading too far from shore. Then he noticed it hadn't moved in the time it took him to squint and focus. The tide rolled against it and split around its body like water flowing past a piling. It faced the dock. The shoulders were narrow and sloped. The arms hung long, nearly brushing the surface. Its skin held the color of soaked driftwood, pale and grainy in the bright afternoon light. Cal stepped closer to the edge. "You good out there?" he called. The head turned slightly, angling toward the bait shop behind him, as though something there had caught its attention. Two teenagers walked down the boardwalk, with rods and a Bluetooth speaker humming faint music. Cal gestured toward the water. "Y'all seeing that?" They followed his gaze. They studied the shallows with polite concentration. The girl's brow creased. "Seeing what?" Cal looked back at the figure. It remained, motionless, waist deep, facing the dock. The boy shrugged. "Just the water." They continued past him, the music fading. A charter boat moved behind the figure, engine steady. Its wake rolled outward in bright, folding lines. When the swell reached the standing shape, the water bent around it in a smooth arc and rejoined on the other side without a splash. Cal felt a tightening along his ribs. Earl was at the next slip, untangling a line. "You catching that?" Cal asked, nodding toward the shallows. Earl leaned up and stared straight out across the water. He scanned slowly, blinking against the sun. "Heat's rough today," Earl said. "Drink some water." The figure shifted. It stepped forward. The motion carried no spray. The surface accepted the movement with a soft, sliding ripple. Another step. The waterline lowered to mid-thigh. Cal's heartbeat drummed in his ears. He watched the arms hang steady, the hands elongated, the fingers holding a strange, jointed stillness. A family wandered onto the dock. A mother, a father, a boy gripping a crab net. The boy paused and pointed toward the water. Cal felt his throat tighten. The boy stared at the shape for several long seconds. His mouth opened slightly. "Daddy?" he said, his voice soft and puzzled. "Why's that post out there?" The father squinted into the glare. "There's nothing out there, buddy." The boy's eyes lingered on the figure. The figure tilted its head. The boy blinked, and his expression smoothed. "Never mind," he said. They walked on. The standing shape continued forward with slow, deliberate steps. The water rested at its thighs, then just above its knees. A woman stretched on a towel near the sand. She lifted herself onto her elbows and gazed toward the shallows. Her eyes tracked across the water, passed over the figure, and settled back on the horizon. She lowered herself onto the towel again. Cal lifted his phone and aimed the camera toward the water. On the screen, sunlight, ripples, the shimmer of distant boats. he lowered the phone. The figure remained in the shallows. He raised the phone again. Only water. He lowered it once more. The figure stood there, closer now, the details sharper, the smoothness of its face, skin drawn taut over features that seemed pressed inward, as if shaped from beneath by something unfamiliar. Its head turned toward him. He felt a steady pressure at the back of his skull, like a warm palm resting there. A thought drifted into him with quiet certainty. Sunlight plays tricks. Water shifts shapes. The tide builds illusions. He swallowed and held his gaze on it. The figure stepped again. The water reached just below its knees, 10 yards from the dock. The lapping against its body carried a faint, muffled texture, like cloth brushing cloth beneath the surface. Earl's footsteps approached from behind. "You look pale," Earl said. Cal kept his eyes fixed on the shallows. "Tell me what you see." Earl followed his line of sight. He studied the empty stretch of water, then looked back at Cal with mild concern. "Blue sky and tide," Earl replied. The pressure at the back of Cal's skull deepened. The edges of his certainty softened, as if something inside his mind were being filed down carefully. The figure stood in the water and regarded him. The sun reflected off the surface in sharp, white fragments. Cal's eyes burned. He blinked. When he looked again, the shallows held only the tide. The pelicans drifted back down. A jet ski carved a bright arc across the sound. The water shimmered in familiar patterns. Earl clapped him lightly on the shoulder. "You sure you're good?" Cal stared at the empty stretch of water. He felt a hollow space where something had stood. "Yeah," he said. "Must have been the glare." He returned to his fillet table and resumed cutting. The blade moved cleanly through bluefish, steady and practiced. Across the sand, the boy with the crab net slowed. He glanced back toward the shallows. His head tilted slightly. He held the angle for a moment, as if listening to something distant. Then he straightened and followed his parents down the beach, while the afternoon sun burned bright over the water. The night was calm when I arrived at the cabin. I'd come to hunt, a pastime handed down from my father and his father before him. The mountains stretched vast and silent, their peaks hidden in the darkness. There was a certain peace in the isolation. The firewood was damp, though, and it took longer than I liked to get a proper flame going. With the fire sputtering, I stepped outside to take in the night. The air was crisp, and I could hear the distant rush of the river, a sound that lulled and comforted. All seemed as it should, save for the eerie stillness in the woods that pressed close to the clearing. An owl called in the distance, its cry sounding off, as if it didn't belong. I chalked it up to the whispering winds that often played tricks on the mind. It had been a long day's trek, and the mind often wandered when there was nothing else to occupy it. I returned to the fire and settled in, the warmth taking the edge off the chill that crept in with the night. The wood cracked in the flames, sending embers into the air. As the firelight flickered against the cabin walls, I noticed a movement at the edge of the clearing. Just the rustle of leaves, I assured myself. A deer, perhaps, or the wind shifting the branches. I listened closely, but all was quiet again. The night deepened. I found myself staring into the fire, eyes heavy, when a sound like soft footsteps caught my attention. It was faint, barely perceptible, but enough to set the hairs on my neck crawling. I shifted, trying to catch sight of anything moving in the shadows. "There's nothing there," I whispered to myself. "Just a trick of the dark, the mind playing its nocturnal games." I forced a laugh, though it fell flat in the solitude. The fire was low now, and I added more wood, watching as the flames leapt and danced again. The footsteps came again, clearer now, circling the clearing. I stood, straining to hear, to see anything in the thickening dark. My rifle lay within reach, a comforting presence, though I felt foolish for even considering it. There was nothing there, only the night and its endless shadows. But the feeling wouldn't leave, a sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the firelight. The footsteps stopped, then started again, always just at the periphery of sight and sound. My heart beat faster, a rhythm in tune with the fire's pulse. I shifted closer to the cabin door, the solid wood a reassurance against the unseen. The wind picked up, and the footsteps faded, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the crackle of the fire. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a hunter's nerves stretched thin. Yet the unease lingered, a shadow of doubt that wouldn't lift. The firelight seemed dimmer now, the night pressing in, heavier, more oppressive. I felt as though the forest itself was watching, waiting for something I couldn't comprehend. The cabin felt different when I stepped inside, the air cooler, as if something had slipped in unnoticed. I bolted the door behind me, the sound too loud in the quiet. The lantern cast a pool of light that only served to deepen the shadows around me. Sleep was elusive, my mind replaying the sounds, the hints of movement that had seemed so real. I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, the silence around me pressing close. Rest was impossible. The unease settled in my bones like a cold I couldn't shake. Hours passed, the night stretching long and unending. At some point, exhaustion took me, and I drifted to a restless sleep. Dreams came, filled with the shadows of the forest and the whisper of unseen steps. Morning light found its way through the window, pale and gray. I awoke with a start, the remnants of the night's unease still clinging to me. Outside, the world was unchanged, the forest a silent sentinel. As I packed up, preparing to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. The woods seemed to hold their breath, watching, waiting. I glanced back at the clearing one last time, the cabin standing empty, the fire pit cold. I left the mountains behind, but the memory of that night followed me. The footsteps, the sense of being watched, lingered, a shadow that refused to fade. Even now, when the wind rustles the leaves just so, I am reminded of the whispering woods and the unseen presence that lurks within. My brother dug it up. That's how this started. We weren't supposed to be in the crawl space under the house. The floorboards in the hallway had started sagging, and Dad was at work, so naturally that meant we had to investigate. The dirt under the house smelled like wet pennies and rot. Old insulation hung like cobwebs. We crawled on our stomachs with a flashlight between us. That's when Eli's hand hit something hard. Not rock. Not wood. Porcelain. It was buried face down in the soil, like someone had pressed it there deliberately. He pulled it free. It was a doll, life-sized for a toddler. Porcelain head and hands, cloth body long since stained the color of old tea. Its hair had been hacked short unevenly. One glass eye was missing. The other one was open. Not painted, open. A real, wet-looking eye set inside a porcelain socket. It moved, just slightly, focusing on Eli. We both saw it. We both froze. "Don't," I whispered. But he was already smiling. He's always been the kind who pokes dead things with sticks. "It's cool," he said. It wasn't. That night, it was on the kitchen table. Mom said she didn't know where it came from. Dad said to throw it out. Eli said he found it and it was his. He named it June. He carried it around by the waist like a trophy. When he set it down, its head turned just a fraction too far, as if correcting itself. The eye tracked. Only when you weren't looking directly at it. If you stared, it stayed still. If you blinked, it adjusted. The first thing that changed was the sound in the house. A soft click, like teeth tapping together. It started in the walls, then under the floors, then behind closed doors. Click, 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 click. I thought it was pipes, until I woke up one night to the sound right beside my bed. Click. Slow. Wet. Like something testing its jaw. My bedroom door was open. I never sleep with it open. At the foot of my bed, I saw the shape. Small. Sitting. Its silhouette cut against the hallway light. I could see the outline of its porcelain head. Tilted. I shut my eyes. When I opened them, it was gone. But the hallway light was off, and I heard the click again. Closer. Inside my room. I was 12 back then, and it happened on our family's property in Union County. My grandpa Jumper, who was a real outdoorsman, asked me to check on the barn one night. There had been a lot of commotion with the horses, so he told me to take one of the dogs and see what was going on. When I got to the barn and opened the door, our two horses suddenly bolted out, almost knocking me over in their rush. Once inside, I saw the mule laying down, as if something was pulling it out of its stall. There was this massive, dog-like creature eating it. I was beyond angry and shocked. I remember grabbing Daddy's splitting maul that was nearby and screaming at the creature. That's when it did the unthinkable. It stood up on two legs. The fear hit me hard. I turned and ran back to the house, screaming all the way. Grandpa came out with his gun as the dog started barking and charged after the creature. It quickly fled into the trees, heading down the hill behind our house. Things changed dramatically after that. My brother Horace and I were never allowed outside alone near dark again. We always had to be together and take the dogs with us. It made us all feel uneasy. Over the years, while fishing by the ponds, we saw it several more times. It would just stand there, watching us from the trees. Sometimes the dogs wouldn't even notice it, which made it even more unsettling. Then, after a while, it just disappeared. Thankfully, it was gone. But for those years, from when I was 12 to 15, it was like a constant shadow hanging over our lives. Grandpa Jumper told us to never talk about it again, and I didn't speak of it for 63 years, until now. It Stood Up. Provo Canyon, Utah, October 2012. I need to tell you this quickly because that's how it happened. Quick. 1 second we were filming trees, and the next second we were running. It was October 2012, Provo Canyon, Utah. My friend and I were up in the mountains. Nothing special, just a day hike. Beautiful area. Fall colors, aspens turning gold. The kind of afternoon where you take pictures because the light is so good. We were on a trail above a drainage, looking down into a stand of trees, when we noticed something below us, maybe 50, 60 yards away. A dark shape, hunched over in the brush. Big. My first thought was bear. We get black bears in the canyon, and this looked like one. Dark, bulky, head down, foraging or feeding on something. I pulled out my phone and started filming. Not because I was scared, because it was a bear, and a video of a bear in the canyon is the kind of thing you post and your friends say, cool, normal stuff. I zoomed in. The shape was clearer now. Black, massive, rounded back. Definitely an animal. Definitely big. It was doing something on the ground, rooting around, moving its arms or its front legs. I couldn't tell from that distance. The brush was thick. And then it stood up. I don't mean it reared up the way a bear does, shifting its weight back, lifting its front paws, still essentially a four-legged animal trying to look tall. I mean it stood up, straight, all the way, on two legs, the way you stand up from a chair. One fluid motion, hips under shoulders, shoulders under head. And suddenly, the thing I was looking at wasn't 4 feet of hunched bear. It was 7, maybe 8 feet of something standing upright in the trees, and it was looking in our direction. We ran. I don't remember deciding to run. I don't remember saying anything to my friend. I remember the phone shaking in my hand, and the sound of our feet on the trail, and the overwhelming animal certainty that we needed to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. As fast as possible. We didn't stop until we got back to the car. I posted the video that night. I didn't know what I had. I thought maybe 20 people would see it, and someone would tell me it was a bear and I'd feel stupid. Instead, it went everywhere. Millions of views, news coverage, comments from people who study this stuff telling me the proportions were wrong for a bear, that the way it stood was bipedal, that the limb ratios didn't match any known animal in the Utah mountains. Other people told me it was a guy in a suit. Other people told me it was a bear with mange. Other people told me I faked the whole thing for views. I didn't fake anything. I was trying to film a bear, and then the bear stood up like a person, and I stopped being interested in wildlife photography. The video is still up. You can watch it yourself. It's 53 seconds long. The thing stands up at about the 40-second mark. 11 seconds of something standing upright in Provo Canyon before the camera whips away and all you can hear is running. 11 seconds. That's all it takes to change what you think is possible. I've been back to Provo Canyon since then. I hike there. I bring my phone. I never film the dark shapes anymore. If I see something hunched over in the brush below the trail, I turn around. I go the other way. I don't need another 11 seconds. The first 11 were enough. I've been doing search and rescue for 14 years. I've found people alive, and I've found people dead. And I've found pieces of people that I had to put into bags and carry out without looking too closely. I've seen exposure, drowning, falls, animal attacks, hypothermia, and one case that the coroner couldn't classify and eventually filed as misadventure, which is the word they use when they don't know what happened and want to stop thinking about it. I'm good at my job. I'm calm under pressure. I don't get shaken easily. I'm shaken. 3 weeks ago, we got a call about 2 missing hikers in a section of boreal forest in northern Ontario. I won't name the area. I won't give you coordinates. I won't tell you which road they were traveling or which town they were coming from. If what I found up there is real, then the last thing I want is someone going to look for it. The missing were a man and a woman, late 20s. They'd been driving through the area and hadn't checked in with anyone for 4 days. Their car was found on a logging road about 12 kilometers into the bush, pulled to the shoulder, doors unlocked, keys in the ignition. The engine was dead. The battery was fine. There was no mechanical reason the car should have stopped running. Their gear was in the back seat. 2 packs, food, water, phone chargers. Their phones were still in the console. No signal out there, but you'd take your phone anyway. Nobody leaves their phone behind unless they leave in a hurry. We started the search grid from the car. Standard protocol: expanding circles, ground team, and a spotter plane when the weather cooperated. The forest up there is dense. Black spruce, balsam fir, tamarack. All of it grown close enough that visibility drops to 30 feet in places. The terrain is flat but rough. Muskeg, deadfall, creek crossings. Easy to get lost, hard to get found. On the second day, I found the notebook. It was in a dry bag, wedged between two rocks at the base of a spruce tree, about 3 kilometers northeast of the car. Intentionally placed. Someone had put it there on purpose, protected it from the weather, and left it where a searcher might find it. I opened it. The handwriting was messy, rushed, uneven, written by someone whose hands were shaking. Some entries were dated, some weren't. Some were coherent, some trailed off mid-sentence. But taken together, they told a story. I'm going to relay it here as close to the original as I can, because I think it matters, and because the 2 people who wrote it are gone. The first entry was his. He wrote that the car had died without warning around dusk. No sputter, no dashboard light, no gradual loss of power. It just stopped. They tried to restart it, and nothing happened. No cell signal, no other cars on the road. The nearest town was at least 20 kilometers behind them. They decided to wait until morning and flag someone down. She made a joke about it. He wrote that down. That she laughed. That she said something about the forest playing tricks on them. He said her laugh made him feel like things were going to be fine. The second entry was written later that night. The tone was different. He wrote that the forest had gone silent. No insects, no birds, no wind. He wrote that the silence felt wrong. Not empty, but full. Like something was taking up the space where the sound should be. She told him stories about the area. Old stories, indigenous stories. She mentioned the Wendigo by name. He wrote that he didn't believe in that stuff, but that he didn't tell her that, because the way she said it made him not want to say it out loud. Then he wrote about a sound. A howl, he called it. But he crossed that word out and wrote, shriek. And then crossed that out too. He couldn't find the right word. He just wrote, not an animal, not a person, something else. The third entry was the next morning. He wrote that they decided to walk back toward town. They packed what they could carry and started south on the logging road. But the road didn't go where it was supposed to go. He had a compass. He knew they were heading south. But the road curved and forked in ways that didn't match the map. And after 2 hours of walking, they found themselves in a part of the forest they didn't recognize. She found a dog. He wrote about that. A medium-sized mutt, skinny, no collar, materializing from the brush like it had been waiting for them. She wanted to keep it with them. He agreed because the dog seemed to know where it was going, and at that point, they didn't. The entries after that get harder to read. The handwriting deteriorates. The dates stop. He writes about the smell, sweet and rotten, coming from deeper in the woods. He writes about the dog refusing to go in certain directions, planting its feet and shaking. He writes about hearing her voice calling to him from the trees when she was standing right next to him. That entry he underlined 3 times. Her voice, from the woods. But she was next to me. She heard it too. There's a gap. Several pages are blank or torn out or too water damaged to read, despite the dry bag. Then the writing comes back in a different hand, hers. She wrote that he'd gone into the woods after the voice, that she'd screamed at him not to go, that he walked toward the sound of her own voice calling from somewhere in the trees, and she couldn't stop him. She wrote that the dog tried to follow him, and she held it back. She wrote that she heard sounds from the direction he'd gone. She didn't describe them. She just wrote, I can't. Her entries are shorter, more controlled. She was rationing pages, I think. She wrote about finding the cave, a narrow opening in a rock face, half hidden by deadfall. She wrote that the dog wouldn't go near it. She wrote that the smell was coming from inside. She went in. She wrote that she found bones. Animal bones mostly, but some that she thought were human. Old ones. Years old, maybe decades. Piled against the walls, cracked and split. And in the center of the cave, on the bare rock floor, small figures made of sticks, bound with hair. She didn't touch them. She backed out and ran. Her last entry is short, 6 lines. She wrote that she could hear it at night now, circling their position. She wrote that the dog was gone. It had run into the dark after something she couldn't see and hadn't come back. She wrote that she was putting the notebook in the dry bag and leaving it where someone might find it. The last line was, "If you find this and you don't find us, don't look for us in the cave. Just leave. Take the notebook and leave. Tell someone what happened, but don't go in." I followed protocol. I reported the notebook to the team lead. We expanded the search grid to include the area northeast of the car. We found the cave on the 4th day. The opening was narrow, maybe 3 feet across, sloping down into dark. The smell was exactly what the notebook described. Sweet, rotten, layered. 2 of us went in with lights and respirators. The cave went back about 40 meters. It was empty. No bodies, no sign of the 2 missing hikers. But the bones were there, scattered along the walls. Some animal, some that the forensic team later confirmed were human. Old. One set was dated to at least 15 years prior. Another was older than that. The stick figures were there, dozens of them, arranged in patterns on the cave floor. Some were bound with animal hair. Some were bound with human hair. The lab matched DNA from 2 of the figures to the missing hikers. I need you to understand what that means. We never found their bodies. We found no remains, no clothing, no gear beyond the notebook and the car. But their DNA was in that cave, woven into stick figures that were arranged on the floor of a place that smelled like death and was lined with bones. We searched for another week. We brought in dogs. We brought in a helicopter with thermal imaging. We found nothing. The case is still open. Officially, 2 people are missing in the northern Ontario bush, and the cause is undetermined. The notebook is in evidence. I made a copy before I turned it in. I wasn't supposed to do that. I don't care. Someone needs to know what they wrote. Someone needs to take it seriously. Because 14 years of search and rescue has taught me what animal attacks look like, what exposure looks like, what people who got lost and died in the woods look like. This doesn't look like any of that. I've been back to work since. I've done 3 more searches. Normal ones. A lost hunter. A kid who wandered off a trail. A kayaker who missed his takeout point. I found all 3. Alive. Routine. But last week I was on a search in a different part of the province. 200 kilometers from the original site. And I found something that I haven't told anyone about yet. It was a stick figure. Small, made of birch twigs, bound with dark hair, sitting on a rock beside a creek in the middle of a forest that has nothing to do with the forest where those 2 hikers disappeared. I picked it up. I shouldn't have. I put it in my pack and I brought it home, and it's sitting on my kitchen table right now, and I don't know what to do with it. The hair is dark, the same color as hers.
I keep telling myself it's a coincidence. Kids make things in the woods. Hikers leave trail markers. There are 100 explanations. But the smell. When I picked it up, just for a second, so brief I almost missed it, I caught the smell. Sweet and rotten. The same smell from the notebook. The same smell from the cave. And last night, around 2 in the morning, I was lying in bed, and I heard something outside my window. Not an animal, not the wind. A voice. It said my name. I didn't answer. I pulled the blanket over my head like a child, and I lay there until the sun came up. And I'm writing this now, in the daylight,
because the daylight makes me feel like I can still be rational about this. But tonight, the sun is going to set, and I live near the woods, and the stick figure is still on my kitchen table, and I don't know if I should burn it, or bury it, or drive it back to where I found it. And I don't know whose voice I heard last night, but I know it wasn't mine. I watched it learn my name. This happened in late October of 2017, outside of Pittsboro, North Carolina. My cousin Derek had leased a stretch of wooded land near the Haw River. Officially, he was growing heirloom tomatoes. Unofficially, he had 3 tarp-covered patches tucked deep in the tree line. I wasn't proud of it, but I needed cash, and he needed help guarding the place at night. We rotated shifts. That week was mine. The land felt quiet in a way that pressed on your ears. Pine needles blanketed the ground, and the air carried that damp river smell. Metal and rot mixed together. We had a small camp set up about 200 yards from the plants. Folding chair, cooler, a thermos of burnt coffee, and a battery lantern that hummed faintly when you leaned close. The first 2 nights passed slow and empty. Deer moved through. Once, a barred owl drifted over the clearing and landed somewhere behind me. I kept a cheap .22 across my lap, more for comfort than use. The third night, just after midnight, I heard Derek's voice from the woods. Marcus. Clear, casual, about 30 yards out. I stood up so fast, the chair tipped. Derek was in Greensboro that week. I had dropped him at his apartment myself. Marcus, it said again, same tone, like he was calling me over to show me something. I stepped forward 2 paces before my brain caught up. The voice came from chest height in the trees. Too high for someone crouching. Too steady for someone drunk or joking. I turned the lantern toward the sound. The beam hit trunks and branches and a pale strip of something that slid sideways behind a pine. Not walking, sliding. The woods settled again. I kept the lantern up for a full minute. My hands shook hard enough that the light wobbled in tight circles. Nothing moved. I told myself somebody had wandered onto the property and was messing with me. Maybe a hunter. Maybe someone who had heard about the crop. I circled wide around the plants with the lantern raised and the rifle braced awkwardly against my shoulder. Every few steps I called out, steady voice, telling whoever it was to leave. No answer. When I came back to camp, the folding chair I had knocked over earlier was upright again. I froze there, staring at it. The dirt under the legs showed fresh indentations, deeper than before. Something had pressed down on it. I backed up slowly until my calves hit the cooler. That's when I heard breathing. Close. Just beyond the reach of the lantern. Long pulls of air, wet and patient. I swung the light toward it. It crouched at the edge of the beam, pale, too pale for moonlight. Skin stretched tight over ribs that showed even from that distance. Its arms were long enough that its fingers brushed the ground while it balanced on the balls of its feet. Its head tilted slightly, like it was measuring me. The face looked almost unfinished. Shallow eyes, thin mouth pulled wide in something that wasn't quite a smile. I lifted the rifle. My finger tightened without thinking. It copied the motion. Its arm rose slowly, mimicking the way I held the gun, elbow bent, invisible barrel pointed at me. My stomach dropped. "Marcus," it said again, softer this time. The voice sounded closer to mine now. It took one step forward into the light. Its knees bent backward more than they should have. The joints moved with a loose flexibility that made my own legs ache just watching. I fired. The crack split the clearing and echoed down toward the river. The thing jerked sideways before the sound fully faded, already moving. It crossed the distance between us faster than I could cycle the bolt. 1 second, it stood at the edge of the lantern beam. The next, it was beside the plants, low to the ground, long fingers raking through the leaves. It didn't look at me while it did it. It kept its head turned slightly, as if listening for something behind me. Then it darted into the trees. The plants swayed for a few seconds after it vanished. I stood there with the rifle half raised, waiting for it to circle back. It didn't. I packed the camp in under 5 minutes, left the chair, left the cooler. I drove out of there with the headlights off until I hit the dirt road. Derek came back the next morning to check the damage. Half the plants were shredded. Not eaten, just torn apart, stems peeled open and scattered. He asked me what happened. I told him someone had found the grow and vandalized it. I kept my voice flat and steady. He studied me for a long time before nodding. That night in my apartment, I lay in bed replaying the way it lifted its arm to match mine. I understood something then. It hadn't come for the plants. It had come to practice. 2 weeks later, Derek called me. He said someone had been walking around his apartment complex after midnight. Neighbors complained about a man standing near the dumpsters, repeating people's names in a low voice. Derek laughed when he told me, said it sounded like a drunk. Then he paused. "Hey," he said, "you ever tell anybody about that night out there?" My mouth went dry. "No," I said. On the other end of the line, I heard breathing. Slow, wet, close to his phone. Then my own voice, faint and careful. "Marcus?" The call cut off there. Derek moved out 3 days later. I still live in North Carolina. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind hits the siding just right, I hear my name from the tree line behind my apartment. It always sounds a little more like me each time. It was a cold evening when I found myself in the foothills of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. My role was simple: to check on the cabin my uncle owned but rarely visited anymore. He had asked me to look in on it while he was away in Europe, citing a need for reassurance that it was still standing and free from the mountain's hungry wildlife. The heater had always been temperamental, and I cursed it as I wrapped my coat tighter around me, feeling the chill in the air that the old furnace failed to chase away. It was a minor irritation, but it made me remember how far I was from warmth and comfort. The cabin creaked gently in the wind, a familiar sound that I had come to expect from years of visits. But as I settled in, there was a sound, a rustling perhaps, coming from the trees beyond the window. It was not loud, not threatening, but it was out of place, a soft shuffling that seemed to come from something not fully there. The colors of the forest were muted in the dusk, and the sound was absorbed by the growing darkness, leaving behind an unsettling absence rather than a presence. I told myself it was a deer, or maybe the wind playing tricks on my ears. The woods were full of life, and I knew well that the mind can conjure specters in the solitude of the wilderness. I turned my attention back to the book I had brought with me, its words a balm against the unknown shapes that danced at the edge of my vision. Yet, the noise came again, without insistence, but with a sort of persistence that gnawed at me. The same soft rustling, the same rhythm like something with purpose but no destination. It was neither closer nor further than before, simply there as if it had always been and would always be. I rose to look through the window, seeing nothing but the black outline of trees against the dimming sky. The sound soothed, almost as if it were a lullaby, though its tune was unknown and out of place. Returning to my chair, I tried to dismiss it with logic. An animal, surely, moving through the brush, or perhaps the wind weaving through the branches with a pattern I could not discern. I warmed my hands around a mug of coffee, its steam mingling with my breath in the frigid air of the cabin. The heater clanked, settling into a silence that was too complete, too perfect. The hours passed, and the cabin's silence grew thick around me, tangible as any blanket. I noticed when the sound ceased altogether, an absence as stark as its presence had been. I waited for its return, knowing it would come but hoping it would not. In its silence, the cabin felt larger, as if it had expanded to accommodate the space the noise had left behind. My heart found a rhythm with the ticking clock on the wall, each tick a reassurance of time's passage, even as the night stretched on. It was in this silence that the knock came, gentle, almost polite, at the door. Not a pattern of fear, but an invitation or a question I could not refuse. My hand hesitated on the doorknob, the wood cold beneath my fingers. I opened it to find nothing but the pale stretch of moonlight on the empty porch. The forest beyond was a painting, still and unmoving. I shut the door quickly, securing the latch, feeling the weight of the unanswered question linger in the air. Sleep was elusive that night, my mind replaying the small, quiet events that now seemed to loom large in the darkness. I lay in bed, eyes tracing the lines of the ceiling, listening for that sound, that gentle rustling that would not return. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting with me, complicit in the night's secrets. In the morning, I found the footprints, none too large, none too small, just the shape of something that had moved with purpose through the damp earth around the cabin. They led into the woods, far beyond where I could see, disappearing into the dense tapestry of trees and shadow. I did not follow them. Instead, I packed my things, my mind heavy with the remnants of night and the echoes of sounds half heard. As I left the cabin, locking the door behind me, the trees whispered with the wind, their voices achingly familiar. I knew I would return, drawn back by the obligations of family or the pull of mystery that the mountains held. But something in me had shifted, a small fracture in the solid ground of what I thought I knew. I could no longer see the forest without feeling its presence, patient and waiting. Driving away, I glanced once more at the trees, standing silent and still, the cabin nestled among them. A part of me remained there, listening, waiting for the next knock at the door, the next sound in the night. And I knew, somewhere, somehow, it would come. When I was 9, my mother bought the doll the same week my sister stopped speaking. She found it at a thrift store on the edge of town. One of those charity shops that smell like dust and old paperbacks. The woman behind the counter told her it had been donated with no note, no name, no history. It was porcelain, not the pretty kind. Its face was pale and too smooth, like it had been sanded down. The eyes were gray glass, cloudy around the edges. The mouth was slightly open, as if it had just finished whispering something. My sister, Lily, hadn't spoken since the night she woke up screaming. After that, she just watched things, corners, doorways, the ceiling. She pointed at empty space and shook her head when we asked what was wrong. The doctors said trauma. The priest said imagination. My mother said the doll might help. It'll give her something to focus on, she told me, setting it gently on Lily's dresser. Lily didn't touch it. She stared at it, and the doll stared back. The first night, I heard Lily laughing. Not giggling, not the way a kid laughs at cartoons. It was soft, rhythmic, like she was answering someone. I got up and walked down the hall. Her bedroom door was cracked open. The light inside was off, but the street lamp outside threw long, pale bars across the floor. Lily was sitting upright in bed. The doll was in her lap. I know for a fact my mother had left it on the dresser. Lily's hands weren't moving. The doll's head was, slowly turning toward the doorway, toward me. I told myself it was shadows. I told myself porcelain can't move. Then Lily's mouth opened, and in a voice that wasn't hers, she said, "He doesn't like you watching." The next morning, the doll was back on the dresser. Lily was silent again. But something had changed. She wouldn't go near mirrors. She covered the bathroom one with a towel. She turned the one in her room to face the wall. When my mother asked why, Lily shook her head and wrote on a piece of paper, "She uses them." My mother took that as more imagination. I didn't. That afternoon, I tested something. I stood in Lily's doorway and looked at the doll. It looked normal, blank, dead-eyed. But when I stepped sideways, lining it up with the mirror in the hallway, I saw it. In the reflection, the doll wasn't sitting. It was standing. Its porcelain legs straight. Its head tilted too far to one side. And it wasn't looking at Lily. It was looking at me. I turned around immediately. The doll was back on the dresser, seated, perfectly still. I remember driving through the winding roads deep within Michigan's Manistee National Forest. It was dusk, and the fading light cast eerie shadows on the towering pines lining the narrow road. I was just a trucker passing through, used to the solitude of these routes, having done them many times. But that night, something felt off. As I turned a corner, my headlights briefly illuminated a pair of reflective eyes in the dense underbrush. At first, I thought it might be a deer, but something about the height. Those eyes seemed too far from the ground. My heart sped up, pounding loud enough I could hear it over the rumbling engine. I crept on, eyes darting to the mirrors, half expecting those eyes to reappear. I came to a sudden stop when I saw it again, this time stepping onto the road. A creature stood there, upright, easily over 7 feet tall, with a muscular build that was unmistakably canine yet disturbingly human. Its eyes glowed amber red in the headlights, and I could see its teeth as it seemed to sneer. Every instinct told me to run, but I recalled hearing that fleeing would likely provoke a chase. Instead, I kept my eyes down, still watching, and reached for my .357 Magnum, feeling the cold metal against my palm a strange comfort. I debated taking a shot, but the thing just stood there, as if assessing me. I slowly backed my truck up, careful not to make sudden movements. The creature tracked me but didn't advance. My breaths were slow and deep, though I could feel my hands shaking. I tried to create distance, keeping my eyes averted to avoid direct contact. I heard a low growl that made my skin crawl, but it remained on the road, watching me back away until my truck was safely distant. Finally, I managed to turn and drove away, my heart still racing as I left the forest behind. "20 feet. Adirondack Park, New York. Fall, weekday afternoon. I came around a bend on the trail and it was standing there. 20 feet, maybe less. A switchback on a ridge trail in the Adirondacks. You know the kind, where the trail doubles back on itself and the inside of the turn is thick with mountain laurel, and you can't see what's around the corner until you're around the corner. I came around the corner and it was standing in the trail, facing me. My first thought was hiker, big hiker. Someone tall, wearing dark clothes, standing still in the middle of the trail for some reason. My brain reached for the most normal explanation it could find, and big hiker was the best it could do. Then the details came. The way details come when you're close to something, and your eyes are adjusting to a reality your brain hasn't approved yet. It was not wearing clothes. What I'd read as dark fabric was hair. Dark brown, dense, covering the chest, the arms, the legs, everything. The face was flat and wide, with a heavy brow that cast the eyes in shadow. The mouth was closed. The expression, if I can call it an expression, was neutral. Not aggressive, not afraid, not curious. Neutral. The face of something that has seen hikers before and has already decided what to do about them. It was tall. I'm 5'10". This was looking down at me from at least 1.5 feet above my eye line. 7 feet, maybe 7.5. The shoulders were wider than the trail. 20 feet. Close enough to see the texture of the hair on the forearms. Close enough to see the nostrils. Close enough to hear it breathe. A low, steady pull of air through a chest that was bigger than a barrel. We looked at each other for 5 seconds. I didn't time it. I didn't count. But 5 seconds is my best estimate, and 5 seconds, when you are standing 20 feet from something impossible, is a very long time. It's long enough to notice that the eyes are dark brown, almost black. Long enough to notice that the hands, hanging at its sides, relaxed, have fingers, 5 of them. Long enough to notice that its weight is on its left foot and its right foot is slightly forward, the stance of something that was mid-step when I came around the bend and stopped moving when I stopped moving. We had surprised each other. I think that's what happened. It was walking down the trail, maybe heading for water, maybe heading for the ridge, maybe heading nowhere in particular, and I came around a blind switchback and suddenly we were 20 feet apart with no warning and no escape route for either of us. It decided first. It took 1 step to its right, my left, and walked off the trail into the hardwoods. Not fast, not panicked. 1 step off the trail, then 2, then 3, and then the undergrowth took it, and it was gone. I heard it moving through the brush for maybe 10 seconds, heavy footfalls, branches parting, and then nothing. The birds came back. A chipmunk chattered from a rock somewhere above me. The trail was empty. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. I stood at the bend in the trail, and I looked at the spot where it had been standing, and I breathed. Just breathed. In and out. In and out. Then I walked to the spot. I stood where it had stood. I looked at the ground. The leaves were scuffed. The duff was pressed where its weight had compressed it. I looked at the gap in the undergrowth where it had stepped off the trail. The branches were pushed aside, but already springing back. I looked down the trail in the direction it had been heading. I looked back up the trail in the direction I'd come from. I was alone. The Adirondacks in October, golden light through the canopy, a perfect day on a perfect trail, and something that weighed 500 pounds had been standing right here 30 seconds ago and was now gone, and the forest was acting like nothing had happened. I kept hiking. What else was I going to do? I was 3 miles from the trailhead. I wasn't going to sit on the trail and wait for it to come back. I wasn't going to bushwhack through the woods to avoid the trail. I walked, 1 foot in front of the other, past the spot, around the next bend, and the next, and the next. I finished the hike. I got in my car. I drove home. I didn't tell anyone for 2 weeks. 20 feet, 5 seconds, 1 look, and then it stepped off the trail and let me pass. That's the whole story. I don't have more. I don't have tracks or photos or audio or corroborating witnesses. I have 5 seconds of eye contact with something that wasn't supposed to exist, on a trail in the Adirondacks, on a Tuesday afternoon in October. It was real. It was 20 feet from me, and when it decided to leave, it left.
I keep hiking. Same trails, same mountains, same switchbacks. But I come around the blind corner slower now, and I look. I always look. I found shelter. I need to start there because I need you to understand that I did everything right. I stayed calm. I kept moving. I found shelter. Everything they tell you to do when you're caught in a whiteout in the northern woods, I did. And I still ended up here. I was hunting. Solo trip. I do that. I've always done that. I like the quiet. I like being responsible for myself and nothing else. I'd taken a stag that afternoon, a good one, and I was dragging it back to camp on a makeshift sled when the weather turned. Not gradually. Not the way a storm usually builds, with the clouds thickening and the temperature dropping over the course of an hour. This was instant. 1 minute the sky was clear and I could see stars. The next minute, the world was white and the wind was screaming, and I couldn't see 10 feet in front of me. I kept walking. South, I thought. Camp was south. But the snow covered my tracks within minutes, and the stars were gone, and the compass was in my pack on the sled, and I couldn't feel my fingers well enough to dig it out. I just walked. Survivors walk. Survivors stay calm. That's what I told myself with every step. My boots punching through crust into deep powder. The stag dragging behind me like an anchor. I talked to people in town before the trip. They warned me about the cold, about the terrain, about the wolves that sometimes came down from the north when the winter was hard. One old man, quiet, serious, the kind of face that doesn't waste expressions, told me about something else. He called them wendigos, spirits in the forest that come with the cold. He said they hunt men who are alone, who are lost, who are afraid. He said they take your warmth first, then your direction, then your will. And when there's nothing left of you but a body, they take that too. I told him I didn't believe in spirits. He looked at me the way you look at someone who's just said something they'll regret. I don't know how long I walked. An hour, 2. The cold had gotten past my layers, past my skin, into the part of me that makes decisions. I was slowing down. My thoughts were getting simple. Shelter. Find shelter. Nothing else existed. Then I saw it. A shape through the snow. Rectangular. Solid. A cabin. I left the stag outside. I knocked. No answer. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open and the wind shoved me through. I closed the door behind me and stood there, dripping, shaking, alive. It was dark inside. Cold, but no wind. My eyes adjusted slowly. I could make out a bed against the far wall, a desk beside it, a chair, a lantern on the desk,
A fireplace, but no wood. A rug on the floor. I lit the lantern. The flame was small, and it jumped in a draft I couldn't locate, throwing shadows across the walls. And that's when I saw the faces. The walls were covered in portraits, or what I thought were portraits. Faces in frames, close-up, detailed, but wrong. The heads were misshapen. Some had antlers, twisted and asymmetric. Some had teeth that jutted from the jaw at impossible angles. Some had growths, lumps of flesh that distorted the features into something barely recognizable as a face. And the eyes. Every portrait had eyes that seemed to catch the lantern light independently of the rest of the painting. They glowed. They followed me as I moved through the room. I told myself it was the light, the flickering, the shadows, the cold playing tricks. I told myself that whoever had lived here had strange taste in art. I told myself a lot of things. I got into the bed. The blankets were stiff and cold, but they were layers, and layers were survival. I wrapped myself tight and closed my eyes and tried to ignore the faces on the walls. The wind outside was getting worse. Branches hit the cabin, a constant scraping and thumping that sounded too rhythmic, too deliberate, like something testing the walls for weak points. The door blew open. I hadn't locked it. The wind poured in like water, bringing snow and a cold so sharp it felt personal. I jumped out of bed and slammed the door, and this time I threw the bolt. I turned back to the room. The lantern was still burning. The light was steadier now, and I could see the walls more clearly. The portraits were gone. The frames were gone. What I'd been looking at were windows. A dozen windows, evenly spaced, and beyond them, the storm. The faces I'd seen, the antlers, the teeth, the twisted features, had been on the other side of the glass, looking in. I stood in the center of the room, and I felt every hair on my body stand up at once. The faces were gone now. The windows showed nothing but white, the blizzard pressing against the panes. But they had been there. They had been watching me from outside, their faces pressed to the glass, and I had mistaken them for paintings. Something moved in the corner of the room, a shape, low and long, huddled against the wall. I grabbed the lantern and thrust it forward. "Who's there?" Nothing. The corner was empty. I swept the light across the room. Empty. The cabin was one room, no closets, no second door. There was nowhere to hide, and nothing was there. I put the lantern down. My hands were shaking. My heart was loud in my ears. I got back in the bed and pulled the blankets up, and I lay there, eyes open, watching the windows, watching the shadows, listening to the wind. The scraping on the walls continued. The knocking, the tapping, the sounds of something trying every surface. I told myself it was branches. I told myself the storm was the worst of it. I told myself that dawn was coming, and I just had to last until dawn. I closed my eyes. The blanket moved. Not from the wind, from below. Something at the foot of the bed was pulling the blanket off me. Slowly, steadily. Inch by inch, the fabric sliding down my body and disappearing over the edge of the mattress. I gripped it. I held on. The pulling was stronger. The blanket slid through my fingers and was gone. Then the pillow. I felt it shift under my head, the fabric whispering against the mattress as it was drawn downward, pulled from beneath me by something underneath the bed. I couldn't move. My body had locked. Not from cold, not from choice. Something had taken control of my muscles and decided they would not respond. I lay on the bare mattress, arms at my sides, and I could not move. Hands came up from the sides of the bed. I need to describe them, because I need you to know this was real. They were long. The fingers were thin and ended in points that weren't quite nails and weren't quite claws. The skin was gray, shriveled, the texture of something that had been frozen and thawed and frozen again. They rose slowly from below the mattress. 2 hands, then 4, then more. Reaching upward, spreading their fingers, grasping for me. They touched me, and the cold was immediate. Not surface cold, core cold. The kind of cold that starts in the center of your body and radiates outward. The kind that means your organs are shutting down. The kind that the survival manuals say you don't come back from. I tried to scream. My mouth opened and nothing came out. The hands gripped my arms, my legs, my torso. They pulled downward. I sank into the mattress, through it, the surface giving way beneath me like snow, because it was snow. The mattress was gone. The bed was gone. The cabin was gone. I was lying in a drift of snow in the middle of the forest, and the hands were pulling me under, and the sky was above me for one brief second. Stars, clear and cold and indifferent, before the white closed over my face and filled my mouth and covered my eyes. I'm still here. I know how that sounds. I know that what I'm about to say doesn't fit with anything the world considers possible. But I'm still here. Under the snow, in the cold. Not dead and not alive. Held. They found my body. I know that because I felt them dig. I felt hands, real hands, warm ones, brush the snow from my face. I heard a voice say my name. I heard someone say, hypothermia, and someone else say, too late. They took my body, and they took the stag, and they left, and I stayed. Because the body they took wasn't all of me. The part that thinks, the part that knows, the part that's telling you this right now, that part is still in the snow, still in the forest, still held by the things with the long gray fingers and the faces that pressed against the windows of a cabin that doesn't exist. The old man in town was right. The Wendigo doesn't take your body. It takes everything else. It takes the part of you that survives, the part that stays calm, the part that keeps walking. It takes that and it keeps it. Down in the cold, in the dark, in the silence under the snow. And I am not alone down here. There are others. I can feel them. Hunters, trappers, hikers, people who got lost in storms across decades, across centuries. All of them still here. All of them still conscious. All of them held in the frozen dark by something that doesn't want them dead and doesn't want them alive. It wants them present. It wants them aware. It feeds on the knowing. If you go into the northern woods and the storm comes fast and you find a cabin that shouldn't be there, with a door that's unlocked and a bed that's already made, don't go inside. Keep walking. The cold will kill you. That's true. But the cold only takes your body. What's inside the cabin takes the rest. The Thing in the Rafters. The barn had been sinking for years. That's what old Mr. Callahan used to say when he still drove his truck past it. The roof sagged like tired shoulders. The boards bowed inward. Tobacco once hung in thick golden rows from the rafters, curing slow in the Carolina heat. Now, the air carried dust and mold, and the faint sweetness of old leaf rot. I went there at dusk because I wanted the quiet. The barn sat off a dirt service road outside Durham, tucked behind a field that had gone wild with broom straw and sumac. Pines hemmed it in on 3 sides. The fourth opened to a low stretch of red clay and drainage ditch where frogs started up as the sun dipped. I pushed the warped door aside and stepped into the cool. Light filtered through slats in long, pale ribs. The rafters arched high overhead, black against the fading sky. Crossbeams latticed the ceiling like ribs inside a carcass. Tobacco hooks still dangled in places, rusted and swaying faintly from the draft I carried in. The barn creaked with evening temperature shifts, wood adjusting, nails easing in their holes. I liked that sound. It felt alive in a tired way. I set my flashlight on a barrel and let my eyes adjust. The threat came from above. A faint tick ran across the rafters. I looked up. Something pale slid between beams. At first, I took it for insulation torn loose or a barn owl shifting position. Then it moved with intention. Long fingers hooked over a crossbeam. A forearm followed. Skin stretched tight over bone, gray as old ash. It moved along the ceiling. It stayed above me. My throat tightened. I stepped back, boots grinding tobacco dust. The beam overhead gave a soft, measured creak. The thing crossed hand over hand, silent except for the wood under its weight. Its limbs were too long for its body. The joints bent at angles that belonged to something built for climbing narrow spaces. Its spine showed through its skin in sharp ridges. Its head hung low between its shoulders, as if it had been pulled downward by gravity. It tracked me from the rafters. I shifted left. It shifted with me. A rusted hook swung near its face. It eased around it without breaking rhythm. The movement felt practiced, familiar, as if barns like this had always been part of its design. The barn exhaled a long groan. I backed toward the door. The last stripe of sunlight lay across the threshold like a warning line. The creature reached the center beam above me and stopped. It crouched there. Its eyes opened. They caught the last light and held it. The drop came without sound. It released the beam and fell straight down. I jumped back on instinct. It hit the dirt where I had stood, landing in a crouch. The impact sent a shock through the floorboards and up the posts. Dust burst upward in a choking cloud. It unfolded. Tall, bent, arms hanging nearly to the ground, fingers flexing. Its head tilted toward me. Its mouth opened wider than its jaw should allow. The scream stayed inside my chest. I ran. The barn shifted as I lunged for the door. My shoulder clipped a support post. The entire frame shuddered. One of the main beams overhead cracked with a sound like a rifle shot. Behind me, claws scraped wood. It climbed again. Up the wall. Across the inner frame. Above me. The threat stayed vertical. I burst into the open air just as the first section of roof gave way. Wood splintered. Rafters tore loose from their pegs. The barn collapsed inward with a rolling thunder that swallowed the frogs and the wind and every other sound in the field. I stumbled across the clay and turned. Through the rising dust, I saw it, balanced on the last standing beam, watching. The beam shifted under its weight. It did not seem to care. Its head tracked me as I backed away. The beam snapped. The rest of the structure folded in on itself, boards crashing down in a violent cascade. The roof pancaked into a heap of broken timber and drifting insulation. Dust climbed into the sky like smoke. Silence returned in slow pieces. I stood in the field, lungs burning, eyes stinging. The barn was gone. A mound of wreckage sat where it had been. I took a step toward the road. Something moved in the debris. A long arm pushed through splintered boards. Then another. It rose from the collapse as if the wood had only inconvenienced it. Dust slid off its shoulders. Nails stuck in its skin like ornaments. It plucked them out one by one, never taking its eyes off me. It climbed the outside of the remaining wall frame that still leaned upright. Above me again. It understood elevation. It crouched on the highest surviving post, silhouetted against the darkening sky. The pines behind it swayed in a soft evening wind. I felt smaller in the open field than I had inside the barn. It dropped once more. This time, it aimed for the ditch. It vanished into the tall grass without a sound. The frogs fell silent. The field stretched empty before me. The pines loomed. Above, branches shifted. I walked backward toward the road, eyes lifted to the tree line. Something pale moved from limb to limb, keeping pace. Above, not around. When I reached my truck, I climbed inside and locked the doors. My hands shook against the steering wheel. I started the engine and pulled onto the dirt road without looking back. In the rearview mirror, a thin shape crossed the road behind me. It moved along the tops of the fence posts, balanced, following. I kept driving. The sky turned fully dark. Every overpass on the highway felt lower than it should. Every tree branch above the road looked capable of holding weight. I understand barns now. They provide beams. They offer rafters. They invite something that hunts from the ceiling. And in North Carolina, there are thousands of them. The desert stretched out before me, a canvas of ochre and pain, and I walked it with a purpose I did not entirely understand. I was a ranger, tasked with safeguarding this stark, desolate land from those who might harm it, or be harmed by it. My partner John had been missing for 3 days, and it was unlike him not to send word. Responsibility weighed on my shoulders like the sun above, an unbearable heat that turned my shirt damp with sweat. I had to find him, though, truth be told, I was not eager to do so. The night before, a chill wind had swept in, carrying with it a whisper of something old and malicious. I had heard tales of the skinwalkers, but tales were for the campfires, not for men of duty like me. Yet, as I walked, I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, a sensation that made me think of John's face, his laughter, always so full of life, and how it had left me feeling cold. I had avoided him for a while, burdened by the guilt of that avoidance. I had known his family troubles, and yet had failed to reach out. Maybe this was why I was here now, with the sun setting and the sky bleeding, to find what I had turned away from. The silence was broken by a sound, faint and unsettling, like the rustling of leaves where there were none. My heart lurched, and I clutched my rifle tighter, scanning the horizon. Nothing but shadows stretched long across the sand. I told myself it was the wind, but deep down, I knew something was watching. Something that understood my flaw better than I did. Earlier, as I had set out, the tremor of doubt had been easy to suppress, but now it clawed at my insides. With each step, the violation of my senses grew stronger, the world around me closing in with a suffocating intent. I argued with myself, reasoning that fear was not a guide, that it was nothing more than my mind playing tricks. A trickster, like the stories say. Yet, the rational part of me could not drown out the deeper instinct that something was terribly wrong, and I was at its center. I paused, considering my options, the weight of decision heavy upon me. Was it madness to think the tales might be true? That John might have fallen victim to the very legends we dismissed? My feet, driven by desperation, moved forward on their own accord, my mind following reluctantly. I would confront this thing, whatever it was, for there was no other way. I had to know, even if the knowing meant peeling back the layers of my own cowardice. The night descended swiftly, and with it, a darkness that was more than the absence of light. I could feel eyes upon me, studying, and in that moment, I understood that I was not merely an intruder in its world. I was its quarry, a mirror held to my own failings. As if in response to this revelation, a figure emerged from the shadows, a silhouette that mimicked the way I stood, the way I breathed. It was me, and yet it was not. The realization struck me with a force that was almost physical. This thing, this phantom of the desert, knew me. It knew my silence, my guilt, and it fed on it. No longer was it content to merely haunt me. Now it sought to replace me, to be me, and I felt the chill of its understanding seep into my very bones. My heart raced against the inevitable tide of fear, and I knew that to falter here would mean surrender. I had to choose, to act, before it took more than I was willing to give. I raised my rifle, the metal cool against my cheek, a final defiance against the encroaching darkness. But my finger hesitated on the trigger, the weight of my flaw dragging it down. In that moment, I made my choice. I lowered the weapon, threw it to the ground, and stepped forward, hands open. It was not an act of surrender, but one of acceptance. I had to face what I had avoided, to offer myself up to the truth. The creature regarded me, its eyes reflecting a knowing that was both alien and intimately familiar. And then, it was gone. The desert breathed a sigh, the wind carrying with it a sense of finality. I stood alone beneath the vast, indifferent sky, the silence once again complete. But the scar remained, a wound carved deep in the fabric of my being, a reminder of the night I was forced to confront myself in the guise of another. I turned back toward the distant lights of home, the sand shifting beneath my boots. I carried the weight of the desert with me, a burden that was both heavy and light, and the knowledge that the real battle had always been within me. That night, Mara read longer than usual. Her voice shook over the words. When she finished, she stood frozen. The final rule echoed in her mind. You must always say goodnight. She swallowed. Good night, Oliver. The lamp flickered. The porcelain eyes gleamed. She turned off the light and climbed the stairs to the guest bedroom. At 3:11 a.m., she woke to the sound of someone walking. Slow steps, measured, across the hardwood below. She lay still. The steps stopped, directly beneath her room. The air grew colder. A soft knock came at her door. 3 taps, deliberate. She did not answer. The handle turned, slowly. The door opened a fraction. Through the narrow gap, she saw the hallway. Empty. Except for something near the floor, 2 leather shoes, pointed toward her. She shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the doorway was clear. The shoes were gone, but the sound of porcelain settling echoed softly inside her room. She sat up. Oliver was seated in the chair by the window, facing her bed. His hands no longer rested in his lap. They hung at his sides, the fingers slightly curled. She had left him downstairs. She knew she had. Her breathing quickened. She slid out of bed slowly. "You're not real," she whispered. The porcelain mouth did not move, but she heard it anyway. A voice, dry, patient. "You forgot." Her stomach dropped. She tried to think. The feeding? The reading? She had done them. Her mind raced. Then she remembered. Earlier that evening, distracted and shaken, she had closed the book, stood up, and fled the room. She had not said it. She had not said goodnight. Oliver's head turned fully toward her. There was a faint cracking sound at his neck. "You must always say goodnight," the voice repeated. The porcelain jaw began to open, a thin line forming where there had been none before. Darkness showed inside. Depth, far deeper than the small, hollow head should allow. Mara staggered backward. "I'm sorry," she gasped. "Good night. Good night, Oliver." The jaw stopped widening. The room grew warmer. The eyes stilled. The hands returned to his lap. The crack at his neck smoothed. He was just a doll again, seated quietly in the chair. Mara stood there shaking for a long time. At dawn, she packed her things. She left the envelope on the kitchen table. She did not look back at the sitting room. As she stepped outside, she heard a sound from within the house. A chair scraping across hardwood. And then, 3 soft taps against the inside of the front door, waiting for someone else to read the rules and forget. I was raised in Cedar Falls, Iowa, located in the northeastern part of the state. At the time of my encounter, I was attending Iowa State University on a track and field scholarship. It was a time of ambition and exploration, my world filled with routines of practice and studies. But everything shifted one particular evening. It was 1981. I had returned to my hometown for a weekend visit. The autumn air was crisp, a prelude to the biting cold of winter yet to come. I decided to take an evening drive to clear my head, a ritual of sorts, along the less traveled back roads surrounding Cedar Falls. As I drove, the roads became increasingly isolated, the only source of light coming from my car's headlights slicing through the darkness. The tranquility of the countryside was both soothing and unsettling. The cornfields stretched endlessly to either side, a sea of shadows under the cloak of night. Without warning, I saw something on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but as I drew closer, my heart pounded with a mix of fear and disbelief. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The creature stood upright, like a man, but it was covered in dark fur, and its head was unmistakably that of a dog or a wolf. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, catching the light of my car. I slowed down, transfixed, trying to process what I was witnessing. The creature, the dog man, stared back at me, its presence both compelling and terrifying. It stood motionless for what felt like an eternity, yet was probably just a few seconds. Then, with a swift and fluid motion, it turned and vanished into the cornfields, swallowed by the darkness from which it had emerged. I sat there, hands gripping the wheel, my mind reeling. Was it real? Had I truly seen what I believed I saw? The encounter left an indelible mark, a powerful blend of curiosity and dread. The Cattle Car, Missoula, Montana, 1950s. My father told me this story when I was young, and I've carried it with me my whole life. He wasn't a man who made things up. He was practical, methodical. The kind of person who went to forestry school because he wanted to understand trees, not because he wanted an adventure. But he got one. This was the 1950s. We were living in Missoula, Montana, while my father attended the forestry program at the university. He spent most of his time in the woods. That was the job. That was the education. That was his life. He and the other students were out in the backcountry more days than they were in a classroom. One afternoon, my father came home in the middle of the day. That never happened. He was excited, not scared, not upset. Excited. In a way I had never seen before. He started gathering things. Ropes, nets, a rifle. He was moving fast, talking fast, trying to explain what had happened while he packed. His buddy, another forestry student, had been out in the woods that morning, working in a remote area where the old logging railroad used to run. The rails were long gone, but some of the rolling stock had been left behind. Abandoned cattle cars, rusting in the brush, half swallowed by the forest the way old things get swallowed when nobody comes back for them. His buddy had heard something inside one of those cattle cars. Something moving. Something alive. He went to look. The sliding door on the side was partially open. Just enough of a gap for something to squeeze through, but not enough for something to easily get back out. He looked inside. There was a young Sasquatch in the cattle car. Small. Not an infant, but young. Maybe the size of a large child. Covered in hair. Standing in the far corner of the car, looking around, confused. It had gotten in and couldn't figure out how to get out. Or maybe it could have gotten out, but it was scared. And when you're scared, you freeze. Even if you're something that isn't supposed to exist. My father's buddy didn't think. He just reacted. He slid the cattle car door shut, all the way closed, latched it. And then he ran to find my father. That's when my father came home. Ropes, nets, rifle. They were going to go back out there and I don't know what exactly. Capture it, I suppose. Bring it back. Prove something. My father was a scientist at heart. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. He wanted evidence. They loaded everything into the truck and drove back out to the site. It wasn't far. Maybe 30 minutes from town, up one of the old logging roads. When they got there, the cattle car was destroyed. Not opened. Not tipped over. Destroyed. The steel walls were bent outward. The door had been ripped off its track. Not slid open. Ripped off. The way you'd tear a page out of a book. The wooden frame was splintered. Pieces of the car were scattered across the ground in a radius of maybe 20 feet. Something had torn that cattle car apart from the outside to get to what was inside. The baby was gone. There were no tracks that I know of, or if there were, my father didn't mention them. What he mentioned was the cattle car, the state of it, the force required to do what had been done to it. A cattle car is not a cardboard box. It's steel and iron and heavy timber, built to hold animals that weigh 1,000 pounds and don't want to be held. And something had peeled it open like a tin can. My father stood there, looking at the wreckage, and he understood two things. The first was that whatever had done this was stronger than anything he had learned about in any classroom, or any textbook, or any lecture on North American wildlife. The second was that it had done it to get its child back. That's the part of the story that has stayed with me for over 60 years. Not the baby in the cattle car, Not the ropes and the nets and the rifle. The parents. The parents came back for their baby. And when they found it locked inside a steel box, they didn't give up. They didn't leave. They broke the box. My father never talked about it much after that. He finished his degree. He had a career. He raised a family. He was not the kind of man who chased after things he couldn't explain. But I know it changed something in him. I know that when he went into the forest after that day, he went differently. He paid attention to things he hadn't paid attention to before. He listened to silences he used to walk through without noticing. He never saw one himself. Not that he told me about anyway, but he believed. After that day, with the cattle car torn open and the baby gone, and nothing left but bent steel and splinters, he believed. And so do I. I'm going to tell this once. I've tried to tell it a few times, and I always stop halfway through, because saying it out loud makes it real in a way that thinking about it doesn't. But I need to get it down, so here it is, start to finish. 4 of us went on a hunting trip last November. Me, my buddy Jason, his friend Sam, and Sam's younger brother Eli. Eli was 16. The rest of us were 19, 20. We've been talking about this trip since summer. A few days in the woods in upstate New York, north of the Finger Lakes. Nothing fancy. Jason's uncle had property up there he said we could use, but we never made it to the property. We got a late start. Didn't hit the area until almost 7, and by then the light was going. So we pulled off at a spot about 3 miles from the lake and decided to camp there for the night. Head to the property in the morning. Jason and Sam set up the tent. Eli and I went to collect firewood. The tree line started maybe 40 yards from where we were camping. And once you were in the trees, the dark was total. Not dim, not shadowy. Total. The kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. Jason had lent me a headlamp. Eli had one too, but the batteries were dead. He said he'd go back to the truck and grab the spares from the glove box. I said fine. He jogged off toward camp and I was alone. I clicked the headlamp on. The beam cut about 20 feet into the woods, and beyond that, nothing. I started picking up dead branches, snapping them to length, making a pile. Normal stuff. The air smelled like wet leaves and cold dirt. November in New York. You know the smell. I was maybe 5 minutes into it when I looked up and saw something. It was standing in the trees. Far. I'd guess 200 yards, maybe more. The headlamp shouldn't have reached that far, but the beam caught it somehow. Or maybe it was just visible because of how different it looked from everything around it. It was tall. Not tall like a person. Tall like something that had been stretched. 8 feet, maybe more. Dark, even in the light. Not a color, more like an absence. A shape that absorbed the beam instead of reflecting it. I stopped moving. I stood there with a branch in my hand, and I stared at it. My first thought was a dead tree. A trunk with no branches, standing alone, shaped funny. That made sense. That was the explanation that let me keep breathing. Then it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't step. It went from standing still to gone. One frame it was there, the next it wasn't. And the only evidence it had moved at all was a faint disturbance in the air. Not a sound, not a rustle, just a shift, like the dark had rearranged itself. My headlamp flickered, just once. Then it came back steady, and the woods in front of me were empty. I don't remember deciding to run. I was just running. Branches hitting my arms and face, the firewood dropped somewhere behind me, my boots catching on roots. I broke out of the tree line and saw Eli walking toward me from the truck, batteries in his hand, and he stopped when he saw my face. "What happened?" I told him. I was out of breath, and my voice was shaking, and I know I wasn't making sense, but I told him what I'd seen. A tall shape in the trees, the way it moved, the way the headlamp flickered. Eli got very quiet. He didn't say I was crazy. He didn't laugh. He just looked toward the tree line, and then he said, "Show me." I don't know why I agreed. Fear and curiosity do strange things when they mix. But Eli seemed calm in a way that made me feel like I should be calm too. So I walked back toward the trees with him, staying behind him, letting him lead. We got to the spot where I'd been collecting wood. I pointed in the direction I'd seen it. Eli scanned the trees with his headlamp. The batteries were fresh. The beam was strong. For a minute, nothing. Just trees, brush, dark. Then the beam caught it. Same spot, same height, same shape. Standing there, deep in the trees, motionless, like it had never left, like it had been waiting for us to come back. Eli's beam held on it for maybe 2 seconds. Then it moved again. The same impossible speed, the same lack of sound. One instant, it was a shape in the light. The next instant, the light was shining on empty woods, and the air had gone cold. Not gradually cold, instantly cold, like the temperature dropped 15 degrees in a heartbeat. I could see my breath. I could see Eli's breath. A moment ago, I couldn't. Eli lowered the headlamp. He didn't say anything. He just turned around and started walking back to camp. Fast. Not running, but fast. With a stiffness in his shoulders that told me he was fighting the urge to sprint. I followed him. We didn't speak. We cleared the tree line and walked toward the tent, and that's when we saw the campsite. It was destroyed. The tent was shredded. Not collapsed, shredded. The fabric was torn in long, even strips, like something had dragged claws through it. Our packs were ripped open, the contents scattered across the ground. The cooler was flipped and cracked down the middle. Food was everywhere. But nothing was eaten. Nothing was taken. Whatever had done this wasn't hungry. It was making a point. Jason and Sam came running up the hill from the direction of the lake. They'd gone down to fill water bottles and heard the noise. Sam was white. Jason was holding his rifle and his hands were shaking. "Something was in the camp," Jason said. "We saw it leaving. It was big. Sam, tell him." Sam shook his head. He didn't want to say it. Jason said it for him. It was 8, 9 feet tall. It walked on 2 legs. It went into the trees, and it didn't make a sound. I looked at the ground around the tent. There were tracks in the soft dirt. Not bear tracks. Not boot prints. Hooves. Deep, deliberate impressions, spaced far apart. The stride of something with long legs. Hooves in a campsite that had been torn apart by claws. I turned to Eli. He was standing apart from the rest of us, staring at the tree line. His face was blank, but his hands were balled into fists at his sides, and he was shaking. Not from the cold, from something deeper. "Eli," I said, "what is this?" He didn't answer for a long time. The four of us stood there in the ruined campsite, the cold pressing in, the woods surrounding us on all sides. And Eli just stared at the trees. Then he said one word, almost to himself: Wendigo. Nobody asked what he meant. I think we all understood, on some level, that asking would make it worse. That putting more language around it would give it more shape, more reality, more permission to exist. We didn't sleep. We sat in the truck with the doors locked and the engine running and the headlights pointed at the tree line, and we waited for sunrise. Nobody talked. Jason held his rifle across his lap. Sam sat in the back seat with his knees pulled up. Eli sat next to me in the passenger seat, perfectly still, staring straight ahead. Once, around 3 a.m, the headlights caught movement at the edge of the trees. A shape, tall and dark, standing just inside the shadows. It was there for maybe 5 seconds. Then it was gone, and the air outside the truck went cold, and our breath fogged the windows. We left at first light. Jason drove. Nobody said a word for the entire 3-hour ride home. That was 5 months ago. Jason doesn't bring it up. Sam pretends it didn't happen. If you mention the trip, he changes the subject so fast it's like a reflex. Eli is the one who worries me. I tried to talk to him about it a few weeks later, just to check in, just to see if he was processing it okay. He was always a talkative kid, always the first one to crack a joke or tell a story. But when I brought up the trip, his face changed. The light went out of it. That's the only way I can describe it. Whatever made Eli Eli just left his face for a second, and what was left was flat and empty and older than 16. He said, "I don't talk about that." I started to push. He cut me off. "I don't talk about that. Don't bring it up again." I haven't. I won't. But I've seen him a few times since, at Sam's place, at a cookout around town. He's different. He smiles less. He's quieter. And sometimes, when we're outside and it starts getting dark, I'll catch him looking at the tree line. Not casually. Not the way you glance at the woods because they're there. He watches them the way you watch something you know is watching you back. He knows something about what we saw. He knew the name before any of us even understood the question. He'd heard the stories, learned the warnings, carried the knowledge the way some people carry weight that's too heavy for their age. And whatever he knows, it's enough to make him not want to know anymore. I respect that. I don't ask. I don't push. But I'll tell you this. I haven't been in the woods since November. I don't hunt anymore. I don't camp. I don't take back roads through the trees after dark. And when someone suggests a trip upstate, I find an excuse. It's not that I'm afraid of seeing it again. It's that I'm afraid of what happened to Eli happening to me. That look on his face, the way the light left, the way he said the word like it cost him something to say it. Some things, once you name them, you can't unname them. They know you know, and they remember. I'd rather not be remembered. The culvert thing. Suburban Raleigh floodplain. When the rain comes down hard in Raleigh, it comes down like it owns the place. The neighborhoods along Crabtree Creek sit lower than the rest of the city. Developers carved them into the floodplain decades ago, raised the houses on gentle slopes, and threaded concrete drainage tunnels beneath the streets. The system hums during storms. Water slides off shingles, runs along gutters, drops through grates, and disappears into culverts that snake beneath backyards and under playgrounds. On dry days, those culverts feel harmless. Kids lift the rusted grates and toss rocks into the shallow trickle. Teenagers spray paint the inner walls. Homeowners forget they exist. During heavy rain, the sound changes. Marcus Hale had lived in the Willow Bend subdivision for 11 years. He worked IT for the state, remote 3 days a week, and he liked routine. He liked knowing where things were. He liked that Raleigh's storms followed a pattern. Thunder in the distance, wind through the loblolly pines, then the long drumming on the roof. The first time he heard the other sound, he thought it was debris. It was late September. A stalled tropical system parked over Wake County and unloaded water for hours. The street in front of Marcus's house shone like black glass. The storm drains at the corner gurgled, swallowing leaves and fast food wrappers. He stood on the covered porch, watching the runoff surge toward the curb. That was when he heard it. Metal vibrating from below, a hollow tremor that carried through the pavement. He stepped down from the porch and crossed the yard, rain soaking through his t-shirt. The nearest drain sat at the edge of his driveway. Water spiraled into it, forming a shallow whirlpool. The sound came again, deeper this time, as if something large had shifted inside the tunnel. Probably a branch, he muttered. The vibration rolled up through the soles of his shoes. He felt it in his knees. Something moved beneath the grate. Not a flash, not a shape, a displacement. The water's surface shuddered as if something pushed through it from below, then settled again. Marcus backed away. The rain intensified, turning the street into a sheet of flowing gray. He told himself the culverts ran all the way to the creek. A fallen limb could have wedged somewhere, creating turbulence. Pressure built. The system flexed. The explanation fit neatly into place. The second time, it came with witnesses. 3 weeks later, another storm rolled through just after dusk. The neighborhood group chat buzzed with flood warnings. Marcus's neighbor, Elena Ramirez, knocked on his door around 9. "Have you heard that?" she asked, rain streaking down her glasses. He nodded. The drains. They stood under his porch light, watching the street flood. Across the road, the storm drain near the cul-de-sac churned violently. The metal grate rattled, bolts straining. A bulge rose beneath it. Elena grabbed Marcus's arm. "Did you see?" The bulge shifted, elongated, then slid sideways under the asphalt. The motion rippled down the street, following the line of buried tunnels. One grate after another trembled in sequence, as if something moved through the network with steady purpose. It traveled fast. The vibration passed beneath their feet and continued toward the drainage easement that cut between the houses and led to the wooded strip by the creek. The rain masked everything else. Elena stepped back toward her house. That wasn't a branch. Marcus felt his pulse in his throat. It's the water pressure. The pipes expand. She held his gaze for a long second, then turned and hurried home. After that night, he began paying attention. The culverts mapped the entire subdivision. He found the original plans on the county website, blue lines branching like veins. Every street fed into the main tunnel that ran under the Greenway Trail before emptying into Crabtree Creek. The thing, if he allowed himself that word, followed the water. It appeared only during heavy rain. Light showers passed without incident. Thunderstorms that broke quickly left the drains quiet. The long, soaking systems brought it out. Marcus set up a camera by the drain at the end of his driveway. Waterproof housing, night vision enabled. He told himself he wanted to document structural strain for the HOA. The footage from the next storm showed hours of rain, headlights sliding across wet pavement, trash spinning into the grate. At 2:17 a.m., the water surged upward. The camera trembled as the grate bowed. A darker mass moved beneath the surface, thick and fluid, pressing against the metal from below. The lens caught a brief distortion, as if the rain itself bent around something rising. Then the shape flowed onward, leaving the drain to settle back into its ordinary whirl. Marcus replayed the clip until dawn. The shape lacked edges. It moved with cohesion, like a single organism. Yet it adapted to the width of the tunnel. It filled the space. He checked the neighborhood forum the next morning. Several posts mentioned weird drain sounds and crazy pressure in the culverts. One person joked about sewer gators. Another blamed aging infrastructure. Elena sent him a private message. "It's learning the route." He stared at the words. That weekend, the forecast predicted another tropical system. The city issued a flood advisory. Marcus felt a weight settle in his chest. He walked the Greenway Trail that afternoon, following the path of the main culvert. The entrance sat behind a chain-link fence near the creek, a concrete mouth wide enough for a person to crouch through. Normally, a thin ribbon of water trickled out. Today, it already ran thick and brown from early rain. He stood there longer than he intended. The tunnel exhaled cool air that smelled of wet earth and rust. He imagined the thing inside, coiled somewhere in the darkness, waiting for the flow to rise. The storm hit just after midnight. Rain hammered the roof with relentless force. The power flickered once, then held. Marcus watched from his front window as water overtook the curb and spilled into lawns. The first grate began to shake. He grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside despite the downpour. Water streamed around his ankles. The drain at the end of his driveway throbbed like a living pulse. A deep surge rolled beneath the street. The bulge rose again, stronger than before. The grate lifted a fraction of an inch, bolts screaming. For a moment, Marcus thought it would tear free. The mass pressed upward. Through the torrent, he saw texture. Not scales, not fur. A shifting surface that absorbed the light and returned it warped. The rain struck it and dispersed sideways, as if hitting something dense just below the opening. It paused there, directly under him. Marcus felt an awareness, a pressure in his head, like the moment before a migraine. The vibration beneath his feet aligned with his heartbeat. The thing seemed to consider the boundary. Water continued to pour into the drain, feeding it. A car drove slowly down the street, headlights washing over Marcus. The driver honked, signaling for him to get out of the road. The moment broke. The mass slid forward, flowing down the line of culverts toward the Greenway. Each drain in its path rattled in succession, tracing its movement through the neighborhood. Marcus ran along the sidewalk, following the tremors toward the easement. The rain blurred his vision. He reached the trail just as the vibration reached the main tunnel. The chain-link fence bowed inward. Behind it, within the concrete mouth of the culvert, something vast shifted. Water exploded outward in a brown surge. The beam of his flashlight caught only fragments, curved planes of moving surface, a depth that swallowed light. The thing filled the tunnel completely. For a heartbeat, it pressed toward the opening. Marcus took a step back. The creek beyond the fence roared with floodwater, swollen and violent. The current pulled at the outflow, dragging debris downstream. The mass inside the tunnel adjusted. It elongated, compressing into the flow, and slid into the creek. The fence snapped back into place. The vibrations ceased. Only rain remained. In the weeks that followed, the subdivision repaired 2 damaged grates and replaced a section of fencing by the Greenway. The city cited excessive hydraulic stress from the storm. Marcus kept his camera running. Heavy rain returned in November. At 1:48 a.m., the drains began to shake again. This time, the movement traveled from the creek inward, against the natural direction of the water. One grate after another trembled as the thing entered the neighborhood through the main tunnel. It navigated the network with precision. When it reached the drain at the end of Marcus's driveway, it paused. The water above it formed a smooth dome, held in place by pressure from below. Marcus watched from his window, unable to look away. The dome quivered. Then it sank back into the dark. I found myself in the high desert, where the wind seemed as ancient and bitter as the stones scattered across the land. I was a guide, or at least I pretended to be, leading a group of city folk through the scrubland, my pockets heavier with their money than with any real knowledge of the region. I had come here, far from the memories I could neither confront nor abandon, to forget the war and the men I had left behind. The desert was my refuge, a place where I could hide from the past, burying it under layers of dust and pretense. The group was an irritation, asking questions about the land and its stories, questions for which I had no honest answers. I guided them with vague tales and half-truths, my voice steady, even as my heart held the weight of my cowardice. A fear that I would never escape the ghosts that followed me, the guilt that gnawed at my insides like a feral thing. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and indigo, a shrill cry pierced the air. It was a sound that did not belong to any creature I knew, an anguished wail that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth itself. It stopped the group in their tracks, eyes wide with fear and wonder, while my body tensed, my instincts screaming to run. But there was nowhere to go, no command to follow, only the oppressive weight of the desert night pressing down around us. I told myself it was the wind, twisting through the canyons, yet the cry resonated with the guilt I carried, a reminder of the screams I had long tried to forget. The others looked to me, their guide, for reassurance, and I gave it to them, though my words felt hollow and unconvincing even as they left my lips. As darkness fell, the chill of the night seeped into our camp. The shadows grew longer, and I felt their eyes upon me, their trust misplaced, their questions unanswered. I tried to shake the feeling, to tell myself that it was merely fatigue and nerves, but the unease crept under my skin. The desert seemed alive, each sound amplified, a whisper in the void, a taunt in the blackness. I debated with myself, a battle that raged within, between the need to protect my charges and the urge to flee from whatever lurked beyond the firelight. The night was relentless, offering no respite, and I knew I had to act, to prove to myself that I was not the coward I feared I had become. I rose from my place by the fire, the only source of warmth and security, and stepped into the night, driven by a compulsion to confront whatever waited out there. The desert air was sharp, biting through my resolve, but I walked on, away from the safety of the group, alone with my thoughts and the darkness. It was then that I saw it, a shape moving with unnatural grace among the rocks, a reflection of my own silhouette. It mimicked my movements, as if mocking me, taunting me with my own cowardice. I felt exposed, as though my very soul was laid bare before it, my flaws and fears reflected back at me. The realization struck like a blow, the truth undeniable. The desert had revealed my lie, the facade I had constructed around my guilt and fear. The creature, whatever it was, knew me, understood the depths of my weakness, and it was relentless in its pursuit. I stumbled back toward the camp, but the night was unforgiving. The creature closed in, its presence suffocating, exploiting my every hesitation, every doubt. I could feel the weight of its gaze, the pressure of its expectation, and I knew I had to choose. In the end, I could not run. could not hide from the truth any longer. I faced it, the desert and its manifestation of my guilt, accepting that there was no escape from the past, only the confrontation of it. I turned to meet the creature, to offer myself to it, hoping for redemption, or perhaps release. As the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, I stood there, alone, the campfire a distant memory. The creature was gone, but its mark remained, etched into my very being. The desert had stripped me bare, left me with nothing but the truth I had long avoided. The scars of that night would stay with me, a reminder of the battle within, a reflection of who I truly was, and a symbol of the choice I finally made. The wind whispered through the canyons, carrying with it the echoes of the night, and I understood that I would forever be bound to this place, a part of the desert's story, and it a part of mine. The rule was written in chalk on the inside of the workshop door. No screaming. Underneath it, in smaller letters, they prefer it quiet. I thought it was part of the attraction. The town had turned the old Calder Theater into a seasonal haunted exhibit. I signed up to catalog and clean props for extra cash. The previous owner had been a ventriloquist. When he died, the building came with the contents of his stage room. I unlocked the backstage workshop at noon. The smell hit first. Dust, varnish, something faintly sweet and rotten. They were arranged on shelves from floor to ceiling. Dozens of ventriloquist dummies, wooden heads, painted lips, glass eyes set too deep into sockets carved to mimic innocence. Each one wore formal clothes from another era. Tiny suits, lace collars, waistcoats yellowed with time. They were all facing the door, as if waiting. I stepped inside. The door shut behind me, softly. I told myself the chalk rule was a gimmick, but I didn't speak. Not at first. I walked the perimeter slowly, clipboard in hand, cataloging them. Number 1, boy with red bow tie, hair carved in tight curls, mouth hinged. Number 2, girl with cracked cheek glaze, one eyelid chipped. Number 3, bald-headed sailor, teeth too realistic. The eyes. Every single pair of eyes was slightly misaligned, never symmetrical, never quite looking where the head pointed. It created a sensation I couldn't shake, like being watched from several angles at once. Halfway through the room, I realized something. The shelves near the door were full. The shelves near the back were not. There were gaps, empty spaces shaped exactly like the dummies I had just passed. I turned slowly. They were closer. Not dramatically, just enough that the empty spaces were now behind me. I swallowed. I hadn't heard footsteps. Wood doesn't move quietly. And yet, the sailor dummy now stood where the red bow tie boy had been. The girl with the cracked cheek was angled slightly toward the center of the room. Their mouths were closed, their faces serene. I cleared my throat. The sound echoed. Too loud. Every head in the room snapped toward me, simultaneously. The motion was sharp and synchronized, wood scraping softly against wood. I froze. The chalk rule pulsed in my mind. No screaming. My breathing grew shallow. The nearest dummy's jaw trembled. The hinge clicked. Its lips parted. A thin black line inside the mouth deepened. A whisper leaked out. Louder. The others remained silent, watching. I took a step backward. My heel hit something solid. I turned. The workshop door was gone. In its place stood a tall dummy I hadn't cataloged. Its face was smoother than the others, newer. Its eyes were glassy and wet. Its mouth hung open slightly, waiting. When I was a kid, I loved to explore the woods near my home. I must have been around 6 years old, tiny for my age. I wasn't allowed to walk on the highway, but I knew the woods like the back of my hand and found paths that took me where I wanted to go. That day, I wasn't heading to a friend's house. I was just out, enjoying the nature I adored. I was searching for fossils along a creek with a steep embankment on one side. The day was hot, and I was a rambunctious kid, splashing through the water, not being quiet at all. As I rounded a curve, the world seemed to stop. Just a few feet away, an oddly shaped timber wolf was staring directly at me. My heart was thundering. I could feel it in my fingertips. Time froze. I noticed little details. It didn't stand like any dog I'd seen. The fur around its shoulders was thick, almost fluffy, and its forearms were oddly long. As a small child, its paws looked enormous, almost gripping the rocks beneath it. I was in shock, unable to breathe or move, as it stared into my soul, poised to attack. Then, its expression softened, its body relaxed, and I felt a little safer. It backed up slightly, broke eye contact to drink from the creek, then turned and disappeared into the woods. A short time later, one night that same summer, I was startled awake. There it was again, that strangely shaped wolf, staring at me from the darkness. Its eyes glistened in the night, a coffee gold, beautiful yet terrifying. It felt predatory, and I froze, unable to call for my parents. My room was on the second floor, overlooking the living room and kitchen. I began hearing subtle noises throughout the house, and a strange intuition told me there were more of these creatures nearby. I lay there, still as a statue, convinced I had to respond correctly to avoid danger. The creature softened, looking almost curious, then stood up on two legs. Suddenly, everything about it seemed proportional, and I realized that was why it looked so awkward on all fours. I maintained my silence, recalling advice about showing no fear to predators. Eventually, the creature just walked away, leaving the house silent. I remained in bed, petrified, until daylight, when I finally dashed to my parents, trembling and sobbing. I told them about the wolves, the ones that had been in our home. Even now, I think of them as a strange, organized group, with intentions unknown. The Cabin on the Lake, north of Coos Bay, Oregon, October 3rd, 2019. I spent 30 years as a chief millwright at a lumber mill. I know wood. I know what it sounds like when a branch hits a wall. I know what a bear sounds like pushing through brush. I know what the forest does at night. I'm telling you this so you understand. I am not a man who scares easy, and I am not a man who makes things up. My wife and I built that cabin ourselves. Every board, every nail. It sat on the edge of a lake, deep in the woods north of Coos Bay, Oregon. No grid, no neighbors. We ran a generator for power, and that was it. It was our place. The place we were going to spend the rest of our lives. October 3rd, 2019. We'd been up at the cabin for a few days. Quiet trip, same as always. That night we had the kitchen light on, one lamp in the front room, the TV going low. Nothing special, just a regular evening. Around 10 o'clock, something hit the side of the cabin. Not a tap, Not a branch falling. A bang. A deliberate bang, like someone slapping the flat of their hand against the wall. Hard enough that we both stopped what we were doing and looked at each other. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, walked the whole perimeter. Nothing. No tracks I could see, no animal, nothing knocked over. I came back in and told my wife it was probably a deer bumping into the wall. She nodded. We went back to watching TV. A few minutes later, it happened again. Same wall, same bang. Maybe harder this time. My wife turned off the TV, turned off the lights. I moved to the bedroom window at the back of the house. From there, I could see the generator shed. The shed had a light in it, the only light still on outside, and it threw a yellow glow across maybe 15 feet of ground. That's when I saw it. Standing just outside the reach of the shed light, there was a figure. Huge. Not a bear, not a man. It was standing upright, completely upright, and it was watching the shed window like it was curious about the light. Then it took a step forward, into the light. I have never in my life seen anything like what I saw in that moment. It was, I want to say 8 feet tall, at least, covered head to toe in reddish-brown hair. Not fur the way a bear has fur. This was more like hair. Coarse. It covered everything. The face was flat, with a heavy brow ridge that stuck out. The nose was flat, almost flush with the face. The mouth. I could see the mouth because it was slightly open. Had teeth that looked blocky, almost square, like human teeth but bigger. Lips, like a person's lips. The arms were long. When it moved, it swung one arm out to the side, casual, the way you or I might walk down a hallway. It walked upright, completely upright. 2 legs, no hunching, no knuckling, just walking. And the face, the expression on that face, it wasn't angry, it wasn't afraid, it looked interested, like it was studying the light the same way I was studying it. There was something behind those eyes that I can only describe as intelligence. It knew what it was looking at. It was thinking. I called for my wife. I don't know what I said exactly. Something like, "Get in here, you need to see this." She came to the window, took one look, and ran into the other room. She told me later she knew immediately what it was. She said the word before I did. Sasquatch. It stood there for about 2 minutes. 2 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but when you're standing in a dark room, watching something that isn't supposed to exist look back at you through a window, 2 minutes is an eternity. Then it turned. Not fast, not spooked. It just turned and walked into the tree line. Calm, like it had seen what it wanted to see. We did not sleep in that cabin that night. We drove out to the main road and called the sheriff's office. 2 deputies came back with us. I'll give those men credit. They didn't laugh at us. They didn't try to tell us it was a bear. They walked the property with flashlights and found a pathway pressed into the grass where the thing had walked from the shed into the woods. The grass was crushed flat in a line, straight into the trees. I asked the deputies if they'd ever gotten calls like this before, from around that area. They looked at each other, and I'll never forget that look. The look of 2 men deciding how much to say, and one of them just said, "Yes," a few times. The next morning, in the daylight, I went back to the generator shed. I wanted to know how tall that thing was. I measured from the ground to the top of the shed window frame. Then I thought about where its head was relative to the window. 8.5 feet, at least. I spent 30 years working in lumber. I built that cabin with my own 2 hands, every beam, every joint. My wife and I were going to grow old there. We sold it. I don't go into those woods anymore. I don't go to that lake. Whatever is out there, it isn't aggressive. It didn't try to hurt us. But I looked into its face, and it looked into mine. And I am telling you right now, that thing is real. It is out there, and it is smarter than we think. I run trap lines in the bush north of Kenora. I've done it for 31 years. My father did it before me. His father before him. This is not a hobby. This is not a weekend activity for men who want to feel rugged. This is my work, my income, and the reason I know these woods better than I know the rooms of my own house. I'm telling you this because what I'm about to say needs to be understood in context. I am not a man who is easily fooled by the woods. I know what a bear looks like in low light. I know what a moose sounds like moving through brush at night. I know the difference between wind and something breathing. I know the tracks of every animal that lives in this part of Ontario. And I know when a track doesn't belong to any of them. There is a place north of here that the Ojibwe call the Cave of the Wendigo. It's not a secret. You can find references to it if you look. And some of the older maps have it marked, though the newer ones don't. It sits in a stretch of bush that's thick and hilly and hard to access, about 2 days' travel from the nearest road, if you're moving fast and know the terrain. Most people don't go there. Most people don't have a reason to. My trap line passes within a mile of it. I've been running that line since I took it over from my father in 1994. He ran it for 22 years before that. When he handed it to me, he sat me down at the kitchen table and told me the line was productive and reliable, and that I'd make a good living from it. But that there was one section, the northern leg, the stretch that curves closest to the cave, where I needed to pay attention. I asked him what I was paying attention to. He said, "You'll know when you see it." I thought he was being dramatic. My father was not a dramatic man, but he was Métis, and his grandmother had told him stories, and I assumed the stories had settled into him the way sediment settles into a riverbed, invisible but always there, shaping the current. I ran that line for 3 years before I understood what he meant. It was February, deep cold, -35, maybe colder. The kind of cold where the trees crack like gunshots and the air hurts your lungs. I was checking the northern leg, moving along the line, pulling traps, resetting. Routine. I'd done it hundreds of times. I came around a ridge and into a stand of spruce, and something was wrong. I didn't see it at first. I felt it. The woods had gone silent. Not the gradual quiet of a predator nearby, but an instant, total silence. As if every living thing within a half mile had stopped breathing at the same time. I stood still. I scanned the trees. My eyes moved across the trunks and branches the way they always do. Automatic, practiced, looking for color or movement against the white and gray. I almost missed it. It was standing between 2 spruce trees, maybe 40 meters from me, facing me head on. And I understood immediately why the old stories say it can only be seen from the front. Because from the side, this thing would disappear. It was that thin. The body was narrow to the point of impossibility, a vertical line of gray-white that barely interrupted the space between the trees. The limbs were long and close to the body. The head was high, much higher than mine, 7 feet at least, maybe more. It was watching me. The eyes were the only part that had color, pale yellow, set deep in a face I couldn't focus on. Not because of the distance, because my eyes refused to hold the details. My vision would approach the face and then slide off it, the way water slides off oil. The shape of the features was there, but my brain wouldn't assemble them into a picture. It was as if the face existed in a frequency my mind couldn't tune to. We stood like that for maybe 15 seconds. I didn't move. It didn't move. The cold was enormous, and the silence was total. And the only thing in the world was me and this thing standing in the spruce, separated by 40 meters of snow that neither of us had crossed. Then it turned sideways, and it was gone. Not walking away, gone. One moment a figure, the next moment nothing. The spruce trees stood where they'd always stood, and the space between them was empty, as if it had never been there, as if the air had swallowed it. The silence held for another few seconds, and then the woods came back. A jay called somewhere behind me. A branch creaked. The small sounds of a forest resuming its business after holding its breath. I went home. I sat at the table, the same table where my father had told me to pay attention, and I drank coffee until my hands stopped shaking. Then I called my father. He was living in town by then, retired, his knees too bad for the bush. I saw it, I said. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "How close?" 40 meters, maybe less. Did it move toward you?
No. It just stood there. Then it turned and it was gone. Another silence. Then, "That's good. When it moves toward you, that's when it's bad." I asked him if he'd seen it. He said yes, twice. Once in 1979 and once in 1988. Both times on the northern leg, both times in winter, both times the same experience. The silence, the shape between the trees, the face that wouldn't resolve, the sideways vanish. He said his father had seen it too, and his father's father. He said the Ojibwe traders who used to come through Kenora told the same stories, going back beyond anyone's memory. They said the thing in the cave had always been there, before the town, before the trap lines, before the people. He told me something else. He said that in the years he saw it, someone in the area died within the week. Not in the woods, in town, in the surrounding communities, in the places where people lived. An unexpected death, a drowning, a heart attack, a man falling from a roof. Nothing connected to the sighting, nothing that could be traced back to the creature. Just death, arriving on its own schedule, close enough to the sighting to feel like a signature. I asked him if he thought the creature caused the deaths. He said, "I don't think it causes them. I think it knows they're coming. It comes out to watch. The way a crow sits on a fence post before a storm. I've seen it 4 more times since that first sighting. 1997, 2003, 2011, 2019. Always winter. Always the northern leg. Always the same silence, the same shape, the same face I can't hold in my mind. And every time, every single time, within a week,
Someone in the Kenora area has died unexpectedly. I keep a log. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like the kind of thing a man does when he's looking for patterns in random noise. But I have 5 sightings and 5 deaths. And my father had 2 sightings and 2 deaths. And the stories from the Ojibwe traders describe the same pattern going back over 100 years. At some point, the pattern stops being coincidence and starts being data. I haven't been to the cave itself. My father told me not to, and his father told him the same. The Ojibwe don't go near it. The few white hunters who've gone looking for it over the years either didn't find it or came back and didn't talk about what they found. One man, a trapper from Manitoba, experienced, capable, went looking for it in 2006. He came back 3 days later, walked into the outfitter's store in Kenora, set his pack on the counter, and said, "I'm done." He sold his gear that week and moved south. I saw him once, years later, at a gas station in Thunder Bay. I asked him what he'd found at the cave. He looked at me and shook his head and walked away. The cave is a mile from my trap line. 1 mile. I've passed it, or passed near it, hundreds of times. And every time, something in me turns away from it. Not fear exactly. Deference. The feeling you get when you walk past a church at night and you don't look in the windows. Not because you think you'll see something, because you know you're not supposed to look. I'm 53. My knees are starting to go, the way my father's did. My son is 17, and he's been asking about the trap line, asking when he can start running it with me. He's strong, and he's smart, and he knows the bush, and I want to hand it down to him the way my father handed it to me. But that means sitting him down at this table and telling him about the northern leg, telling him about the shape between the trees, telling him to pay attention. And I keep putting it off. Not because I don't want him to know, because the moment I tell him, it becomes his inheritance. The line, the traps, the work, and the thing in the woods that watches and waits and knows when death is coming. All of it, passed down, the way it's been passed down through every generation of men who've worked this land. My father told me I'd know when I saw it. He was right. I knew. I knew instantly, the way you know a face you've seen in a dream. The thing in the spruce was familiar in a way that had nothing to do with recognition, and everything to do with something deeper, something cellular, something inherited, something that my body had been carrying long before my mind had a name for it. And that's what frightens me most. Not the creature, not the cave, not the deaths that follow the sightings like shadows follow bodies. What frightens me is the recognition. The fact that when I saw it, some part of me, the oldest part, the part that lives below language and memory, was not surprised. As if it had always been there. As if I had always known. As if the knowing was part of the inheritance too. The Mimic in the Pines, rural Johnston County. I live off Highway 50, past the soybean fields, where the pavement thins into gravel and the gravel turns into red Carolina clay. The land flattens out here. Pines rise straight and patient, their trunks tall as cathedral columns. At night, the woods breathe resin and warm earth. Cicadas stitch a steady rhythm into the dark. My house sits alone at the end of a long drive. A single porch light hums above the steps. Beyond that light, the pines gather close, trunks spaced just wide enough to walk between. I moved here for quiet. The first time I heard it, I thought it was an echo. I had stepped off the porch with a mug of coffee, steam curling into the night air. I remember saying, soft and casual, "It's peaceful out here." From the trees, maybe 20 yards in, something answered. "It's peaceful out here." Same tone, same rhythm, same breath between words. The voice sounded like mine played back from a recorder. Clean, measured, familiar. I stood still. The cicadas carried on. Wind moved high in the needles. I said, "Who's there?" From the dark, 2 seconds later, "Who's there?" The mug trembled in my hand. Coffee rippled to the rim. A figure stood between two pines, thin, long-limbed, pale against the bark. It crouched low, its shape folded inward, its head tilted at a curious angle. It never stepped closer. I whispered, "Stop." From the trees, "Stop." The sound landed in my chest like a second heartbeat. I walked backward onto the porch and shut the door. The porch light hummed. The glass reflected my face. For a moment, I saw only myself and the living room behind me. Then, in the glass reflection, over my shoulder, I saw it again, still at the tree line, head tilted, watching. The next night, I recorded myself speaking into my phone. I stood on the porch and said, "Testing, 1, 2, testing." 2 seconds later, "Testing, 1, 2, testing." Same cadence, same slight rise at the end. I replayed the recording, my voice, then the mimic's voice. They matched. I tried something else. I spoke in a whisper I had never used before, tight and strained. "You don't belong here." From the pines, "You don't belong here." It delivered the sentence with my exact strain, the same dryness in the throat, the same press of teeth against tongue. A thin silhouette shifted behind it. Another shape stood deeper in the woods. Both figures held distance. Both heads tilted. I felt a slow spreading warmth behind my eyes, the sensation of a headache forming. The air felt thicker, denser, as though the woods absorbed oxygen and held it close. I said, "You can't be me." From the trees, "You can't be me." The second voice came from farther left. "You can't be me." 3 seconds between each repetition, each one mine. On the third night, I stayed inside and spoke in the kitchen with the lights on. "I know what you're doing." Through the closed windows, faint and clear, "I know what you're doing." I gripped the counter. "You're copying me. You're copying me." The reply slid through the glass as if the pain offered no barrier. I walked to the bathroom and shut the door. I looked at my reflection under the bright vanity lights. I touched my face. My skin felt warm and solid. I opened my mouth and said, "I am here." From outside, through 2 walls and a hallway, "I am here." The voice carried weight now. It sounded grounded, full. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text notification. I pulled it out. It was from my own number. "I am here." I stared at the message. The timestamp showed seconds ago. Another message appeared. "I am here." My hands felt distant from me, like I controlled them through gloves filled with sand. I typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared. Then, "Who is this?"
The phone slipped from my grip and hit the tile. The next evening, I did not wait for dark. I walked into the pines while the sun still hung low. Orange light filtered through the trunks. The ground felt soft under my boots. I said, loud and steady, "Show yourself." From somewhere ahead, "Show yourself." It stood 50 yards away, long arms touching the ground, back bent, face smooth and pale, eyes wide and unblinking. Another one stood to my right, and another behind me, all at distance, all silent until I spoke. "I am not afraid." 3 voices answered, staggered. "I am not afraid. I am not afraid. I am not afraid." The words sounded truer coming from them. The figures shifted positions without crossing the space between us. They glided sideways between trunks, always maintaining the same radius. I tried something else. I screamed. The forest erupted with my scream a second later. Then again. Then again. A chorus of my own terror ricocheted through the trees. The sound wrapped around me and pressed inward. The forest erupted with my scream a second later. Then again. Then again. A chorus of my own terror ricocheted through the trees. The sound wrapped around me and pressed inward. I clamped my hands over my ears. The echoes continued inside my skull. I turned and ran back toward the house. The gravel drive came into view. The porch light flicked on automatically as the sun dropped lower. Behind me, a wave of my own footfalls thundered in perfect rhythm. That night, I did not speak. I moved through the house in silence. I kept my mouth closed. I breathed through my nose. At 11:43 p.m., the first knock came. 3 gentle taps on the front door. I stayed still. 3 taps again. Then, from the porch, my voice. "Let me in." Soft. Calm. "Let me in." A second voice, layered over the first. "Let me in." A third, slightly delayed. I stepped toward the door. My hand hovered over the knob. Through the peephole, I saw the yard lit by the porch light. Pines swayed at the edge of illumination, and there, at the very boundary of the light, stood a figure shaped exactly like me. Same height, same shoulders, same posture. Its face looked smooth and pale, like wet clay waiting for detail. It spoke. "Open the door." From farther back, the other figures repeated. "Open the door. Open the door." I felt my throat tighten. My mind searched for words and found none. The figure's face began to shift. Eyes deepened. Nose formed. Lips pressed into place. My lips. My eyes. It watched me through the peephole. Then it smiled. "Open the door," it said. Behind it, the others echoed. "Open the door. Open the door. Open the door." The voices no longer felt like imitations. They felt like rehearsals. I stepped away from the door. The knocking stopped. Silence filled the house. I did not sleep. At 3:12 a.m., I heard my own voice from the living room. "I am here." I had not spoken. The voice came again, closer. "I am here." Footsteps moved down the hallway. Slow, measured, matching my stride. "I am here." The bathroom mirror reflected the doorway behind me. A shadow passed across the frame.
I watched my reflection. My reflection blinked. I had not blinked. My reflection's mouth opened. I am here. The sound came from inside the room. I felt something shift in my chest, a sensation like a chair sliding across a wooden floor. My reflection raised its hand. I kept mine still. It pressed its palm to the glass from the inside. The mirror's surface rippled. For a moment, I saw pine trunks stretching behind the reflection, as if the forest stood within the glass. The figure that wore my face leaned forward. "Step out," it whispered. From beyond the mirror, layered and distant. "Step out. Step out." I felt the floor under my feet change, softening into soil. The scent of pine filled my lungs. The house seemed thinner. The woods felt nearer. My reflection smiled again. "You live out there," it said. In the distance, the other voices repeated, "You live out there. You live out there." The mirror brightened. The bathroom light dimmed. I lifted my hand. The reflection mirrored me, palm to palm, glass between us. The surface felt warm. Behind the reflection, the pines stretched endlessly, and dozens of figures stood among them, all shaped like me, all waiting. My mouth opened. I heard myself say, steady and calm, "I am here." From somewhere far away, from inside the house, from inside the woods, from inside the mirror, my voice answered, "I am here." And I realized I no longer knew which one spoke first.
I was a man out in the desert, having left behind the green fields and gentle hills of my youth. A shepherd, I watched over the scattered flock that was mine to tend. The wind had a bite to it, even in the thick of summer. It seemed the earth itself was made of nothing but grit and loneliness. And perhaps that was what I wanted. The sheep were company enough, their bleating as familiar as the voice of an old friend. I had come here to forget, though forgetting was a luxury I could not afford. Each day was like the last, routine and quiet. Yet, as dusk settled and the horizon swallowed the sun, a sliver of unease slipped in, like a thorn in the mind. The reason I stayed was as much necessity as it was penance. My sister's voice rang in my head. "You left because you were too afraid to face it." It was true. I had run from the life I had known, the faces I could no longer bear to see. This night, as the moon rose pale and watchful, I felt it more keenly. The desert was a lonely place to hide from what chased me. The guilt over my sister, gone into the night with naught but her name left behind. She had been my charge, and I had failed her. The wind whispered secrets in a tongue I could never grasp, and the sheep huddled close, uneasy as shadows stretched long and thin. As I made my rounds, counting the flock by touch and sound more than sight, a presence skirted the edge of my vision. Something moved on two legs where there should be none but mine. I told myself it was just the shadow play of moonlight on the sand, yet my heart quickened. Fear prickled at the edges of the wound I bore, and I could almost hear her laughter, chiding me for my cowardice. I paused, listening to the desert breathe, my hand trembling on the crook of my staff. The air seemed to grow heavier, pressing against me with a weight that was not wind. I felt the story of the skinwalkers, those who wore the guise of beasts to deceive, crawling under my skin. Reason warred with old superstitions, but the air was thick with their whispers. I could not ignore it. The decision curled in my gut like smoke. I could continue as I was, each night a repetition of the last, or confront whatever specter haunted my periphery. I gritted my teeth and moved toward the whispers, a moth to the flame. The truth or madness, I had to know.
The sand shifted beneath my boots, and I felt the pull of something ancient in the air. The wind howled, a lonely cry echoing the one lodged in my heart. I stopped at the edge of the flock, where a lone figure stood, the shape of it both human and not. It watched me with eyes that mirrored my own, knowing too much, saying more in silence than words could ever convey. The face was mine, yet twisted, a grotesque parody of who I had been. It held the weight of guilt, of loss, all the things I tried to outrun. The truth mocked me, and I knew I had been seen, understood. The creature stepped forward, and there was a comfort in its unspoken challenge, a reflection of my flaw. It was a mirror held up in the desert night, and I could not look away. I felt the pull of its understanding, the lure of becoming what I feared. It would be so easy to let the skinwalker take my place, to surrender the burden and join the shadows. But there was a choice, a sliver of light in the encroaching dark. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the decision press down on me. I could run, could let the desert swallow me whole, become the thing that haunted me. Or I could stand my ground, accept the scar that had shaped me, and face the reflection that bore my name. I breathed in the cold night air, tasting the grit of sand and the salt of unshed tears. When I opened my eyes, the figure was gone, the desert stretching endless and silent around me. The sheep stirred, their unease a faint echo now. The night had not changed, but I had. I turned back to the flock, feeling the scar within me as a part of who I was, no longer something to hide from. The silence settled deeper, a companion rather than a threat. The desert stretched before me, vast and indifferent, a landscape of endless possibility. I walked among the sheep, more at peace than I had been in years. The night sky was a blanket of stars, and I knew I would carry the memory of that face, the choices made wherever I went. The reflection lingered, a promise of change, a reminder that the shadows were not just a place to hide, but a place to confront the truest self. As dawn broke, I felt the pull of the land less keenly, the scar a softer ache. I faced the rising sun, knowing the desert had not claimed me. Not yet.
On its chest, carved into the wood, ventriloquist.
The other dummies began to shift again. This time, I saw it clearly. Their limbs did not bend. They did not walk. They slid. Small increments, perfectly upright. Wood gliding across the floorboards without resistance. They formed a circle around me, faces inward, jaws beginning to open in unison, each mouth revealing darkness deeper than hollow wood should allow. A low hum filled the room, not from them, from inside my own head. I pressed my hands to my ears. The hum grew louder. One of the dummies tilted its head fully sideways until the cheek rested on its shoulder. Its eyes rolled downward, focusing on my throat. The tall one behind me raised its wooden hand. The fingers were jointed like a human's, not stiff, flexible. It pressed a finger to its own lips. Shh. The room fell silent. Absolute silence. The kind that crushes your eardrums. The sailor dummy's mouth opened wider, and from it came a voice. My voice. "Help me," it said. The cracked cheek girl repeated it. "Help me." Then the red bow tie boy. Then another. Each one speaking in my tone, my cadence, my fear. They weren't talking to me. They were practicing. The tall ventriloquist dummy stepped closer. Its jaw opened slowly. The interior wasn't wood. It was flesh, dark and pulsing. A throat, vocal cords vibrating. "You will not scream," it said softly, because it wasn't a warning. It was instruction. The circle tightened. Their wooden hands reached forward, cold fingers wrapping around my arms, my legs, not gripping harshly, guiding, positioning. They turned me gently toward the tall one. It opened its back panel. Where a ventriloquist's hand would go, the cavity inside was warm, wet, and shaped perfectly for a body. The hum inside my skull reached a crescendo. I wanted to scream. Every instinct demanded it. My lungs filled. My mouth opened. The tall dummy leaned close, its wooden cheek brushing mine. "Try," it whispered. I screamed. No sound came out. Not because I couldn't make one, but because the dummies inhaled at the same time, and the sound went into them. Their jaws snapped shut, eyes brightening, faces smoothing into bliss. The tall one pushed me backward, into the cavity. The wood closed around my chest, my arms pinned, my legs locked in place. The panel shut. Darkness enveloped me. But I could still see. Through its eyes. Through every pair of eyes in the room. They stood still again, back on their shelves, perfectly arranged, facing the door, waiting. Footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. A new worker. A new visitor. The chalk rule still visible on the door. No screaming. The door creaked open, and I felt the hinge inside my jaw loosen, just slightly, ready to speak.
Every morning before venturing up the mountain, I'd make a point to swing by Sally's diner. The ritual was simple but sacred to me. A steaming cup of coffee with that delightful nutty aroma and a slice of Sally's apple pie, its crust flaky and perfect. Couldn't imagine starting my day without that combo sitting on the passenger seat of my trusty old Ford F-150. As I jostled along the gravel access road, the chill in the Ozarks nipped at the edges of the truck's warmth. The road, a near-ancient trail of bumps and pits, snaked its way up through the hills predictably as ever. Somewhere around the bend, my headlights caught the darting shadow of something across the path. Instinct had me swerving, the tires kicking up stones in protest. Perhaps a stray hunting dog, I reckoned, a common enough sight around these parts. But as the shape melted into the woods, a low howl came after, rolling across the treetops and settling. It was a sound that had my hand tightening on the steering wheel just a touch more than usual. Despite a knot forming in my stomach, I shook it off. Work wouldn't wait. The tower stood sentinel against the early morning sky, and as I arrived, that same eerie howl rose again, threading through the rustling leaves. It wasn't a dog. I knew that much now. My breath hitched, clouding the cold air in puffs as I stepped out, the familiar hum of the equipment faintly reaching my ears over the sounds still lingering in the air. The climb was routine, but today my eyes kept drifting to the line of trees. About halfway up, the world around me stilled, save for the rustle of leaves caught in the wind. Down below, by the edge of the woods, a pair of eyes gleamed, catching the pale light in a way that stopped me cold. They watched, unblinking, as if measuring the distance between us. With a shaky hand, I fumbled for the radio clipped to my belt, hoping to send out a signal for help. Static crackled, mocking my need for contact. The familiar voice on the other end never came, leaving only the silence to hang heavy around me. Then came the distinct, ominous snap of a branch, closer than I would have liked. The sound reverberated through me, twisting my stomach into a knot tighter than any bolt I'd ever turned. I glanced down, the beam of light from my headlamp barely piercing the darkness, but enough to see the glint of eyes had moved closer than before. Halfway up that tower, my heart pounded against the quiet. From below, a low growl began, working its way up through the dark. And there, in the dark, those eyes held me, a haunting beacon in the wilderness of the Ozark night.
The Hunt, fiction. Based on the story Hunting for Bigfoot by Red Nova Tyrant. Not every encounter with Bigfoot happens in the forest. Some happen in the mind. What follows is fiction, but the thing it's about is very real. It was a Saturday morning when we went hunting for Bigfoot. The sky was overcast and gray, matching my mood perfectly, until we pulled over on the side of the old highway. The moment I popped the trunk and slid my hand over the wooden stock of my grandfather's rifle, my focus returned. I cocked the gun in sync with the spark of rage that flared in the pit of my stomach. I looked at my brother, Darren. He'd taken his weapon in hand too, though with noticeably less intent. "Come on, Darren. Enough sulking. You know what we need to do." Yeah, I know." He slammed the trunk shut and slung his bag over his shoulder, keeping the rifle in both hands as he trudged past me toward the woods. "Let's just get this over with." His exasperation was on full display. It sickened me. We pushed into the tree line. I had the trail marked. The game cameras, the footprint casts I'd taken last spring, the scratches on the bark 8 feet up the trunks. I knew this thing's territory better than it did. I'd been studying it for 2 years, ever since Dad. Darren didn't believe any of it. He thought Dad was killed by a bear. He thought the police were right, that the coroner was right, that the nice officers who came to our door with their hats in their hands were telling us the truth when they said it was a tragic accident in the backcountry. I saw the body. Darren didn't. I saw what was done to our father, and no bear did that. No bear leaves prints 19 inches long beside the body. No bear tears a man apart and arranges the pieces. Don't say it again, I growled when Darren started. I crouched by a creek bed and pointed at a track in the mud. Huge, 5-toed, sunk deep. Do you see the pattern of the pads? This is not a bear's foot, and it ain't one of our boots. That's the footprint of our Bigfoot. Darren just sighed and stood up. "Come on, let's just lay the traps already. And you're on the first watch. It's way too early for me to deal with your crazy mess." We set the leg traps along the game trail where I'd found the most activity. Steel jaws, chained to stakes. I'd brought 4 of them. Darren thought I was insane. I thought he was weak. Night came. The storm hit. Rain hammered through the canopy and turned the ground to mud. We sat in our blind, a shallow depression behind a fallen oak, covered with a tarp, and we waited. Darren fell asleep. Of course he did. He didn't care. He'd never cared the way I cared. He wanted to move on, process the grief, talk to someone.
I didn't want to talk to someone. I wanted to put a bullet in the thing that killed my father. I sat there in the rain, rifle across my knees, watching the tree line through the scope. Hours passed. My hands were numb. My back ached. The rain wouldn't stop. Then I heard it. A snap. Then another. Heavy movement through the brush, coming from the direction of the traps. Something big. Something that didn't move the way a deer moves or a bear moves. Something deliberate. I raised the rifle. Through the scope, in the gray half-light of the storm, I saw a shape. A large, dark, vertical shape, maybe 80 yards out, at the edge of the clearing where I'd set the traps. It was standing over something on the ground. Its arms were raised above its head, and it was bringing them down. Hard, rhythmic, violent, slamming into whatever was beneath it. I could hear the impact through the rain. Wet, heavy thuds. The traps. Something had been caught in the traps, and this thing was attacking it. Or finishing it. I didn't think. I didn't wake Darren. I ripped a bullet off my belt, slammed it into the chamber, shoved the bolt forward, and put the crosshairs on the center of its chest. I pulled the trigger. The shot echoed through the trees louder than any thunderclap, and the bullet hit. I watched the shape stagger. I watched it clutch at itself. I watched it crumble slowly to the ground. I scrambled to my feet. I was slipping in the mud, grabbing at branches, pulling myself forward through the rain. My fingers screamed in pain from the cold. I kept the gun close, in case it wasn't finished, in case it got back up. I reached the clearing, the spot where the thing had fallen. There was no creature, no massive dark body, no fur, no prints, no blood trail leading into the forest. There was only my brother. Darren was face down in the mud. His blood was mixing with the rain to form a dark, foul sludge beneath his body. The bullet had gone through his chest.
He must have woken up. He must have gone to check the traps. He must have been standing right there, in the clearing, in the rain, when I looked through the scope and saw what I wanted to see, instead of what was there. I don't know how long I stood over him. I don't know when the rain stopped. I don't know when I started screaming. I know that I spent 2 years hunting a monster. I know that I was so certain, so consumed, so full of rage and grief that I couldn't tell the difference between a Sasquatch and my own brother standing in the rain. I know that the thing I was hunting was never in those woods. It was in me. We moved out here to get away from something. I want that noted. We left the city because the city had gotten bad. Break-ins on our block, my wife's car window smashed twice in 6 months. Our oldest coming home from school, talking about things no 8-year-old should know about. We were done. When my company offered me a position at a satellite office upstate, I took it before the conversation was finished. We found the house online. A ranch-style place on 11 acres, back porch the size of our old apartment, windows on every wall. The property ran flat for about 100 yards behind the house. Mowed grass, a fire pit, a swing set the previous owners left, and then a creek cut across the land. And on the other side of the creek, woods. Deep woods. 5 or 6 acres of hardwoods and pine that climbed a ridge and disappeared over the other side. No neighbors within shouting distance. No streetlights. Quiet in a way that felt medicinal after 8 years of sirens and car alarms. The price was low. Suspiciously low. The listing agent said the previous family had walked away from the mortgage. Just left. Didn't sell,
didn't transfer, packed up and went. The bank foreclosed and it sat empty for a year before we found it. We didn't ask why they left. We should have. The first few months were good. The kids adjusted. My wife started a garden. The dogs, we have two, a shepherd mix named Buck and a smaller mutt named Penny, went insane for the property. They'd tear around the yard for hours, splash in the creek, come home muddy and exhausted. It was the life we'd imagined when we were lying in bed in the city, talking about getting out. Then it got cold, and things changed. Small things first. The motion lights in the back of the house started tripping at night. Not once or twice, 5, 6 times a night. I'd look out the window and see the yard lit up, empty. Nothing there. I figured deer. We'd seen deer along the tree line in the mornings, and deer will trip a motion sensor easily. I adjusted the angle of the lights and went on with my life. Then the noises started, coming from the back property, past the creek, in the woods, at night. Sounds I couldn't identify. Not animal calls I recognized, not wind, not branches. Sounds that were almost like voices, but not quite. I told my wife it was coyotes. She believed me. I almost believed myself. Buck started acting different. He'd stand at the back door in the evenings and stare at it. Not whining to go out, just standing there, rigid, staring at the door like he could see through it. Penny stopped going near the back of the house entirely. She'd sleep in the kids' room with her head under the bed. Last Thursday, I woke up at 2 a.m. to Buck scratching at the back door. Hard. Frantic. Not the way he scratches when he needs to go out. The way he scratches when something's wrong. I got up, grabbed the flashlight off the nightstand, and opened the door. The yard was dark. The motion lights didn't trip, which was strange because they'd been going off all week with nothing out there. Now I was standing on the porch and they stayed dark. The air was cold, mid-20s maybe, and still. No wind. No sound at all. Buck launched off the porch before I could grab his collar. He hit the yard at a full sprint, snarling, heading straight for the creek. Not barking the way he barks at squirrels or deer. Snarling. A sound I'd heard him make once before, when a stranger tried to come into our apartment in the city. A sound that means he thinks something is a threat. He hit the creek and went through it without slowing down. I heard him crash into the brush on the other side and keep going, deeper into the woods, the snarling getting fainter. I went after him, flashlight bouncing, boots on frozen ground, calling his name. I crossed the creek on the plank bridge I'd laid across the narrow point. The water was black and fast underneath. The woods on the other side were darker than they should have been. The canopy was thick, even with the leaves half gone, and my flashlight only cut about 30 feet before the dark swallowed it. I could hear Buck ahead of me, still growling, still moving. I followed the sound, pushing through brush, tripping on roots, getting further from the house than I'd ever been on the property at night. Then the sound stopped. Not faded, stopped. Like someone had pressed mute. No growling, no movement, no dog. I stood there, breathing hard, flashlight pointed into nothing. "Buck!" I called. My voice sounded wrong in the silence. Flat, absorbed. Like the trees were eating the sound before it could travel. Then, I heard the shriek. I don't have a comparison for it. Every time I try to describe it, I reach for something. A scream, a screech, metal grinding. And none of it is right. It was all of those things layered on top of each other. And underneath them, something else. Something that sounded like a voice trying to form a word, but couldn't. It came from deep in the woods ahead of me, and it echoed off the ridge and bounced between the trees until it felt like it was coming from everywhere. I couldn't move. My legs locked. My hands were shaking so badly the flashlight beam was vibrating against the trees. Buck appeared from the brush to my right, low to the ground, tail between his legs, and pressed himself against my calf. I turned back toward the house. Through the trees, maybe 200 yards behind me, I could see the warm glow of the kitchen window. My wife had left the light on over the sink. It looked impossibly far away. Then I heard her voice. "Babe." Clear. Close. Coming from the woods in front of me. I spun back around. "Emily?" I said it before I could stop myself. "Babe, I'm out here." It was her voice. Her exact voice. The way she says babe. The specific rhythm of it. The slight rise at the end. I have heard that voice every day for 12 years, and I know it the way I know my own hands. But Emily was in the house. I could see the kitchen light. She was inside, asleep or awake, but inside. "Come out here." A different voice this time. Deeper. My father's voice. My father, who lives 400 miles away. My father calling to me from the dark woods of a property he's never visited. I swung the flashlight. The beam swept across tree trunks, brush, dead leaves, and then it caught something. A reflection. 2 points of light, close together, high off the ground. Eyes. The light was on it for less than a second. The shape behind the eyes was tall and pale. Not white, ashen, gray-white. The color of something that's never been in sunlight. The body was thin, impossibly thin, and it was pressed against a pine tree, gripping the trunk with fingers that were too long. They wrapped around the bark like they had extra joints. And then the light passed, and it was gone. Not running, just gone. Like the dark had taken it back. I ran. I dropped the flashlight. I didn't care. I ran for the creek, and I went through it. Not over the bridge, through it. Knee-deep in freezing water, my boots filling, the cold hitting me like a wall. I clawed up the far bank on my hands and knees. Buck was ahead of me, already on the porch, already scratching at the door. I made it inside. I locked the door. I stood in the kitchen, dripping creek water on the tile, shaking from the cold or the fear or both, and my wife came around the corner in her robe and said, "What happened?" I shook my head. I didn't tell her. I still haven't told her. What do I say? That something in our woods called to me in her voice? In my father's voice? That it was tall and white and gripped a tree with fingers that don't belong to anything that should be alive? That was 5 days ago. I've spent every one of them online, reading things I wish I hadn't read. Accounts from other people, in other places, describing exactly what I saw. The height, the emaciated body, the pallid skin, and the voices, the mimicry, the way it uses the voices of people you love to pull you toward it. There's a name for it in the old stories. I'm not going to write it here because some of those stories say that naming it draws its attention, and it already knows where I live. Every night since Thursday, the motion lights have been going off. One by one, starting at the far end of the yard, moving closer to the house. Like something is crossing the property in a straight line, heading for the back door. My wife asks me why I won't go outside after dark anymore. I tell her I've been feeling under the weather. She asks me why Buck sleeps in the hallway facing the back door every night now, stiff and alert, never closing his eyes. I tell her he's probably hearing coyotes. She asked me this morning why I installed new locks on every door and bolted the back windows shut. I told her it was just a precaution. Country living. Better safe than sorry. She doesn't believe me. I can see it in her face. She knows something is wrong. She just doesn't know what. And I can't tell her. Because if I tell her, she'll want to leave. And if we leave, if we abandon this house the way the last family did, then wherever we go, I'll spend every night wondering if it followed us. The previous family left everything behind. They didn't sell. They didn't pack. They just walked away from a house on 11 acres in the middle of nowhere. And they never came back. And nobody thought to ask why. I know why now.
It's 9:30. The sun went down an hour ago. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and the first motion light just came on at the far end of the yard. The second one just came on. The third one is closer.
The Watcher of Wilmington Marsh. We moved to Wilmington in late summer because it was cheaper than Raleigh, and my job let me work remote. We found a little rental tucked behind a line of live oaks where the neighborhood thinned into marsh. The realtor called it coastal quiet. The first night, the frogs and cicadas sounded like machinery warming up. Our daughter, Junie, was 9 months old and still small for her age. She had a long list of "keep an eye on this" notes from the pediatrician. She tired fast. She ate like every swallow was a negotiation. She slept in thin, shallow patches, and when she woke, she cried with a hoarse, startled sound that made my chest lock up. My wife, Erin, was in that fog people politely call postpartum depression. She didn't say the words. She didn't have to. Her face looked like it was trying to remember itself. Some mornings, she stood in the kitchen holding a bottle and staring into the sink, and I would step in and take it from her like we were doing a quiet relay race. I started staying up late, then later. I told myself it was for work, for bills, for fixing the loose cabinet hinge, for checking on Junie's breathing because she'd had those scary pauses when she was congested. It was all true. It was also a kind of vigil I didn't know how to stop. Our backyard ended at a low wooden fence with a gate that latched with a stubborn click. Beyond that was a stretch of spartina grass and black water that turned gold at sunset and gray by 9 a.m. A narrow boardwalk ran through the marsh toward a viewing platform. People in the neighborhood used it for morning walks and birding. At high tide, the water came close enough that the wind carried a briny, sweet, rot smell up to our porch. The first time I saw it, I assumed it was a neighbor. It was around 3:30 a.m. I'd just gotten Junie back down, and I was standing at the kitchen window with a mug I'd reheated twice. The glass had that faint film from coastal humidity, no matter how often I wiped it. Out across the marsh, near the boardwalk, a figure stood with their back to me. I watched for a minute, because anyone out there at that hour felt like an odd detail in the world. The figure shifted its weight and angled its shoulders, as if it had noticed movement in a window. Then, with a slow, careful motion, it raised an arm. I raised mine without thinking, half wave, half, hey. It matched me. The angle, the height, the pause at the top. A delayed shiver went through me, and I lowered my hand. The figure lowered its hand at the same pace. It didn't hurry. It didn't jump. It didn't do anything that would help my brain call it a joke. I waited for a porch light to flick on somewhere, for a phone to glow, for the world to give me a normal explanation. The figure remained where it was, posture settled, as if it could stand there until daylight made it irrelevant. Junie fussed in her crib, a small, hiccupy sound, and I turned away. When I looked back, the marsh was empty. The next night, I saw it again. I told myself not to, but after you see something once, your mind starts arranging your routine around the possibility. I did the dishes slower. I checked the lock twice. I paced the living room with my phone in my hand, not calling anyone, just holding it like a talisman. At 2:58 a.m., it was there. Farther right this time, closer to the water line, a silhouette against the lighter band of sky. It faced my house now. I stood very still, shoulders slightly hunched from being tired and cold in my own shirt. Across the marsh, the figure's shoulders hunched the same way. I straightened. It straightened. I leaned closer to the glass, like that would sharpen the distance. It leaned too. That's when I noticed something that bothered me more than the copying. It didn't have the casual looseness of a person who's simply standing outside. It looked arranged. Every joint seemed placed with intention, like it was practicing being seen. I told Erin in the morning, while she sat at the table and pushed cereal around a bowl she didn't eat from. "There's been someone on the boardwalk at night," I said. "Just standing." She blinked at me like I was speaking from another room. "Probably teenagers." "Maybe." I kept my voice calm. "It's just weird." Her eyes moved toward Junie in her high chair. Junie had drool shining on her chin and a little smear of banana across her knuckles. Erin watched her the way you watch something precious when you feel far away from it. "Can you take her to the appointment?" Erin asked. I can't do the waiting room today." I said yes. I meant it. In our house, fear had to take a number behind everything else. Over the next week, the figure became part of my nights the way the marsh sounds were part of the background. Present, persistent, impossible to ignore once you knew the shape of it. Some nights it stood near the boardwalk rail. Some nights it stood ankle-deep in water on the mud flat at low tide. It always found a place where it could see my kitchen window. It always faced the house. And it always mirrored me. If I sat at the table with my head in my hands, it did the same. If I stood with one hip cocked because my back hurt, it shifted into the same imbalance. If I crossed my arms, it crossed its arms. There was a rhythm to it, like call and response. At first, the mirroring felt like mockery. Then it started to feel like study. It wasn't perfect in those early nights. The silhouette did the overall shape, the broad strokes. When I scratched the side of my neck, it lifted a hand too high, like it didn't know where the neck ended. When I turned to pour coffee, it turned, but its torso looked stiff, as if it didn't understand how a spine participates. Then, gradually, it got better. The shoulders rounded the way mine did when I was too tired to hold them up. The head tilt became subtler. The way it planted its feet began to look less like a stake in the ground and more like a person waiting for something. The change was slow enough that I couldn't mark the moment it happened. I only realized it when I looked out one night
and my brain, for a split second, tried to call it human. It was standing closer than it had before, near the gate in our fence. The marsh between us was a dark quilt of grass and water channels, but the gate sat on our side of the property line, and the figure stood just beyond it, on the other side of the fence, as if the fence was a polite suggestion. I hadn't heard the latch. I hadn't heard footsteps. I had just looked up from my laptop and found it there. My skin tightened over my ribs. The figure faced me through the slats, and the porch light gave it shape in small pieces. An elbow, a collarbone, a forearm. It had the wrong kind of thinness, a stretched-out quality. The limbs looked too long for the torso, like a drawing where the proportions drift. It shifted its weight to its left foot. I shifted mine without meaning to, and then I froze, furious at myself for giving it anything. Across the fence, it held the posture. Its head angled slightly, like it was waiting for the next instruction. I didn't wave. I didn't move. I kept my hands on the counter, fingers spread, anchoring myself in place. The figure lifted its hand anyway, slowly, palm toward me, fingers separated. The fingers were long and pale under the porch light, jointed like they were built from sticks. The hand pressed to the fence slat with a quiet, deliberate touch. I stepped back and my heel bumped the baseboard. It stepped back too. A soft sound came from upstairs. Junie shifting in her crib, the little grunt she made before she cried. My whole body tried to split in two directions, toward the stairs, toward the back door. The figure's head tilted toward the house. It held still for a beat, listening the way a parent listens. And then it tilted back toward me, and it did something that felt like the most intimate violation of the whole week. It adjusted itself into my stance again. Shoulders slightly forward, chin tucked. The exact posture I held when I hovered at Junie's crib, checking for breath. As if it knew. As if it had been watching enough to learn what my worry looked like from the inside. I turned the kitchen light off. The room fell into dim reflection and shadow, and my own face disappeared from the glass. I backed away from the window and went to the stairs, taking them two at a time. Erin lay on her side with her back to the room, the shape of her curled inward. I paused in the doorway because I didn't want to add anything else to her already heavy world. Junie was awake, eyes wide and wet. She made a little squeaking cry that sounded like she didn't have energy for a full scream. I lifted her and held her against my chest. Her heartbeat fluttered fast under her sleep sack. I rocked her and felt her settle, the warmth of her cheek against my collarbone. Behind me, Erin's voice came soft and raw. "What's wrong?" "I saw someone by the fence," I said. I kept my tone even. "Probably a drunk guy from the boardwalk. I'm going to call someone." Erin pushed herself up on one elbow. In the dark, I could see her eyes, the way they had that distant sheen these days. "Right now?" "Yeah." I kissed Junie's head. "I'm fine." I took my phone into the hallway and dialed the non-emergency line with my thumb trembling. While it rang, I walked to the front of the house and glanced through the living room window toward the backyard. From that angle, I could see the fence line and the gate. The figure stood on our porch. It had crossed the yard without sound. It was close enough now that the porch light showed it in full, and the sight of it made my breath seize in my throat. Its posture was almost mine. It stood the way I stood when I tried to stay quiet, weight distributed to avoid creaks, shoulders held to keep my shirt from brushing the wall, head angled toward the stairwell.
Its skin looked like wet clay stretched thin. Its face had a suggestion of features rather than real ones. A ridge where a nose should be, hollows where eyes might sit, a mouth line that seemed pressed into place. It raised one hand slowly. In that moment, in the soft yellow porch light, I realized what it was practicing. It was practicing being me. The dispatcher answered, and my voice came out steady because I had no other choice. "Hi," I said. "I'm at a house near the marsh off River Road. There's someone on my porch." Across the glass, the thing mirrored my posture. Phone hand lifted, head tipped slightly, shoulders tense. Then it took one small step toward the front door, and it put its ear to the wood, like it was listening to my words. Junie whimpered upstairs. Aaron called my name, a thin thread of fear finally cutting through her fog. I kept my eyes on the porch. I kept my voice on the line. I described what I could without making it sound like a story. And as I talked, the replacement watcher stood there in the light, quietly rehearsing the shape of my life. Husband, father, man holding a house together at 3 a.m., as if it believed repetition could earn it a turn. I was a park ranger assigned to the remote reaches of the Arizona desert, where the land stretched vast and unyielding, like a canvas of sand and scrub. My job was to monitor the wildlife and ensure the safety of any hikers who wandered too far off the beaten path. I was there because they thought I could handle the solitude. They said I had a knack for understanding the rhythms of the wild places. But the radio set in the ranger station was on the fritz again, crackling in and out, and it was a minor but constant irritant. It was late afternoon when I noticed how the wind had stopped. The desert was never silent, not truly. There was always the whisper of sand, the rustle of a stray tumbleweed, the distant call of a hawk. But now, there was an unnatural stillness. The air hung heavy, and the sun seemed a little too bright as it dipped toward the horizon. I shrugged it off as a quirk of the weather, though I found myself listening intently, waiting for the world to right itself, the silence crowding in around me. I told myself it was just a trick of the mind. Long hours and isolation could do funny things to a man. The desert played games, bending the senses, making the eyes and ears question their own validity. I focused on the task at hand, checking the equipment and scanning the horizon for signs of life. The wind would return, I assured myself, just as it always did. As the sun began to fall into twilight, I noticed something peculiar. Out on the horizon, a coyote stood still, silhouetted against the fading light. Coyotes were common here, but this one watched me with an unsettling stillness. I turned away, busying myself with the routine checks, only to find the creature had moved closer, without a sound, yet was not moving anymore. Same gaze, same posture. I felt a chill despite the day's heat, but dismissed it as an unusual curiosity of the animal. I knew I should have radioed in, but the static and intermittent bursts of sound from the malfunctioning device dissuaded me. I was not about to let a faulty machine make me doubt my senses. The coyote was merely curious, I told myself, as they often were. I finished my checks and went inside, leaving the door slightly ajar to let in the cooling evening air. But as night fell, I heard the sound, the faint patter of footsteps on sand, cautious and deliberate. I peered out into the darkness, and there it was, closer now. The coyote sitting with an eerie patience. I walked out, half expecting it to dart away, but it merely watched, and I felt a nameless anxiety stir within me. I stepped back inside, locking the door, the coyote's shadow pressing against my mind. I knew then I should have called for assistance, an unease gnawing at the edges of my reason. Yet pride and a certain stubbornness held me back. I was a man of the wild, and this was my domain.
I could not allow myself to be unnerved by a lone animal. But deep inside, I felt the shift. The security of my routine life slipping away like grains of sand through my fingers. The night wore on. The footsteps continued, circling the station. And each time I looked, the coyote was there. Sometimes alone, other times with a companion, their eyes gleaming in the dim light, unblinking and constant. They never approached beyond the edge of the light, and I began to doubt my own perceptions, the weariness of the day settling over me like a shroud. By the time dawn broke, the air was still again, and the coyotes were gone, their tracks the only evidence of their presence. I felt the weight of their gaze long after they had vanished, an invisible stain upon my consciousness. The desert was alive once more, the wind whispering secrets I could not decipher, promising the return of what I could not name. I took to the tasks of the day with a new awareness, my senses heightened, searching for the slightest anomaly. Yet there was nothing, just the vast and barren land stretching toward the horizon, indifferent and eternal. The radio remained stubbornly silent, a testament to my isolation. In the days that followed, I carried the memory of those eyes with me, a quiet dread threading through my thoughts. I had seen the desert for what it was, a landscape unyielding and mysterious, home to shadows that moved in the periphery of night. That chill lingered, persistent as the desert wind, a reminder that something watched from the edges, waiting for the night to fall once more. I never saw the coyotes again, but their absence was as unsettling as their presence had been. The boundaries between man and the wild had blurred, leaving me changed, my nights haunted by the quiet padding of feet and the silent stare that spoke of things beyond understanding. The desert, I realized, was never empty.
The envelope was waiting on the kitchen table when Mara arrived. Thick cream paper, her name written in careful, slanted ink. Inside was a single sheet titled Care Instructions. 1. He must be fed at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. 2. He must be read to every night at 8:30 p.m. 3. He must not be left alone after dark. 4. He must not be turned to face the wall. 5. You must always say goodnight. At the bottom, his name is Oliver. Mara glanced toward the sitting room. The porcelain doll was seated upright in a high-backed armchair by the window, child-sized, blonde curls lacquered into place, blue glass eyes, navy sweater and pressed gray shorts. His hands rested neatly in his lap. Someone had buckled real leather shoes onto his porcelain feet. Mara laughed under her breath. The elderly couple who hired her had been polite, but strange. They spoke of Oliver the way people speak of a son away at school. They never once used the word doll. "It comforts us," Mrs. Hargrove had said gently. "Routine keeps him calm." Routine keeps them calm, Mara thought. Still, the pay was excellent. And Oliver sat quietly where he was placed. For the first week. At 7 a.m., Mara placed a bowl of oatmeal on the small side table beside his chair. She sat across from him with her coffee. The house was silent. At 7:30, she cleared the bowl away, untouched. At 8:30 p.m., she read from a worn, leather-bound book of fairy tales. She felt ridiculous, but she read anyway. When she finished, she stood and forced a smile. "Good night, Oliver." His glass eyes reflected the lamplight, unblinking. The first time she forgot the 12 p.m. feeding, she was on the phone in the kitchen. She looked at the clock. 12:17. She sighed and hurried into the sitting room. The armchair was empty. Her stomach tightened. She scanned the room. He was sitting at the dining table. One porcelain hand rested beside an empty plate. The chair he sat in was pushed out neatly, as if he had climbed into it himself. Mara's pulse quickened. She told herself the Hargroves had moved him before leaving for their trip. They must have. They had keys. They could have come in quietly. She placed a sandwich on the plate. "I'm sorry I'm late," she said, her voice thin. The doll's head was angled slightly toward her, as if listening. The next rule she broke was Rule 4. It happened accidentally. She was vacuuming the sitting room and bumped the armchair. The doll tipped forward and hit the rug with a hollow clack. Irritated, she picked him up. For a moment, just one moment, she hesitated. Then she placed him back in the chair, facing the wall. She didn't want to look at those eyes. She turned off the vacuum. The house went silent. Behind her, something shifted. A faint scrape of leather on wood. She did not turn around. She felt watched. Not from the wall, from the doorway. She forced herself to look. Oliver stood in the archway between the sitting room and hall, standing. His porcelain feet flat against the hardwood. His head tilted slightly to one side. The leather shoes left faint scuff marks behind him. Her mouth went dry. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, I understand." She lifted him. His body felt heavier than before, less hollow. She returned him to the armchair, facing forward. She stepped back. His head adjusted, just slightly, centering on her. It's 4 in the morning, and I was rolling down Route 27, trying to keep my Ford F-150 steady on the gravel road. Those bumps jar your teeth fierce. November's biting cold out here in the Driftless, but my truck's heater wasn't working proper, so I was bundled up in my flannels and thermals. I had a job waiting for me at the Larson farm. One of their combines done broke down in the middle of harvest, and they needed it fixed for first light. Early starts never bothered me much, but I did wish folks would take better care of their equipment. Ain't no magic to it. Diesel and engine grease clung to my clothes from yesterday's work, and as I drove, I let the quiet of the road settle in. The wind whistled through the bare corn stalks, and it was peaceful enough without the sun up. Kinda nice, if you ignored the cold seeping into your bones. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shape moving in the fields. Looked like a cow wandering off from its pasture. Couldn't blame it, with fences going unfixed these days. But it was none of my business unless someone asked for help. As I peered, it struck me that the silhouette looked too large, too awkward in the early morning shadows. But I shook it off, reckoning it was a trick of the poor light playing on my mind. I kept my eyes on the road, hoping the sunrise would be enough to clear out any tricks playing on me. Then, a low, guttural noise rolled out from the dark, deep enough to vibrate through the truck. It weren't no cow's moo, and that set my gut churning. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was the wind playing games, but my hands gripped the wheel tighter. The creature walked onto the road. Not a cow, not by any stretch, with eyes catching my headlights, reflecting back an unnatural glow. I couldn't move, just stared as it huffed, breathing steam into the cold air. My having slowed, unease crept into me. I reached for my phone to call for help, thumb slipping over the screen. Dropped it. It clattered onto the floorboard. Scrambling to pick it up, I leaned down, and the engine stalled there, leaving me in silence. Eerie quiet, but for that creature's heavy breath fogging the windshield. I froze, mind racing with what to do next. The truck felt like a tin can, not near enough between me and whatever stood out there. Heart beating like a hammer, I tried the ignition again, but the engine just turned over with no luck. Cold air crept in through the cracks and crevices, mixing with the stale breath inside the cab. I shifted in the seat, eyes glued to the figure outside. Then, a fog rolled in, dense and thick, like it came from nowhere at all, curling over the road. It swallowed the creature, slow, leaving me with the sound of wind whistling through those bare fields. The Trail, Oregon Caves National Monument, Southern Oregon, summer 2000. I'm a psychologist. I work with people's minds for a living. I understand perception. I understand how stress and fatigue and expectation can distort what a person sees. I know about pareidolia, the tendency to see patterns where none exist. I know about confirmation bias. I know about false memory. I know all of that. And I know what I saw. It was the summer of 2000. I was hiking with my family at Oregon Caves National Monument. My wife and my kids. A vacation. A trail through old-growth forest. The kind of trail the Park Service maintains, with signs and benches and other families walking past you in both directions. Nothing remote, nothing extreme. Just a day hike in a beautiful place. I'm 6 feet 9 inches tall. I weigh over 250 pounds. I am not a man who feels small. I have never in my adult life looked up at another living thing and felt the way I felt on that trail. I was about halfway around the loop when I saw something standing on the trail ahead of me, maybe 100 yards, partly obscured by the trees, but visible, upright, motionless, facing my direction. My first thought was, hiker. My second thought was, that is not a hiker. It was tall, about 8 feet. I know what 8 feet looks like because I'm only 9 inches short of 7, and this thing was looking down a horizon I've never had to look up to before. It was covered in black hair. Not fur, not fabric, hair. The face was flat and broad, with heavy features. The chest was deep and wide. The arms were proportionally longer than a human's arms should be. It was standing on the trail the way you'd stand in your own hallway, relaxed, at home. When it realized I had stopped and was looking at it, it turned. Not fast, not startled. It turned with the easy, unhurried rotation of something that has never been chased, never been threatened, never had a reason to rush. It looked at me. For a moment. 3 seconds, maybe 5, we were looking at each other. 100 yards apart on a forest trail in the middle of the afternoon. A psychologist and something that psychology does not have a name for. Its expression was not aggressive. It was not afraid. If I had to put a clinical term on it, I would say it was assessing. It looked at me the way I look at a new patient in the first 30 seconds. Gathering information, forming an impression, deciding how to proceed. There was cognition behind those eyes. There was decision-making. There was a mind. Then it turned back toward the trail and stepped off into the brush. It didn't run. It moved with purpose, like it knew where it was going. 3 steps, and the forest absorbed it. The branches didn't shake. The ground didn't thunder. It was just gone, as if the trees had opened a door and closed it behind something they were keeping safe. I stood on the trail for a long time. My family caught up to me. I told my wife what I'd seen. We went back the next day with a park ranger named John Roth. Roth searched the area. He found no tracks. The ground was rocky, the brush was dense. But he went on the record afterward. There's no question at all, he did not make this up. A Bigfoot researcher named Derek Randalls interviewed me later. He rated my credibility a 10 out of 10.
He said I was not your typical person that sees Sasquatch. I don't know what the typical person looks like. I know what the typical creature looks like now. I've seen it. I went into that forest as a scientist who understood the human mind. I came out as a man who had looked into a mind that wasn't human and recognized it anyway. It was calm. It was intelligent. It was not afraid of me. And when it was done looking, it left. Not because I scared it away, but because it had somewhere to be. Wherever it was going, it's still going. Right now, tonight. In the old-growth forests of southern Oregon, on trails that close at sunset and belong, after dark, to something else. You've been listening for a long time now. Maybe you're still awake. Maybe you're almost gone, drifting at the edge of sleep with the sound of these voices still in your ears. Either way, I want to leave you with one thought. Every story you heard tonight came from a real person. A retired millwright who built his cabin with his own hands. A prospector who kept his secret for 33 years. A professor who heard something scream in the dark. A 10-year-old boy who ran from something in a hollow. A cowboy who never changed his story. A woman who mailed photographs to the sheriff and never gave her name.
They didn't go looking for this. Most of them would have preferred it never happened. But it did. And every one of them, from the gold miners at Ape Canyon in 1924 to the dog walkers in Ohio last month, told the same story in different words. Something is out there. It's big. It's smart. And it's been here longer than we have. Tonight, wherever you are, in your bed, on your couch, in your car, in a room with the lights off, the nearest forest is closer than you think. And in that forest, in the spaces between the trees where the light doesn't reach, something might be standing very still, listening to the same silence you're listening to right now. It's not waiting for you. It's not hunting you. It doesn't need you. It just knows you're there. Sleep well. I need to write this down because I'm leaving the service. After what I've seen, I can't do this work anymore. And I want there to be a record. A real record, not the official report. Of what I found at that camp and what that man told me when he confessed. I was sent north in the spring to investigate the death of a Cree family. The story we'd been given was simple. A trapper had taken his family into the bush for the winter season, the way many families in the region do. His wife, 6 children, his mother, his brother, 9 people total. The winter had been severe. When the man came out in the spring, he was alone. He told the settlement that his family had starved. People were suspicious immediately. Starvation leaves marks on a person. You see it in the face, the hands, the way they move. This man looked healthy, fed. His clothes fit him well. His eyes were clear. He didn't look like someone who'd spent a winter watching his family die one by one while he wasted away beside them. He looked like someone who'd eaten regularly. They sent me and another officer to find the camp and see what was there. The camp was remote, deep in the bush, 2 days' travel from the nearest settlement. We followed the directions the man had given and found it in a clearing beside a frozen creek. There was a shelter, partially collapsed, a fire pit, some tools, and bones. I need to be careful here because the details matter, and they are difficult to say. The bones were human. That was apparent immediately. They were scattered around the camp in a way that was not consistent with burial
or with animal scavenging. They were consistent with butchering. Some were cracked open lengthwise. The long bones, the femurs, split cleanly in a way that takes deliberate force. You crack a bone like that to get at the marrow inside. Near the fire pit, we found a pot. The pot contained a layer of solidified fat. I won't say what kind of fat. The report will say what kind of fat. I'm not going to write it here. There were smaller bones as well, children's bones. I found them near the shelter, partially buried in snowmelt. They were small enough to hold in one hand. I did hold them. I shouldn't have. I picked one up without thinking, and I stood there in that clearing, looking at a bone that had belonged to a child, and I understood what had happened at this camp, and the ground seemed to tilt beneath me. My partner was sick in the trees. I heard him, but I didn't go to him. I was standing very still, holding that bone, trying to keep my mind from forming the full picture. Because once you see it, once you assemble the pieces into a complete image, you can't take it apart again. It stays assembled forever. We documented everything. We collected what we could. We went back. The man was brought in. I sat across from him in a room at the fort, and he confessed. Openly, completely, without hesitation. He told me he'd killed them. All of them. His wife first, then his mother, then his brother, then the children, one by one. He told me how he'd prepared them. I won't relay that here. The report will have it. Some things should only exist in official documents, locked in drawers, read only by people who are required to read them. But there was one detail in his confession that broke me. Not the act itself, though the acts were monstrous. The detail was this. He killed his youngest son last. After the spring had come, after the snow had begun to melt, after game had returned to the woods and food was available again. He killed the boy when he didn't need to. Starvation was no longer a factor. The winter was over. And he did it anyway. When I asked him why, he went quiet for a long time. He stared at the table between us. His hands were flat on the surface, palms down, and they were steady. A man who has eaten his family and confessed to it should not have steady hands. But his were. Then he said, "I was not myself." I asked him to explain. He said the hunger started early in the winter, when the game went scarce. Normal hunger at first, the kind any person feels when food runs low. But it didn't stay normal. It grew. It changed. It stopped being about his stomach and started being about something deeper, something behind his eyes, something that whispered to him in a voice that wasn't his. He said the voice told him that the people around him weren't people anymore, that they were food, that they had always been food, and he had simply been too blind to see it. He said the voice was patient. It didn't shout. It didn't demand. It just repeated the same idea, calmly, constantly, until the idea felt like his own thought, until the boundary between the voice and his mind dissolved, and he couldn't tell which thoughts were his and which belonged to the thing inside him. He used a word I'd heard before, but never taken seriously. A word from the old stories, the ones the elders told children to keep them from wandering too far into the bush. He said he'd been possessed by a wendigo. I asked him what that meant. He looked at me with an expression I will never forget. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't madness. It was exhaustion. The bone-deep exhaustion of a man who has been fighting something for months and has finally stopped. He said the wendigo is a hunger that has no end, that once it enters you, you are always starving, even with food in your mouth. That it turns the people you love into meat, and it does it so slowly you don't realize it's happening until you're sitting in a camp with blood on your hands and bones in a pot, and your youngest son is dead at your feet, and the snow is melting, and the birds are singing, and you can't remember why you did it, only that it felt necessary at the time. He said, "I am still hungry." He said it calmly. He said it the way you'd tell someone you're still thirsty after a glass of water. He was sitting in a room at the fort, well-fed, rested, awaiting trial, and he was telling me that the hunger had not stopped, that it was still inside him, that the Wendigo had not left when the killing stopped. He said he was glad they were going to hang him. He said it was the only cure. I left the room. I walked outside and stood in the yard, and I breathed the spring air, and I listened to the birds, and I tried to reassemble my understanding of the world in a way that could accommodate what I had just heard. I couldn't. The pieces didn't fit anymore. There was a gap where the old picture had been, and in the gap, something cold and patient was sitting, waiting for me to look at it directly. They hanged him that summer. He was calm on the platform. The priest said he'd been cooperative, even light-hearted at times, as if the sentence was a relief, as if he was being freed from something worse than death. I've thought about that a great deal. A man who murders and eats 9 members of his own family should not be relieved to die. He should be terrified, or defiant, or broken. But this man was relieved, because the thing he was afraid of wasn't the rope. It was the hunger. And the rope was the only thing that could make the hunger stop. The official record says he was mentally ill. The official record says the Wendigo was a delusion, a cultural framework for a mind that had shattered under the pressure of an extreme winter. The official record has an explanation for everything, filed neatly, closed, finished. I don't believe the official record. I believe him. Not because I'm superstitious, not because I've lost my reason. I believe him because I sat across from him, and I looked into his eyes. And what I saw there was not madness. It was recognition. He knew exactly what had happened to him. He understood it with a clarity that the doctors and the lawyers and the priests would never have, because they hadn't felt it. And I believe him because of something that happened to me 3 weeks after the execution. Something I've told no one. I was at the fort, alone, finishing paperwork late at night. It was autumn. The window was open. A cold wind came through, early cold, the kind that comes before the snow. And with it, a sound. Faint, barely there. A voice, or the shape of a voice, carried on the wind like smoke. It said my name. I closed the window. I sat at my desk. I told myself it was the wind. I told myself the mind plays tricks after prolonged exposure to disturbing material. I told myself everything that a rational man tells himself when something irrational happens. But for just a moment, one small, terrible moment, I felt something shift inside me. A flicker, a twinge. Not hunger exactly, more like the memory of hunger. The echo of an appetite I'd never had, rising from somewhere deep and unfamiliar, touching the surface of my thoughts, and then retreating. It was brief. It passed. I went home and I ate a normal meal, and I slept. But it was there. For 1 second, it was there. And I understood, in a way I wish I didn't, what that man meant when he said the hunger starts small. I'm leaving the service. I'm moving south to a city. where the winters are short and the woods are far away, and the wind doesn't carry voices. I'm going to forget this case. I'm going to put it in a box in the back of my mind, and I'm going to close the lid, and I'm never going to open it again. And I'm going to eat regular meals at regular hours, at a table with other people, in the light. Because the man in that room told me something else. Something I didn't put in the report. He said it starts when you're alone.
He said the Wendigo doesn't come for people in groups, in towns, in the light. It comes for the one who is alone, in the cold, in the dark, in the silence, with nothing between him and the hunger except the sound of the wind. I don't intend to be that person. But some nights, late, when the house is quiet and the wind picks up, I feel it. That flicker, that twinge. And I get up and I turn on every light and I eat something and I wait for morning. And I wonder if this is how it started for him, too.
Only in the Reflection. A rural ER rake encounter. The night shift always starts the same. The fluorescent hum, the stale coffee, the monitors cycling numbers that mean something if you stare long enough. I'm 36. I've been an ER nurse for 11 years, and the last 2 have scraped me down to whatever's left. My divorce finalized in January. The house is too quiet. I don't sleep unless I take something, and I hate how easily I say yes when the staffing text goes out. Tonight it was, need one more RN 7P to 7A, rural ER, light census. Light census means you'll have time to think. Time is the enemy. At 1:17 a.m., while I was charting at the nurse's station, the cardiac monitor in Trauma 1 went black for a second. Not off, just a dark screen between refreshes. I glanced up because you always glance up. In that black, a face stared back from the glass. Not my face. It was pale and too long, like the skin had been pulled over angles it wasn't meant to fit. The eyes were wide and wet bright, locked on me with the kind of attention that makes your throat tighten. It wasn't on the screen as an image. It was in the reflection, behind my shoulder. The monitor flickered back to vitals. Green numbers. A steady flat line because the room was empty. I turned around hard enough to pop my lower back. Trauma 1 was empty. Beds made, stainless trays nested and clean. The crash cart parked where it always is. The only movement was the slow swing of the automatic door closer settling. I told myself I'd caught my own reflection at a bad angle, a trick of darkness and fatigue. I went back to charting with my shoulders up around my ears. 2 minutes later, I did what you do when you're alone in a building at night. I checked again. Not by turning around, by watching the dark. The main workroom has a glass medication cabinet with a locking bar. It sits behind the nurse's station, angled just right so you can see the hall, the waiting room, and part of the ambulance bay doors if you stand at the Pyxis. I stepped in, tapped my badge, and stared at my own face in the cabinet glass while the drawer system booted. The pale face was there too, closer this time. Not behind me across the hall, right behind my shoulder, almost overlapping my cheek in the reflection. It looked like it had no nose until you noticed the shallow dips where it should be. Its mouth was thin and parted, not smiling. The eyes didn't blink. I spun, hands still on the Pyxis screen. Nothing. Empty hallway. The patient rooms on the left were dark. The nurse's station was a small island of light with chairs and clipboards and a half-eaten sleeve of crackers someone had left on a counter. No feet. No shadow. No sound. The Pyxis beeped because it timed out. The cabinet glass showed only me now, wide-eyed and too pale myself. I backed out of the workroom and went to the charge desk. We didn't have security overnight. Our security was a middle-aged EMT who could bench press a stretcher and a night supervisor who went home at midnight. The waiting room was empty except for a man asleep under the TV with his boots still on. The TV was muted. A storm warning crawled across the bottom like an apology. I pulled up the camera feeds on the small monitor under the charge desk. 4 views: ambulance bay, waiting room, main hall, and the nurse's station. Grainy. Too bright. The kind of feed you only notice when something is wrong. I stared at the ambulance bay view first. The double doors were closed. Rain traced lines down the glass outside. Then I saw it on the nurse's station feed. Not in the room. In the shine of the metal med cart parked beside my chair. A pale figure stood in that cart's reflection. Tall, narrow, hunched like it had learned posture from watching people who hurt. Its head was tilted slightly, the way someone tilts their head when they're trying to hear you better through a wall. Its eyes were aimed straight at the camera, straight at me. I looked up from the monitor to the actual med cart 8 feet away. Nothing stood behind it. Nothing stood beside it. The cart's surface was dull under the overhead lights, the kind of dull that makes you forget it can reflect at all. I looked back down at the camera feed. The pale figure was closer to the cart in the reflection, like it had leaned in. The eyes were bigger now, as if the distance had collapsed. My breath went thin. My fingers went numb. I touched the keyboard without feeling it. "Hey!" I called, trying to keep my voice normal. "James?" James was the overnight ER tech. 21, fresh out of EMT school, still optimistic enough to say, "Quiet night," out loud. He was restocking the supply closet at the end of the hall. "Yeah?" His voice came back, muffled through the corridor. "Need me?" "Come up front," I said. I didn't tell him why. You don't tell someone why until you've checked the simplest explanation. Until you've made sure you aren't losing your mind. I closed the camera feed window and stared at the black bezel of the monitor instead. A cheap trick. A dark surface. In that black, the pale face was there again, right behind me. Not a full body this time, just the head and shoulders. Its skin looked like wet paper. Its eyes were so close, I could see the shine in them, the little crescent reflections of the screen. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Turning around had become the move that made me feel stupid, like I was participating in a game I didn't understand. Instead, I slid my chair forward until the monitor reflection changed angle. The face stayed. It kept eye contact even as my own reflection shifted. The hallway behind the nurse's station was empty in my peripheral vision. The light was steady. No footsteps. No breath. James appeared at the far end of the hall, carrying a box of IV start kits. "Hey, what's up?" he asked, stepping into the nurse's station. I couldn't look at the monitor bezel anymore. I forced my eyes onto James's face. Normal. Young. Tired. "Do you see anyone back there?" I asked, nodding toward Trauma 1, trying to keep my tone casual. He glanced. "No." "Any patients check in?" "No, just boot guy in the waiting room. EMS radio's quiet." I swallowed. My mouth tasted like copper. "Pull up cameras." James slid into the chair beside me, hands fast on the mouse. He had that easy confidence people have when they think the world is stable. The feeds popped up again. Ambulance bay, waiting room, hall, nurse's station. James leaned forward. "What am I looking for?" I stared at the nurse's station feed. The med cart shine was visible. My chair, the back of my head, James's shoulder. In the cart's reflection, the pale figure stood behind us. James sucked in air like he'd bitten his tongue. He didn't speak. He just stared. His pupils grew until his eyes looked almost black. "You see it," I said. He nodded once, too stiff. "Yeah." The figure in the reflection shifted closer. Not by walking. More like the distance between it and us had been edited out. Its face was higher now, as if it had straightened. I kept my eyes on the screen. "Don't turn around." James's voice came out tight. "Is it in the room?" I stared at the actual room through the corner of my eye. The air was normal. The cart sat silent. The chairs were empty. "No," I said, because the truth was worse. It isn't anywhere unless we look at it. James's breathing sped up. I heard it next to me. Human, panicked, real. The nurse's station feed flickered, the way cheap cameras do when the lights hum wrong. For a half second, the screen went dark. In that darkness, the pale face filled the whole space, like it had pressed itself against the camera lens. Then the feed returned. Normal distance. The figure still behind us in the cart reflection, head tilted now the other way. James backed his chair away with a squeal of wheels. His gaze went to the stainless steel tray on the counter, the one we set blood tubes on. I grabbed his wrist. "Don't." He froze. Too late. His eyes had already dipped to the tray's surface. In the tray's shine, the pale face was there too, closer than any reflection had shown before. So close it looked like it was right behind James's ear, watching him watch it. James made a sound like a cough that went wrong. I pulled him toward the hall. Not running. Running is loud. Running says you know where the danger is. We walked fast, straight past the nurse's station, straight into Trauma 2 with the lights on. Trauma 2 has fewer reflective surfaces. Matte walls, curtains, a plastic supply cart. The only metal is the bed rail and the sink. I shut the door. It clicked like it always does. Not a lock, just a latch. James stood with his back to the wall, hands up like he was surrendering to the air. "What is that?" "I don't know," I said. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone older. And I don't want to know. The sink in Trauma 2 has a steel faucet. The bed rail is brushed metal. Both can catch a face if the angle is right. I turned my eyes away from anything that could shine. James did too. We stared at the floor. The linoleum had scuffs shaped like map lines. Someone had dropped a suture pack here months ago and never picked up the thread. Silence pressed on us. Then, softly, the overhead light above the bed flickered. Not enough to go out, just enough to change the way the world reflected. The bed rail caught a thin line of glare. I didn't look. I could feel my eyes wanting to, like a reflex to confirm you're alone, like checking a rear-view mirror. James whispered, "I'm not looking." "Good," I said. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A notification. A meaningless vibration. The sound felt dangerous, like movement. I held still until the buzz stopped. We stayed in Trauma 2 until the first hint of gray crept into the high windows of the hall. Dawn didn't make me feel safe. It just made me feel watched under better lighting. At 6:58, the day shift charge nurse arrived, laughing at something on her phone. She stopped when she saw us sitting on the floor, backs to the wall, like we'd been waiting out a tornado. "What happened?" she asked. I didn't have words that made sense, so I said, "Check the cameras." We went back to the nurse's station together. The daylight made the place look smaller, more like a set. She pulled the footage from 117 to 205. The feeds played. Hallway empty. Nurse's station empty except for me and James. The med cart shine. No pale figure. No face. No eyes. Just a single glitch at 119. The nurse's station feed dropped one frame. A clean gap. A hiccup. In that missing slice of time, the reflection on the med cart was wrong. Like the cart had no shine at all. Like the laws of light had been briefly removed. The day shift nurse rewound and played it again. "Probably the camera," she said, already bored. James and I didn't argue, because arguing would mean describing what we'd seen, and describing it would mean looking for it again. On my way out, I passed the glass medication cabinet. In daylight, it reflected me clearly. Tired eyes, hair pulled back, badge crooked. For one breath, in the cabinet glass, I saw someone standing behind me. Not a face this time. Just a shape where no shape should be. I didn't turn around. I walked out through the ambulance bay doors into the wet North Carolina morning, keeping my eyes on the ground, because the only way I knew to stay alone was to stop checking if I was.
The night was thick with the stench of juniper and sagebrush, the air cool upon my cheeks as I sat beside the dying campfire. I had no business being there, but duty has its own call, and I had to watch over the sheep in the valley that night. The wind carried whispers, and the moon hung low, round and bloated like the eye of a blind old man. The sheep bleated in the distance, restless, perhaps sensing what I could not. I struck a match, cursing as the flame extinguished almost immediately. The pack of matches was damp, and I felt the irritation needle at me, though it was no one's fault but mine. My own neglect, my own lack of care. Just like with her, I thought, pushing the memory away. Memories were like that, insistent, sharp as broken glass, but I had learned well how to ignore the pain. What was past, I would tell myself. Move on. There it was again, that distant rustle, the sound of something moving through the brush. I stiffened, listening. My mind whispered of the stories, the old tales of creatures that wore the skins of men, of beasts that stalked the night. But they were just stories, I thought, told around fires to make the young ones shiver. Then the sound came again, closer now, a footfall in the dark. The fire cast long shadows, and the hairs on my neck bristled. I felt the old guilt stir within me, the guilt of things done and left undone, and I wondered if this was some punishment deserved. I got up, forcing myself to move toward the noise. "Who's there?" I called, my voice too loud, a jarring intrusion against the quiet of the night. Silence was my only answer, but the silence was heavy, watchful. I shook my head, trying to dispel the feeling, the sense that something was off. The sheep shifted again, a low murmur of unease passing through the flock, and I felt my breath quicken. Was it an animal? A coyote, maybe? I knew I was jumping at shadows, but the unease was like a cruel hand, squeezing tight. I told myself to dismiss it. There was no need for fear here. Yet the night seemed to press inward, a weight on my chest. I turned back to the fire, the warmth licking at my skin, offering comfort, offering distraction. But behind me, the sounds continued, a deliberate shuffle through the underbrush. I knew then I had to act, to confront whatever it was. The fear was a coward's fear, and I'd had enough of it.
I grabbed the flashlight from my pack, its beam cutting a path through the dark as I moved away from the fire's reach. The beam fell upon a shape, and my heart stuttered. The figure stood there, watching me, wearing my face. It was an imitation, a crude mockery, as if it had only just learned how to be me. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I was frozen, caught between two worlds, the rational world I knew and the one that now stood before me. The thing moved, shifting its weight, eyes glinting with a knowing malice. The horror of it cut through me, a keen blade of realization that this thing sought to replace me. I felt the lie I lived with, the detachment I cloaked myself in, reflected in that gaze. It knew me, knew the scar beneath the skin, the wound I tried so hard to hide. I stumbled backward, the flashlight flickering, and I knew I must choose. I could not run, could not hide from this. I had to confront it, to face the thing I could not bear to face within myself. The figure moved toward me, steps deliberate, and I raised the flashlight higher. "What do you want?" I asked, voice steady now, though terror gnawed at my insides. It tilted its head, a gesture eerily familiar, and I understood. It wanted everything I was, everything I pretended to be. I had to defend it, to hold on to whatever sliver of self I had left, even if it meant embracing the flaw I had long denied. I lunged, throwing myself at the creature with a desperation born of necessity, the flashlight clattering to the ground. We grappled, and I felt its skin beneath my hands, cool and unyielding. It was stronger, but I fought with a fervor I did not know I possessed, born from a place deep within. In the struggle, I felt something shift, a loosening within me, and the creature hesitated. I pressed the advantage, forcing it back, until finally it broke away, retreating into the shadows from whence it came. The night was silent once more, and I stood alone, breath heaving, the fire now just embers at my back. I looked down at my hands, trembling but my own, and I knew I had changed. The fear was still there, the guilt unyielding, but I was willing to face it now. The scar of the encounter lingered, a reminder etched deep, but it was not one I would shy away from any longer. The valley lay quiet, the sheep returning to their calm, and I felt a strange peace settle upon me. The night, though dark, was mine again, and I was ready to walk its paths, whatever shadows might come.
I had come to the old house by the sea to appraise its worth, a favor for an old friend looking to sell. As a real estate agent, I knew the drill. Dusty rooms, creaky floors, the smell of salt and decay. My life was a collection of such places, each tied to voices that said goodbye, leaving behind echoes of memories. Yet, I was here because I could not say no, bound by a sense of obligation that felt heavier than the waves crashing against the shore. The irritation was a persistent draft, sneaking through the cracked windows, chilling my hands and making the papers flutter. My mind wandered to the flaw I carried, a grief unspoken for a child lost too soon, leaving only a small, worn teddy bear behind. I had kept it locked away, refusing to face the emptiness it represented. In the parlor, the collection of dolls caught my eye, their glassy eyes and porcelain faces seeming to follow my every move. It was the kind of oddity you'd find in such a house, a relic of an old collector's whimsy. But one doll stood apart, a teddy bear with a ragged ear and a lopsided smile, eerily resembling the one my child had cherished. It was then that the bear's head turned slightly, as if acknowledging my presence. The air thickened and my heart raced. The old grief, always lurking, now felt like a physical force pressing against me. I blinked, hoping it was a trick of the light, an errant thought manifesting into the real. Rationality fought back.
Surely it was nothing, a draft or a settling floorboard. Yet the bear seemed to know, its stitched smile mocking the void inside me. I wanted to ignore it, to turn away and continue my work. But the room seemed to close in tighter, demanding recognition of something I had buried deep. The debate within was fierce. I could hear my own voice urging reason. Yet the irrational fear wedged its way into every crevice of my mind. I felt drawn to the teddy bear, compelled to confront what it represented. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, and I knew I could not leave without settling this strange confrontation. I approached the bear, my fingers brushing against its worn fabric. The chill seeped through my skin, and a whisper, soft as the sea breeze, seemed to echo in the room. A child's voice, distant yet familiar. The bear's eyes were dark pools, reflecting a truth I had refused to see. It was alive with an intent, a knowing that cut deeper than any grief I had known. The air around me vibrated with tension. The house itself seemed to breathe with the bear's will. I understood then that this was no mere haunting of an old, abandoned place. The bear was a conduit for my past, exploiting the wound I had kept hidden for so long. It knew my flaw and pushed against it, demanding I choose between the comfort of denial and the pain of truth. In that moment, I made my choice. I would not run from this specter of my past. I would confront it, accept the scar it offered. I picked up the bear, its weight both familiar and foreign, and held it close. The room seemed to sigh, the chill lessening as the old sorrow mingled with a new resolve. As I stood there, the house whispered its secrets. I felt the presence of the child I had lost, not as a haunting, but as a memory cherished. The bear, an emissary of grief, now felt like a bridge, a way to say goodbye, not with pain, but with love. In the silence that followed, I placed the bear back among the dolls, its eyes now a gentle reflection of the sea outside. The house, once oppressive, now seemed to cradle the memories it held. I walked away, bearing a scar, yes, but also a strange sense of peace. The night wrapped around me as I stepped into the salt-laden air. Behind me, the house stood quiet, its echoes less mournful, its presence a part of the world I had come to understand. The bear remained within, a guardian of old wounds and new beginnings. The sea whispered its eternal lullaby, and in its song, I found the grace to carry on.
Every morning, way before sunrise, I'm out in the barn with the cows, getting ready to milk them by 4 a.m. sharp. It's cold as heck this time of year, especially being out here in central upstate New York, near Oneida County. The wind bit through my coat as I crunched across the frostbitten grass, heading for the barn. The old wood creaked in greeting as I pushed the door open, the scent of hay and animals wrapping around me like an old friend. It's one of those familiar smells, all hay and old wood mixed with the scent of the cows. Grabbing my gear, I was half listening to the quiet murmurs of the cows stirring awake when I noticed a thin figure near the back pasture. It looked like a stray, emaciated dog, visible in the dim pre-dawn light. The outline of its ribs was sharp against its skin, and it had a ragged look to it that tugged at me. Strays didn't often make it out here, but lately the woods seemed to be pushing all sorts of critters our way. As I watched, the dog moved, limping across the frosted ground. Its steps seemed uncertain, each stride a struggle against the earth's pull, as if it wasn't sure how its legs worked. I paused, leaning against the worn wood of the barn, my breath clouding in the cold air. Then the creature turned its head, and in the soft glow of the moon, its eyes caught the light in a way that wasn't quite right. They shone too bright, large and reflective, like twin mirrors catching the moonbeams. My heart gave a jolt, a sharp pang of instinctual fear. I hesitated, taking a step closer.
The matted fur clung to its two long limbs, and as I squinted, trying to make sense of the shapes in the shadow, I realized with a shiver that it was no dog. My hands clenched around the handle of the barn door, the cold metal biting into my palm. I backed away, careful with each step, the frozen ground crunching under my boots like breaking glass. My breath came in quick bursts, fogging up as I edged toward the barn door. Safety was just a few steps away, and I needed it like I hadn't needed anything in a good long while. Just as my fingers closed around the door handle, a low, guttural sound rolled across the pasture. It was the kind of noise that vibrates under the skin and settles at the base of your spine, leaving you frozen in place. The breath I was holding slipped away in a shudder. For a moment, silence reigned, the stillness of the early morning shattered only by that eerie echo. My boots were rooted to the ground, body refusing to listen to the brain's insistence to move, to flee. Then, as if the darkness itself swallowed it whole, the creature slipped away, disappearing into the shadows of the pasture. All that lingered was its unsettling cry, a haunting note that hung in the air long after the thing had vanished. My hand finally moved, wrenching the barn door open, but the quiet felt different now, as if it carried a hidden weight I couldn't quite shake.
The Man Who Was Looking. U.S. Highway 64, Macon County, North Carolina, June 23rd, 2015. I've spent 15 years looking for this thing. 15 years of driving back roads at night. 15 years of interviewing witnesses in their living rooms, watching their hands shake while they tell me what they saw. 15 years of hiking into places where the reports cluster, setting up trail cameras, making casts of prints, cataloging sounds. 15 years as a field investigator for the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. My name is Jeff Carpenter. I'm from Otto, North Carolina, Southern Appalachians, Macon County, deep mountain country. My father, Irvin, taught me what it means to be an outdoorsman. I can track, I can hunt, I can read a forest the way most people read a newspaper. I know what belongs in these woods and what doesn't. I've seen more bears than I can count. I've heard coyotes and bobcats and screech owls and every other thing that makes noise in the southern mountains after dark. And on the night of June 23rd, 2015, I saw something that wasn't any of those things. It was a Monday, waxing crescent moon, not much light, but enough to see shapes against the tree line. I was driving US 64, heading through Macon County. This was routine. I drive these roads at night as part of my research. You'd be surprised how many sightings happen on highways. These creatures cross roads. They follow creek drainages that pass under bridges. They use the same corridors the deer use. And sometimes, if you're driving slow enough and paying attention, you see them in your headlights, the same way you'd see a deer. I came around a slight curve, and there was a coyote on the right side of the road. That's nothing unusual. I slowed down, watched it trot off. Then I looked to my left. Something was standing just off the road, behind the guardrail. I need you to understand the distance. This was not 100 yards away in a foggy tree line. This was right there. Close enough that my headlights lit it up. Close enough that I could see detail. Close enough that when I stopped the truck, I was looking at it the way you'd look at someone standing on the other side of your front yard. It was upright, tall, well over 6 feet, maybe closer to 7, broad through the shoulders, with a head that sat low, almost sunk between the shoulders, the way a linebacker's head sits when he's in his stance. It was covered in dark hair, not fur, hair, and it was watching me. Not running, not flinching at the headlights, just standing there, behind the guardrail, watching my truck the way you'd watch a car pass your house. Then it turned and moved into the trees. Not fast, not panicked. Deliberate. 3 or 4 steps and the darkness took it.
I sat in my truck for a long time after that. I have interviewed hundreds of witnesses. Hundreds. I have sat across kitchen tables from farmers and hunters and hikers and fishermen and state troopers and school teachers, and I have listened to them describe exactly what I just described to you. And every single time, I believed them. I want to be clear about that. I didn't come to this as a skeptic. I've always believed. My community, the people I grew up with, we know these mountains hold things that don't show up in field guides. But there is a difference. A physical, chemical, bone-deep difference between believing someone else's story and standing 10 feet from the thing yourself. When it's your eyes, when it's your headlights, when it's your hands gripping the steering wheel because your body has decided, before your brain catches up, that what you're looking at changes everything. I filed my own BFRO report. I'd spent 15 years filing other people's. Now I was filing my own. And I wasn't the only one. Around that same time, a pair of hikers were backpacking on the Appalachian Trail through Macon County. My mountains. They'd laid down for the night in their tent when they heard a howl. Not a coyote, not a dog, not a bear. Bears don't howl. This was a single vocalization that lasted 10 to 15 seconds, sustained, powerful, coming from the ridgeline above them. Then silence. Then, over the next 2 hours, random whoops. Sharp, punctuated calls, spaced out at irregular intervals, from different directions, as if something was circling their position. The next morning, they found tracks crossing the trail. Not bear tracks. These were bipedal, 2-footed impressions in the soft ground, about 5 feet apart, with heel strikes sunk 3 inches deep. They followed the trail in both directions for about 150 yards before it disappeared into the brush. A mile further down the trail, they found a second set of identical tracks crossing the path. They reported it to the BFRO. I investigated it. The tracks were real. The spacing was consistent with a bipedal creature covering ground at a walking pace with a stride length far beyond what a human could produce. The heel impressions were deep enough to suggest a body weight of several hundred pounds. These are my mountains. I was born here. My father was born here. His father before him. The Cherokee were here before all of us, and they have their own name for what lives in these hollows. Sewell-Kalu, the slant-eyed giant, the lord of the hunt. These stories go back further than anyone can remember, further than the Trail of Tears, further than the first European who set foot in these hills. When people ask me if Bigfoot is real, I don't argue with them anymore. I used to present evidence. I used to show them casts and play recordings and point to the database. I don't do that now. Now I just tell them what I saw on Highway 64 on a Monday night in June, standing behind a guardrail in my headlights, looking at me with a calm I will never forget. It didn't run. That's what stays with me. Everything else runs from headlights. Deer freeze, then bolt. Coyotes scatter. Bears lumber away. This thing looked at me, assessed me, decided I wasn't worth worrying about, and walked into the dark. When a myth turns into reality, it's a hell of a thing. It's hard to describe. You spend your life looking for something, and then you find it. And the finding doesn't feel like victory. It feels like the ground shifting under your feet. It feels like the mountains you've known your whole life suddenly have a room in them you've never opened. I'm still out there. I still drive the back roads. I still take the reports. But I drive a little slower now, and I look to the left a little more carefully when I come around a curve, because I know what's standing behind the guardrail. I need to write this fast because the hunger is coming back, and I don't know how much time I have before it takes me again. It started with a meal. That's the part that's going to sound ordinary, and I need you to understand that it was ordinary. Everything about that night was ordinary until it wasn't. And the line between the two is so thin that I walked right over it without feeling it under my feet. My girlfriend Nora and I went to dinner. A new place, small, underground, one of those restaurants that doesn't advertise and doesn't have a sign, and you find out about it from someone who found out about it from someone. It was on a side street downtown, below a nail salon, down a narrow set of stairs into a warm basement room with low lights and cloth napkins and a menu I couldn't read half of. The waiter was eager. Too eager. He recommended a dish, a broth with rice noodles and pork, house specialty, you must try it. I said fine. Nora ordered a salad. The food came fast. The broth was rich and dark. The pork had an unusual taste. Not bad, not good. Bitter underneath the spice. A flavor I couldn't place, couldn't compare to anything I'd had before. I finished the bowl. Nora tried a bite and made a face and went back to her salad. We went home. Normal night. I watched television. She went to bed. I brushed my teeth and lay down beside her and fell asleep. I woke up hungry. Not morning hungry. Not I skipped dinner hungry. Hungry in a way I have never been hungry in my life. A deep, pulling emptiness in my stomach that felt less like hunger and more like something had been removed from inside me. An organ, a piece of my core. And my body was screaming to fill the space. I went to the kitchen. I made 4 eggs. I ate them standing at the stove, shoveling them in with a fork, barely chewing. The hunger didn't move. I opened the fridge. I ate leftover pasta cold, straight from the container. I ate a block of cheddar in pieces, tearing it with my hands. I ate deli turkey rolled into tubes and pushed into my mouth whole. I ate pickles and hummus and yogurt and a sleeve of crackers and half a jar of peanut butter, digging it out with my fingers. The hunger didn't move. I sat on the kitchen floor surrounded by empty containers and wrappers and open jars, and I could feel my stomach distended and full, physically full, but the hunger was still there, underneath everything I'd eaten, patient and intact, like I hadn't touched it. Nora found me. She came into the kitchen and looked at the mess and looked at me, and her face went through about 6 expressions in 3 seconds. What happened? I don't know. I can't stop eating. You need to go to urgent care. I need to eat. You just ate the entire fridge. She was right. The fridge was empty. I'd gone through it systematically. Every shelf, every drawer, every container pushed to the back and forgotten. All of it was gone or open or smeared across the counter, and I was sitting on the floor with food on my shirt and my hands sticky with peanut butter, and I was still hungry. I went to the bathroom. I looked in the mirror. Something was wrong with my face. The cheekbones were sharper than they should have been. The skin looked tighter. The circles under my eyes were dark. Not tired dark, sick dark. I had just consumed the contents of an entire refrigerator, and I looked like I hadn't eaten in a week. Then I noticed something else. My lips were wet. Not from food. I was salivating. Heavily. Saliva was pooling in my mouth faster than I could swallow it, and it had started when Nora walked into the kitchen. Not when I saw the food. When I saw Nora. I gripped the sink. I stared at my reflection. I watched my pupils shrink to points, and I felt the hunger shift. Not grow, shift. Redirect itself towards something specific. Something that wasn't in the fridge. Something that was standing in the kitchen doorway, asking me if I was okay. I need you to leave the apartment, I said. What? Nora, I need you to leave. Right now. Go to Amy's. Go anywhere. I'll call you when... I didn't know how to finish that sentence. When what? When the hunger that was telling me to put my teeth into the side of her face went away, when I stopped looking at her neck and thinking about how warm the blood would be. You're scaring me. Good. Leave. She left. I heard the front door close. I slid down the bathroom wall and sat on the tile, and I pressed my hands against my stomach, and I tried to understand what was happening to me. The hunger didn't care about understanding. The hunger just sat there, heavy and patient, filling the space behind my eyes, turning every thought into a calculation of proximity and opportunity. How far is the nearest person? How long would it take to reach them? How much resistance would they put up? I am not a violent person. I have never been in a fight. I have never hurt anyone deliberately in my life. And I was sitting on my bathroom floor thinking about the woman I love in terms of yield. I called Nora's friend Amy. Amy and her boyfriend had been to the same restaurant 3 nights ago. Amy's boyfriend's name was Derek. Nora mentioned that Amy had recommended the place. Amy didn't answer. I called again. Nothing. I called Derek. Nothing. I got in my car. I drove to their apartment. The door was unlocked. The smell hit me in the hallway, sweet and rotten, thick enough to taste. The kitchen was destroyed, food everywhere, on the floor, on the walls, containers emptied and thrown. The fridge was open and bare. I found Amy in the living room. I'm not going to describe what I found in the living room, not in detail. I'll say that Derek was there too, and that what had been done to him was not something a human being does to another human being. And Amy was there, on the floor, and she was still alive, barely, and she was eating. And she looked up at me, and her face was hollow and white, and her eyes were dead and bright at the same time. And she smiled with a mouth full of things I can't name. And she said 2 words. You're hungry. Not a question, a statement, a recognition. She could see it in me, the same thing that was in her, the same thing that had been passed to us through the same meal in the same restaurant from the same dish that tasted bitter underneath the spice. I backed away. I left. I drove home. I locked the door. I sat in the kitchen and I tried to call the restaurant. The number was disconnected. I tried to find it online. No listing, no reviews, no record that it had ever existed. The restaurant is gone. Whatever it served us, whatever was in that pork, if it was pork, is in my blood now, and it's not leaving. It's been 6 hours since I ate the fridge. The hunger is worse. Not slightly worse, exponentially worse. It has moved past my stomach and into my head, and it's rewriting my thoughts in real time. I'll be in the middle of a sentence, and I'll lose it because the hunger inserts an image, a fantasy, vivid and detailed, of feeding. And the image is so satisfying, so complete, that the real world grays out for a second, and I have to physically shake my head to come back. I called Nora. I told her not to come home. I told her I was sick and it might be contagious. She asked if she should call an ambulance. I said no. What would I tell them? That a restaurant that doesn't exist anymore served me something that's turning me into a thing that eats people? They'd put me in a psych hold. And then I'd be in a room with orderlies and nurses and other patients, and the hunger would do what the hunger does. I can feel it changing me. Not just my thoughts, my body. My hands look thinner. My nails are longer than they were this morning. I know that's impossible, but I'm looking at them right now, and they are longer. My gums ache like my teeth are shifting. When I caught my reflection in the microwave door, the face looking back was narrower, sharper, less like me, and more like the thing I'm becoming. The old stories say the Wendigo was once a person, that it starts with hunger, that the first taste of human flesh is the door, and once you walk through it, you can't walk back. The heart freezes, the body stretches, the person disappears, and the appetite is all that's left. I haven't walked through the door. Not yet. I'm sitting in my kitchen, in my apartment, in a building full of people, and I can hear them. Not with my ears, with the hunger. I can feel them through the walls, their warmth, their weight, the soft, wet machinery of their bodies working away on the other side of the drywall. The woman upstairs, the couple next door, the man in 4C who comes home late and microwaves something and watches television alone. I can feel all of them. And the hunger has an opinion about each one. I'm writing this because I need someone to know what happened. I need someone to know that I was a person, a normal person, with a girlfriend and a job and a kitchen that used to have food in it, and that something was done to me. Something was put inside me through a meal at a restaurant that no longer exists, served by a waiter who smiled too wide and licked his lips when he described the dish. I think the waiter knew. I think the waiter had gone through the door a long time ago. And I think the restaurant wasn't a restaurant. It was a feeding mechanism, a way to spread the hunger, a way to make more. It's midnight now. The hunger is the loudest thing in the world. It's louder than my thoughts. It's louder than my heartbeat. It's pushing against the inside of my skull, and it wants me to stand up and walk to the door and open it and go into the hallway and knock on the door of the woman upstairs, and when she opens it, to do what Amy did to Derek. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to finish writing this, and then I'm going to figure out a way to stop it, or contain it, or end it before it ends someone else. But the hunger is so loud, and my hands are so thin, and my teeth ache, and the woman upstairs just dropped something, and I can hear her footsteps through the ceiling, and they sound like a heartbeat, and my mouth is filling with saliva, and I'm going to stop writing now. I think I need to eat. Mile marker 319. My name's Daniel Mercer. Most people in the district call me Danny. I'm 38, and I've worn a North Carolina highway patrol patch for 12 years. Long enough to know what I can fix on the roadside and what I can't. Right now, I'm running on burnt coffee and 4 hours of sleep spread across 2 days. Divorce paperwork is sitting on my kitchen table under a pile of unopened mail. Promotion testing is in 3 weeks, and I'm behind on the study guide because when I close my eyes, my brain stays on duty. That's why I'm on solo night patrol on I-40. Part of it is staffing. One trooper called out sick, another got pulled to a wreck investigation, and the sergeant needed a unit covering the interstate stretch between the county line and the Raleigh Belt Line. Part of it is me. I volunteered for overtime because overtime keeps me busy, and busy keeps me from circling the same thoughts until sunrise. At 0047, I rolled onto I-40 eastbound at exit 295, merged into the thin flow of late traffic, and settled in behind a tractor-trailer long enough to let my radar unit warm up. The cruiser is a black and silver Ford Explorer police interceptor with a worn spot on the steering wheel where my thumb rests. Center console holds the light controls, siren head, and radio mic. The mobile data terminal sits angled toward me like a little windshield inside the windshield, running CAD and DMV checks. Behind my right shoulder, there's a rack with a shotgun and an AR locked in place, and in front of my face, there's the faint reflection of the dash camera LED.
Normal sounds. Tire hum, air vent hiss, the occasional radio burst. District 2, be advised. Debris in roadway, I-40 East, mile marker 302, right lane. DOT notified. Copy, I said, thumbed the mic. 241, I'll check it. Dispatch calls me 241 because that's my unit tonight. They use plain language most of the time now. The old 10 codes still sneak in during stress, but on nights like this, it's mostly calm voices and mile markers. I moved to the right lane, slowed to 60, and watched for whatever debris meant. Tire tread, ladder, cooler, somebody's Friday night mistake. The overhead lighting along this stretch comes in patches. A bright pool under an overpass, then darkness, then another pool. The median is a strip of grass with cable barrier. Beyond the shoulders, it's pines and scrub and the kind of blackness that swallows a flashlight beam. At mile marker 301, just past a low concrete bridge, my headlights caught something pale at the edge of the right shoulder. Not an animal. Too tall. Not reflective like a deer. Not moving like a person. It was upright, slightly bent forward, like someone who'd been standing too long and forgot how to straighten their back. It didn't step into the roadway. It didn't wave. It didn't flinch. It was simply there, facing my cruiser. By the time my brain tried to label it, pedestrian, stranded motorist, intoxicated, the moment was already behind me. I checked my side mirror. Nothing but darkness and my taillights fading red. 241, dispatch said. DOT confirms debris is a shredded tire. Right lane. Advise when clear. Copy, I replied. I didn't mention the pale figure. Yet. A trooper calling in, something pale and tall, at midnight on I-40 doesn't earn you quick respect. At mile marker 302, I found the tire tread in the right lane. 2 long strips like black snakes. I hit my rear flashers, angled the cruiser onto the shoulder, and stepped out with my vest on. Traffic was light, but even one car at 70 miles an hour is enough to turn you into a headline if you misjudge it. I kept my body in the shadow of the rear quarter panel, grabbed one end of the tread, and dragged it off the lane into the grass. The smell of hot rubber hung in the air. Back in the driver's seat, I logged debris removed on the MDT and pulled back onto the interstate. 3 miles later, near mile marker 306, my headlights caught it again. Same posture, same pale, hairless silhouette. Upright but slightly bent. Motionless. On the right shoulder, just beyond the white line, in that narrow band where gravel meets grass, facing me. It wasn't a person in a hoodie. The light hit skin, not fabric. It looked wrong in the way a mannequin looks wrong when you see it in a field. I slowed without meaning to. The radar readout dropped with my speed, numbers stepping down as my foot eased off the gas. The thing didn't move. It watched, if watching is the right word for a face I couldn't resolve at that distance. I passed it. I checked mirrors. Darkness. My mouth tasted like metal. I keyed the mic. District 241. Go ahead. Any calls of a pedestrian on I-40 eastbound? Around mile 301 to 306. A pause. I could hear paper rustle, a keyboard click.
Negative, dispatch said. No bolos, no stranded. You need EMS?
No, I said. Just checking.
Copy. I ran through the practical list. If there's a pedestrian on the interstate at night, it's usually a wreck victim, a drunk, or somebody walking from a broken down car. I hadn't seen any disabled vehicles. No flares, no hazards, no silhouette of a car pulled into the grass. I told myself it was a trick of angle and light. A signpost, a pale tree trunk, a shoulder marker catching my beams the wrong way. Then, at mile marker 311, there it was again. Same spot relative to the lane, same forward bend, same facing. In the same instant my headlights reached the shoulder, the pale shape existed as if it had been waiting for my beams to make it real. It was impossible in the boring, arithmetic way. From 306 to 311 is 5 miles. A human can't cover that distance in the time it took me to drive it unless they ran down the shoulder at Olympic speed. And I hadn't seen anything moving between. No silhouette in the dark, no flash of pale skin in my peripheral vision. Nothing in my mirrors. I set the cruiser's cruise control at 65 and watched the mile markers count up. The night felt thicker, like the air itself was absorbing sound. 241, I said on the radio again, more careful this time. Can you check DOT cameras at the overpasses between mile 305 and 312? I'm getting repeated, possible pedestrian sightings. Stand by, dispatch replied. I'll request. I flicked on my dash camera event marker, one button that flags the current recording so it's easier to locate later. A little beep, a mundane sound that made me feel less alone. At mile marker 316, it appeared again. The dread hit in a clean, cold line. Not panic, not adrenaline. More like the certainty you get when you watch a car drift across the center line toward you and you realize the driver is asleep. I couldn't make it make sense. I had driven forward. It should be behind me. That's how roads work. I signaled right, eased onto the shoulder, and stopped with my wheels straight. I didn't turn on the light bar, just the rear flashers. I didn't want to announce myself to whoever or whatever this was. I wanted it to be a normal person so badly that my hands shook on the steering wheel. The headlights cut forward, brightening the lane and shoulder ahead. No pale shape, just asphalt, grass, and pines. District 2 to 241, dispatch said. DOT states their camera feed is intermittent in that corridor. No visual confirmed. Advise what you're seeing. I swallowed. I've seen... I stopped myself. Chose words like they were evidence. I've seen what looks like a person on the right shoulder multiple times. Same description. No vehicle nearby. Copy, dispatch said, voice still calm but tighter. Do you want a second unit? I looked at the empty passenger seat. My assigned partner tonight was a blank space. Negative for now, I said. I'll try to get eyes. I pulled back into the right lane and continued east. At mile marker 319, the overhead lighting was worse. The stretch dipped slightly, and the trees pressed close. There was an overpass ahead, its concrete underside a darker rectangle against the sky. That's where it was. Not at the edge of my headlights. Not a distant suggestion. It stood within the full wash of my high beams, on the shoulder, close enough that my mind couldn't blur it into a mistake. It was tall, taller than me, thin in a way that didn't read as malnourished so much as unfinished. Pale skin that looked almost wet, arms hanging too long at its sides, head tilted just enough to imply a neck that shouldn't bend that way. The face was forward, toward the cruiser, but it didn't have features that held. Every time I tried to focus, my eyes slid away like they were avoiding a bright light. It held the exact same posture I'd seen at 301, 306, 311, 316. Slightly bent, motionless, facing me. I brought the cruiser to a stop in the lane without thinking, then corrected, eased onto the shoulder behind it, giving myself distance, keeping the vehicle between us. My foot hovered over the brake. My hand went to the spotlight control. The beams snapped out, white and hard, and pinned the figure at the edge of the road. Nothing changed. It didn't flinch. It didn't blink. It simply accepted the light. The silence inside the cruiser got loud. Even the radio seemed to hold its breath. I keyed the mic with my knuckle because my hand didn't feel steady. District 241. I have eyes on the subject at mile 319. Requesting supervisor. Copy, dispatch said immediately. Supervisor en route. Maintain safety. I kept the spotlight on it. The beam trembled slightly because my wrist was tired. The figure remained exactly as it was, like it had been placed there.
And then, without any step, without any shift, without any motion I could perceive, it was not there. The spotlight beam hit empty grass. The shoulder was bare. My high beams lit nothing but asphalt and a reflective mile marker post. My stomach lurched like I'd missed a stair. I sat there, breathing, waiting for the normal explanation to walk out of the trees. Nothing came. 241, dispatch called. Status? It's gone, I said, and hated how small that sounded. Copy, dispatch replied. Supervisor is still en route. Hold position if safe. I should have held. That's procedure. When you have an unknown person on the interstate, you don't go hunting into the woods alone at night. You wait for backup. You keep your scene contained. But the fear wasn't of the woods. The fear was the road ahead. I drove anyway. I merged back into the right lane and kept my eyes locked on the shoulder, on the next pool of darkness, on every reflective post. My hands ached from gripping the wheel too hard. Mile marker 323. Exit sign overhead. The overpass beyond it. And there it was again. Upright, slightly bent, on the shoulder. Except this time, it wasn't on the shoulder. It was on the overpass. Centered above the eastbound lanes, on the pedestrian walkway that shouldn't have been accessible from the interstate side without climbing fences and concrete. It stood behind the metal guardrail, pale in my headlights, facing down at the cruiser as if it had been waiting for me to look up. Same posture, same stillness. A position it could not physically reach in the time it took me to drive there, and a place it had no reason to be. My brain offered one last practical thought. Hallucination, exhaustion, insomnia. A man alone in a cruiser at 2 a.m, seeing patterns that aren't there. Then the MDT clock blinked and changed. 0 to 11. Then, like a glitch, 0258. I stared at it hard enough to make my eyes water. The time stayed. The radio crackled and dispatch sounded wrong, too distant, like they were calling from the bottom of a well. 241, supervisor arrived at your last known at mile 319. He's not seeing you. Confirm location. My mouth opened. No sound came out for a second. I'm at mile 323, I said finally. Eastbound, under the overpass. A long pause. 241, dispatch said. Your CAD shows you still at mile 319. There's no traffic stop logged. No movement. Are you okay? I looked up again. The overpass walkway was empty. The mile marker posts slid by in my peripheral vision as if I were still rolling. But I realized the cruiser was stopped. Parked. Engine idling. My foot was on the brake. My pulse was in my ears. When the horizon started to gray and the first commuters began to appear, the world snapped back into its usual shape.
By then, the supervisor had found me, lights flashing, face drawn tight. He asked if I'd hit my head. He asked if I'd been drinking. He asked if I needed EMS. I told him the truth, stripped down to procedure. Multiple sightings of a possible pedestrian, unable to locate, intermittent camera feeds, time discrepancy. I didn't say pale. I didn't say upright. I didn't say it was on the overpass looking down at me. At the district office later, the dashcam footage was there, but it wasn't right. It showed my cruiser at mile marker 319 with the spotlight on empty grass. It showed me sitting motionless, engine running, hands on the wheel. It did not show the figure. The video timestamp ran continuously from 0209 to 0258. 49 minutes of me not moving, not speaking, not calling dispatch, just sitting with my headlights spilling into the dark. My radio log showed 3 transmissions I didn't remember making, all timestamped 0213, all tagged to the same GPS point at mile marker 319. My odometer reading suggested I'd traveled nearly 20 miles in the same window. Out by the shoulder at mile marker 323, where the overpass crosses, there were tire tracks pressed into the damp grass past the fog line, like I'd rolled off the road and corrected. The tracks started and stopped with no arc, no approach, like the cruiser had been set down there and lifted away. I stood on that shoulder after my shift ended, morning sun turning the pines ordinary again, and watched cars rush east toward Raleigh. The mile marker post gleamed in the light. 323. I tried to rehearse the story the way we do in court. Facts only, no interpretation. But every version ended in the same place. Something stayed ahead of me that should have been behind me, and it never had to move. The sun had dipped below the ridgeline, leaving the desert awash in shadows and the chill of coming night. I was there, as I had been many nights before, a shepherd without sheep, an old man too stubborn to leave the land that had ceased to give. I tended the remnants of my father's farm, though there was nothing left to harvest but memories and guilt. I had sent my family away, to the city, to a better life, far from the whispers of the land and its empty promises. Yet I stayed, tied to this place by the threads of my own failings, unable to admit the truth of what I'd lost. The wind whistled through the broken slats of the barn, a mournful tune that matched my mood. I sat on the porch, a bottle of whiskey my only company, and watched as the first stars blinked into view. The coyotes howled in the distance, a familiar song that once brought comfort, but now only served to remind me of my solitude. It was then I noticed it, the outline of a figure standing at the edge of the barren field, too still to be an animal, too silent to be a neighbor. I squinted into the twilight, the bottle forgotten in my hand. The figure remained, its presence unsettling, like a shadow that refused to fade with the dying light. My heart beat a little faster, each thump a reminder of the stories my grandmother used to tell. Stories of skinwalkers, creatures that wore the skins of others, lurking in the periphery of our lives. I shook my head, tried to dispel the old tales, but the figure remained, unmoving, a stain on the horizon of my thoughts. I rose, the chair scraping against the worn wood of the porch, my legs unsteady beneath me. I told myself it was a trick of the light, an illusion born of whiskey and lonely nights. But deep down, I knew. I had ignored the signs before, and it had cost me. It was time to confront the ghost that haunted my land, the specter of my own failure that had driven my family away. I took a step toward the field, the cold of the earth biting through my thin boots. The figure shifted then, a slow, deliberate movement that sent a shiver down my spine. It turned, and I saw my own face staring back at me, twisted by shadows, eyes void and empty. My heart raced, a drumbeat of fear and recognition. It was no mere apparition. The creature wore my skin, my very soul, a mockery of the man I once was. I staggered back, the weight of the realization pressing down on me. The tales were true. The skinwalker knew me, knew my weakness, my guilt. It had come to wear me down, to take what little remained of the man I had been. I hesitated, caught between disbelief and the undeniable truth reflected in its eyes. Could I face the very thing I had become, a hollow echo of myself? The wind picked up, a cold gust that seemed to push me forward. I had run long enough, hidden behind the facade of duty and denial. I took another step, then another, until I stood at the edge of the field. The creature watched, unblinking, as if daring me to continue. It was then I understood. It was not here to take me, but to offer a choice. I could feel my hands tremble as I met its gaze, the whiskey bottle slipping from my grip to shatter at my feet. The smell of alcohol mingled with the dust, a bitter reminder of the life I had chosen. The skinwalker tilted its head, a mirror of my own contemplation. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for my decision. I took a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs, and stepped into the field. The ground was firm beneath my feet, each step a testament to my resolve. The creature watched, silent as I approached, until the space between us disappeared, and I saw the truth in its eyes. It was not a monster, but a reflection of my own making, the lie I had lived with for too long. I reached out, my hand brushing the fabric of its worn shirt, and I felt the barrier between us dissolve. The creature smiled, a faint echo of my own, as if acknowledging the choice I had made. I had come to face myself, to reclaim the parts I had lost. The skinwalker nodded, a silent understanding passing between us, and then it was gone, leaving only the quiet of the night and the stars above. I stood there for a long time, the wind whispering through the grass, carrying away the last remnants of fear. I had faced the darkness within me and emerged, not unscathed, but whole. As I turned back toward the house, I caught my reflection in the broken glass of the whiskey bottle. The face looking back was my own, lined with age but clear-eyed, unburdened by the past. The night was still, the coyotes silent, as I walked back to the porch. I sank into the chair, the wood creaking beneath my weight, and watched as the dawn slowly chased away the shadows, its light spilling across the land. The skinwalker had left its mark, but I was no longer afraid. I was free, not from the land, but from myself. And as the first bird sang its morning song, I knew I would be ready to start anew.
Eli stopped sleeping in his bed. Mom found him twice in the hallway, sitting cross-legged in front of the doll, whispering. Not playing, whispering. His lips barely moving, and the doll's head angled up toward him, listening. One morning, I noticed something different. The doll's cloth torso wasn't sagging anymore. It looked fuller, rounded, as if something inside it had shifted and settled into shape. Its arms, once limp, now rested with tension, as if they could push, as if they could grip. That same morning, Eli wouldn't look at me. He wouldn't look at Mom. He just stared at the doll and smiled. When Mom asked what they talked about, he answered without blinking. "She's teaching me how to stay." Dad threw it away. He didn't argue. He didn't ask. He just took it from Eli while he was at school,
put it in a trash bag, and drove to the landfill. When he came home, he looked lighter, relieved. That night, the clicking started again. Louder, faster, inside the vents, behind the drywall, under my mattress. Click, 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 like teeth chattering in excitement. At 2:41 a.m., Eli screamed, not in fear, in pain. We ran to his room. The bed was empty. The window was closed. The closet door was open. The doll was sitting on the carpet, facing the doorway. But it wasn't small anymore. It wasn't toddler-sized. It was the size of a child. My brother's size. Its cloth body was taut, filled. Its porcelain hands flexed slowly. The missing eye socket was no longer empty. Something dark and wet moved inside it, blinking from behind the hollow. Then it spoke. Not with a mouth movement. The porcelain lips stayed still, but the voice came anyway, layered, 2 tones overlapping. Eli's voice, and something older. "He didn't throw me away," it said. "We don't leave." Behind the doll, something shifted in the shadows. A second shape. On the wall. My brother's shadow. Except it wasn't attached to anything. It peeled itself off the paint. It stepped forward. Flat. Wrong. And as it moved, the doll's cloth torso sagged slightly, as if something inside it had just left. The shadow crossed the floor, slid toward me, and when it touched my feet, it felt solid, cold. It crawled up my legs like oil. My skin went numb. The doll's head turned, slow, watching, waiting. The shadow reached my chest, and I heard Eli's voice, clear now, not layered, just him. "Don't let her put you back in." I fell backward. The lights blew out. In the dark, I heard porcelain shatter, fabric tear, and something small and heavy drop to the floor. When the lights flickered back on, the doll was broken, empty, collapsed cloth, cracked face, both eye sockets hollow. Eli was standing in the corner of the room, breathing hard. He looked at us, smiled, but something was wrong. His eyes, both of them, too glossy, too still, and when he blinked, I heard it. Click, 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 from inside his mouth. He hasn't spoken since. He just sits sometimes, head tilted, watching doorways, watching mirrors, watching me. And when I fall asleep, I hear the clicking again, from the other side of my bedroom wall. And sometimes, right behind my teeth. I tell ya, working nights at the lumber mill ain't for the faint-hearted, especially in late October, when the cold bites right through your jacket. The smell of freshly cut pine gets stuck in your nose and clothes, but it's the kind of nice smell, I reckon. Better than diesel fumes. Every night, I drove my old '89 Chevy Silverado up that gravel road, dodging potholes and branches, mostly with Hank Williams' voice crackling through the truck's radio. It was a good thing the mill was remote, 'cause that meant less folks around to bug ya, but it could get a tad lonely too. Sometimes, I'd find myself humming along to the old tunes. Those songs reminded me of simpler times, before all this tech stuff took over. I swear, If I had to fix that busted saw machine one more time, I'd lose it. It was like dealing with a stubborn mule. This particular night, as I hauled another load of lumber down the echoing mill, I was distracted by an old Hank Williams tune playing faintly through the radio. I was lost in the music, letting it take me back, when movement caught my eye up ahead on the gravel road. A shadowy figure darted across, and I chuckled, thinking it was that stray dog I've seen sometimes from the neighboring property, always sniffing around. But then, the way it moved struck me odd. It had a gait unlike any dog I'd ever seen before, legs bending and shifting in ways that weren't quite right. Still, I shrugged it off, figured it was shadows playing tricks with my eyes, and continued my route. The night was clear, the moon a silver coin sitting high, lighting up the woods in a way that ain't a bad sight at all. I was about to reach the mill when, under that moonlight, I caught a clearer glimpse of it. This was no familiar creature. It stood upright on two legs, taller than it had any right to be. I stumbled back, boots scuffing against the gravel as it stepped closer. Its eyes caught the moon and threw it back at me. My hands went clammy. I couldn't pull a full breath. I scrambled back toward my truck, tripping over my feet, fumbling for the door handle. I yanked it open and reached for the radio, cranking up the volume, hoping the old Hank Williams tune would scare it off. The sound filled the truck, spilling out into the night. But instead of reassurance, the music warped and crackled, caught in a loop. The creature didn't move, just stood there, eyes on me through the windshield. Hank's voice kept looping, distorted, lower each time. The creature never blinked. That's the last clear thing I remember. That warped sound and those eyes, and the two of them together feeling like the same thing.
The Minerva Monster, The Window. Paris Township, Stark County, Ohio. August 1978. We lived on Lincoln Street in Paris Township, about 2 miles west of Minerva, Ohio. My parents, Evelyn and Herbert, and the 9 of us, 7 kids in a house that backed up to an old strip mine. Behind the property line, the woods started. Dense brush, overgrown terrain, the kind of land that had been torn up for coal and then left to grow over. Nobody went back there. There was no reason to. August 1978, a hot summer. Windows open at night because we didn't have central air, just box fans pulling the warm breeze through the house. The kitchen window faced the back of the property, toward the tree line and the old mine. Mom kept a light on over the sink. At night, if you were getting a glass of water, you could look out that window and see about 20 feet of yard before the dark started. The first night, I wasn't the one who saw it. My mother was. She was in the kitchen, late. I don't remember why, putting something away, maybe getting a drink. She looked up at the window, and something was looking back. She described it later as massive, over 7 feet tall, standing close enough to the house that it had to be just a few feet from the glass. Covered in hair, dark, matted, and the eyes. She said the eyes were what stopped her. They caught the light from the kitchen, the little light over the sink, and they glowed. Red. Not the eye shine you get from a raccoon or a deer caught in a flashlight. Red, like the color was coming from inside. She screamed. My father came running. By the time he got to the window, it was gone. Just the yard, the dark, the tree line. Nothing there. We might have talked ourselves out of it. A trick of the light. An animal that looked bigger than it was. The mind playing games in the dark. We might have let it go. But it came back. The next night. Same window, same time. Something standing outside the kitchen, close to the glass, watching. This time, my father saw it too. He grabbed a flashlight and went outside. He didn't find anything,
but he smelled something. A thick, chemical, musky smell, like ammonia mixed with wet animal, that clung to the air around the back of the house and didn't dissipate for hours. It came back the night after that, and the night after that. Then the rocks started. Small at first, pebbles hitting the siding, the kind of sound you might mistake for a bird or a branch. Then bigger. Rocks the size of your fist, hitting the walls, the roof, the windows. Not thrown randomly, thrown at the house, at specific points, as if something was testing how much it could do before we came outside. We called the sheriff. Stark County deputies came out. 2 of them. They walked the property, flashlights sweeping the tree line, the brush, the old mine. They didn't find the creature, but they found the smell. They noted it in their report. A strong, unusual, musky ammonia odor in the air around the back of the property. They didn't try to tell us it was a bear. They didn't tell us we were imagining things. They looked at each other the way people do when they recognize something they don't want to say out loud. And one of them asked my father if anyone else in the area had reported anything similar. Yes, a few times. It went on for weeks. I don't remember exactly how long. The days blur together when you're spending every night awake, listening for the sound of something hitting the house. My younger siblings slept in the interior rooms, away from the windows. My father started sitting up in the kitchen with a rifle. Not to shoot it. I don't think he ever intended to shoot it. But because a man with 7 children needs to feel like he's standing between them and whatever is outside. Some nights it was quiet. Some nights the rocks came. Some nights we heard movement in the brush. Heavy, deliberate. Too loud to be a raccoon. Too close to the house to be a deer. And always, always the smell. The story got out. The Akron Beacon-Journal covered it. People came to look at the house. Curious, skeptical, amused. My parents were not amused. They were exhausted and afraid and trying to raise 7 children in a house that something visited in the dark. Researchers came too, serious ones. They came in 1985, 7 years later, and interviewed my parents. They came again in 1991, 13 years later, and interviewed them again. Both times, my parents told the story exactly the same way, word for word, detail for detail. The window, the eyes, the smell, the rocks, the deputies. A prominent Ohio Bigfoot investigator called our case one of the top 3 most credible sightings in the state's history. A filmmaker named Seth Breedlove made a documentary about it in 2015. He interviewed family members, the deputy who investigated, and the reporter who covered it. Nobody ever recanted. Nobody ever said it was a prank or a bear or a neighbor in a costume. My parents went to their graves saying what they'd said from the beginning. Something came to our kitchen window in August of 1978 and looked in at us with red eyes. And it kept coming back, and we never found out what it was. My parents are gone now, Herbert and Evelyn. They lived in that house for the rest of their lives. They didn't move. People ask me about that sometimes. Why didn't your family leave? And I understand the question. If something is coming to your window at night, why would you stay? But that was our home. My parents raised 9 children in that house. My father built parts of it with his own hands. The strip mine was there before we were, and whatever lived in it was there before us. Moving wouldn't have solved anything. It would have just meant admitting that the house wasn't ours, that the yard wasn't ours, that the night didn't belong to us. My parents didn't admit that. They stayed. They put the kids in the interior rooms. They sat up with the light on. They called the sheriff when the rocks came. And they endured it, night after night, week after week. Because that's what parents do when something is at the window and the children are inside.
The family members who still live on that property have put up fencing. Not to keep the creature out, to keep the curiosity seekers away. They want to be left alone. I understand that too. Some nights, when I'm alone and it's late and the house is quiet, I catch myself looking at windows. Not expecting to see anything, just checking. The way you check a lock, you already know is locked. The way you listen to a silence, you already know is empty. It's been almost 50 years. My parents are gone. The deputies are gone. The creature, whatever it was, hasn't been reported at that address in decades. But I still look at the window. I'll always look at the window.
My father killed 14 Wendigos. I helped him with the last one. That is why I am in this cell. And that is why they are going to hang me. And I will tell you what I told the court. I would do it again. Every time. Without hesitation. Because you do not understand what we stopped. And by the time you do, it will be too late for understanding to matter. My father's name is Jack Fiddler. He is 87 years old, and he is in a cell down the hall from mine. And they are going to hang him too. 87. He has protected his people for longer than most of the men in this courtroom have been alive. And they are going to put a rope around his neck because they do not believe in the thing he has spent his life fighting. I want to be angry about that. Some days I am. But mostly, I'm just tired. My father is tired too. I can see it when they bring him past my cell. He doesn't fight anymore. Not the guards, not the lawyers, not the sentence. He fought the Wendigo for 60 years, and the thing that finally broke him wasn't the creature. It was being told, by men in suits who have never spent a night in the northern bush, that the creature doesn't exist. Let me tell you about my father. Then you can decide if he is a murderer. He was born with the knowledge. That's how he described it to me when I was young. Not that he learned it, but that it was already in him when he arrived. His mother knew it too. Her mother before her. In our community, there are people who carry certain responsibilities. Medicine people, protectors, people who see what others cannot see, and who act when others cannot act. My father was one of these people. He told me about his first killing when I was 12. He said a man in the community had begun to change. It started with withdrawal. The man stopped speaking to his family, stopped eating with them, stopped sleeping. He would stand at the edge of the camp at night and stare into the trees. His wife said he talked in his sleep, but the words were not in any language she recognized. Then the hunger came. The man began eating constantly, but losing weight. His skin went sallow. His eyes sank. He stopped responding to his name. And one night, his wife woke to find him standing over their youngest child with a look on his face that she could not describe except to say that it was not his face anymore. It was something wearing his face. She went to my father. She was the one who asked for help. I want the court to understand that. The families came to my father. They asked him. They brought him their sick, they're changing, they're possessed, because they knew what was happening, and they knew there was only one way to stop it. My father went to the man. He said he could see it immediately, the thing inside, pressing outward, reshaping the man from within. He said the man's eyes were not his eyes anymore. He said the man looked at him and smiled, and the smile was too wide, and behind the teeth there was a darkness that had nothing to do with the man who used to live inside that body. My father did what had to be done. The community understood. The family grieved, but they understood. Because in our world, this is a known thing. The Wendigo is not a story we tell children to frighten them. It is a diagnosis. It is a condition that can be observed, tracked, and, if caught early enough, treated through ceremony. But when it goes too far, when the transformation is nearly complete, there is only one treatment left. 14 times, over 60 years. 14 people who were no longer people. 14 families who came to my father because they recognized the signs, the withdrawal, the sleeplessness, the hunger that couldn't be satisfied, the voice that changed, the eyes that emptied. And they asked him to do the thing that no one else could do. He never took it lightly. I want that known. He grieved every one. After each killing, he would go into the bush alone for days. He wouldn't eat. He wouldn't speak. He carried those deaths the way a man carries stones in his pockets. Always present, always heavy, never visible to anyone else. Now I will tell you about the last one, the woman. She was Cree. She lived in the community. She was known to us. Her family noticed the changes first, the same changes that had preceded every other case my father had dealt with. She stopped eating with her family. She stopped sleeping. She stood at the edge of the settlement at night, facing the tree line, motionless for hours. Her husband said she whispered to herself constantly, but when he got close enough to listen, the whispering stopped.
Then the hunger. She ate everything in the house. Raw meat, frozen meat, fat scraped from hides. And still, she lost weight. Her cheekbones pressed through her skin. Her eyes receded. Her hands looked like claws, not figuratively. The fingers seemed to lengthen. The nails thickened. Her husband said that holding her hand felt like holding a bundle of sticks wrapped in paper. She began watching people the way a hawk watches a field. That was the detail her husband used when he came to my father. He said, "She looks at our children the way she used to look at food." My father went to see her. I went with him. I had been with him for the last 3, helping, learning, carrying the burden alongside him so that he wouldn't have to carry it alone. He was 87. His hands shook. His eyes were clouded. But when he stood in front of that woman, I saw something in him that was older than his body. A steadiness, a clarity, a purpose that had nothing to do with his age. He looked at her for a long time. She was sitting in the corner of the room, wrapped in a blanket, her face hidden. She was rocking slightly. A low sound came from her. Not words, not quite a hum, a vibration. My father said later that it was the Wendigo speaking through her, testing its new voice. He turned to me, and his face told me everything. The transformation was too far along. Ceremony would not bring her back. The woman they knew was already gone. What sat in that corner, rocking and humming, was the shell she'd left behind. And inside the shell, something was growing that would, within days, begin to feed. We did what we did. I won't describe it. The court has the details. What I will say is that it was not violence. It was mercy. The woman's family was present. They asked for it. They held her hands while we worked. They sang. When it was over, they wept, and they thanked my father. And they buried her according to the old ways. That should have been the end of it. In any other time, in any other place, it would have been. But someone told the authorities. A traitor, I think. Someone who didn't understand what had happened and saw only the surface. A dead woman, 2 men who admitted to killing her. And so, here we are.
The lawyer they gave us wanted us to plead insanity. He wanted us to say we didn't know what we were doing, that we were suffering from a cultural delusion, that we believed in a monster that doesn't exist and acted on that belief. He said it was our best chance at avoiding the rope. My father refused. He said, "I will not stand in their court and call the truth a lie." So we pleaded guilty. We told them what we did and why we did it. We told them about the Wendigo. We told them about the signs, the transformation, the hunger that has no end. We told them about the 14 people my father had saved the community from over 60 years of service. They listened. They took notes. And then they convicted us. Because in their world, the Wendigo does not exist. And killing a sick woman is murder. And 87 years of protecting your people counts for nothing if the thing you were protecting them from isn't in their books. My father doesn't speak much anymore. He sits in his cell and he looks at the wall. And I think he is somewhere far away, back in the bush. Back in the years when the community understood what he did and why. Back in a time when a man could do hard, necessary work and be honored for it instead of hanged. I am not far away. I am here, in this cell, fully present, fully aware of what is coming. And I will tell you the thing that frightens me more than the rope. There is no one left. My father is the last of his kind. When they hang him, the knowledge goes with him. The ability to see the signs, to recognize the early stages, to intervene before the transformation is complete. All of it dies on that platform. And the people who convicted us will go back to their offices and their courtrooms and their comfortable certainty that the Wendigo is a superstition. And they will never know what they've done. Because the Wendigo doesn't care if you believe in it. The Wendigo doesn't require your faith or your acknowledgement. It has existed in these woods since before your language had a word for evil. And it will continue to exist long after the last person who knows how to fight it is dead. And when the next one comes, when a woman in a settlement stops sleeping, stops eating, starts watching her children with that look, who will the family call? Who will walk into that room with steady hands and old knowledge and the willingness to do what must be done? No one. There will be no one.
And the Wendigo will finish its work.
And the authorities will call it madness or violence or some term from their medical books that means we don't understand this, and we've decided not to try. And they will file their reports, and they will close their cases. And in the northern bush, in the deep cold, in the silence between the trees, the hunger will continue, and it will grow. And there will be no one left who knows how to stop it. That is what they are hanging. Not two men, a wall. The last wall between the thing in the woods and the people it wants to consume. I would do it again. I want that on the record. I would do it every single time. And God help the people who come after us. The Hunter's Silence. Appalachian Stalking Horror. I eased my truck onto the gravel shoulder and cut the engine. The forest kept moving without it, wind working through the pines, a far-off creek talking to itself, a few late crows trading rough calls across the ridge. Dawn held the foothills in a cold grip. Frost glazed the weeds along the ditch line. My breath showed in small clouds as I stepped out and pulled the rifle case from the back seat. The air smelled like wet leaves and old wood. It smelled like home. I'd hunted these hills since I was old enough to carry a .22. I knew where the deer crossed, where the hogs rooted,
where the turkey liked to roost. I knew the shortcuts that cut behind the old logging road and the pockets of laurel so thick you had to shoulder through like a man pushing into a crowd. I liked hunting alone because there was no noise to manage, no chatter, no boots scuffing out of rhythm, just my steps, my breathing, my decisions. In these woods, that mattered. Control mattered. I locked the truck, shouldered my pack, and started up the trail. Leaves crackled under my boots. Every sound had a shape in the cold air. A twig snapped with a sharp, clean edge. Loose gravel shifted with a faint grind. My pack strap squeaked once, and I adjusted it until it stayed quiet. A quarter-mile in, I stopped beside a beech tree and listened. The woods carried little sounds the way water carried light, softly, scattered, always moving. A squirrel scratched at bark. Something small dug under leaves. A woodpecker tapped and then paused, as if considering the day. I breathed slow and even through my nose, letting the air warm before it hit my throat. I waited until my pulse settled. Then I heard footsteps. Not mine. They came from behind me, back down the trail. A steady crunch through leaf litter, a pace that held to the same tempo as my own walk. I froze. The steps slowed too. My neck tightened as I turned my head, bringing my eyes around first, rifle angled low, finger straight along the guard. The trail behind me ran between two lines of trees like a dark seam stitched through the brush. Frost glittered in the low light. Mist hung in thin layers near the ground. Nothing stood there. No hunter, no hiker, no shape moving through the gray. I held still long enough to feel the cold start biting through my gloves. Then I took one step forward. Behind me, leaf litter shifted again. Another crunch, another step. The sound stayed several yards back. It stayed tucked into the same lane of trail, patient and steady. I stopped and turned again. Still nothing. The woods behind me looked ordinary. Trees, brush, a few bare branches reaching into the pale sky. I kept moving, slower now, placing each foot so the leaves didn't break with a loud crack. The second set of steps followed. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. The rhythm matched my pace like we shared the same metronome. My first thought was another hunter. It made sense. People came up here, especially once word got out about the hogs. I'd crossed paths before. A man could follow the same trail and still be invisible for a while. I called out anyway. "Morning!" My voice sounded too big in the cold air. It pushed through the trees and faded. No answer came back. I walked another 100 yards and stepped off the trail onto a patch of mossy ground, letting my boots sink without noise. I stood still. The steps behind me came on, steady and unhurried. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Then they stopped. I turned fast and lifted the rifle slightly. The trail behind me stayed empty. A wind gust slid down the slope and moved through the laurel with a dry whisper. Something small scurried under leaves. The woodpecker tapped again. Then, after a pause long enough to make my teeth feel tight, the steps resumed. Crunch. Another step. Always behind. I eased back onto the trail and kept walking. The foothills rose gently, folding into themselves like waves. Old logging cuts made the land uneven, and the path narrowed as the trees thickened. I crossed a shallow run of water where the rocks were slick with algae. My boots splashed softly. Behind me, a splash followed. The second set of steps never hurried to catch up. It never lagged enough to lose the rhythm. It stayed in that same pocket of distance, far enough to stay out of clear view, close enough to keep pressure on the back of my neck. I tried to picture a man doing it,
a hunter playing a joke, someone curious, someone stupid. My hands stayed warm from the work of holding the rifle, but my forearms felt tense. I could feel the muscles holding a readiness I hadn't chosen. I took a wide loop off the trail, pushing through a stand of rhododendron that clawed at my sleeves. The brush resisted, thick and springy. It made noise. It always made noise. I forced my way through for 50 yards and then paused, chest rising and falling. My breath came out in sharper bursts. Behind me, leaves shifted. A branch bent. Something pushed through the same dense brush with the same patient pressure, like it knew the path I'd chosen and accepted it. I turned, staring into the green, dark tangle. The brush moved in small tremors. Leaves shook as something passed through. The movement came from low to high, as if a tall body slipped between branches and the plants had to make room. Then the movement stopped. The foliage settled. I saw no face, no outline, only the aftermotion of leaves finding their place again. I backed out to the trail, forcing myself to move at a normal pace. My mind reached for explanations, the way a hand reached for a railing in the dark. Another hunter stayed on my track. A bear shadowed me. A deer ran parallel. But the footfalls carried weight, a steady compression of leaves. The sound belonged to something upright, something that placed its feet with intent. I walked for another mile, climbing higher, moving past a split in the trail where one path cut toward a rocky overlook. I angled toward the overlook on purpose. I wanted open ground. I wanted space to see. The steps behind me followed. The distance never changed. As the light strengthened, the woods took on more color. Brown leaves, gray bark, green laurel. The frost began to soften. Water dripped from pine needles. I kept expecting to catch a glimpse, an elbow, a shoulder, a hat brim, something that would turn this into a story about a rude stranger. Instead, the sound stayed clean and deliberate, and the trail behind me stayed empty. When I reached the logging road, it cut a pale strip through the forest, packed dirt with scattered gravel, wide enough for a truck if you had the nerve. The canopy opened above it, letting in a cold, bright light. I stepped onto the road and stopped. The sudden openness made me feel exposed, like I'd stepped out onto a stage. I turned fully and scanned down the trail where I'd come from. For the first time that morning, I saw it. It stood between the trees at the edge of the trail, partly in shadow, partly in the thin sunlight that slipped through branches. It didn't step into the road. It held itself just inside the forest line. It was tall, taller than me by a head, maybe more. Its shoulders sat high and slightly forward, giving it a hunched look without bending at the waist. Its arms hung long, hands down near mid-thigh. The hands stayed relaxed, fingers slightly curled. Its head angled toward me, then shifted a few degrees, as if it watched from different points at once. I couldn't make out clear details of a face. The light hit it wrong, or my eyes refused to fix on it. The sense I got was of smoothness where features should have been, and a heaviness around the brow like a ridge. It breathed. I heard it across the road. Slow air drawing in, slow air releasing. A calm rhythm that carried through the stillness. I raised my rifle. The movement felt sudden, aggressive, and I expected a reaction. It gave none. It stepped forward. One foot placed onto leaves with care. The other followed. It crossed the threshold from shadow into dim light beneath the trees. It stayed in the forest line, still not stepping onto the road, still holding that distance like it belonged to it, The way it walked carried a specific patience. Each step rolled from heel to toe, weight shifting smoothly. No rush, no stumble, no hesitation. It moved like it had all day. I kept the rifle trained on its chest. "Who's there?" My voice came out rough. It continued walking along the forest edge, tracking the line of trees parallel to the road. Its path kept it behind me, to my left, maintaining the same spacing, like the distance was a rule. It angled its head again, listening. My throat felt dry. The world held its breath. Even the creek sound seemed farther away. I backed a step onto the road, gravel crunching. It matched the movement, taking another step in the leaves. I turned and started down the logging road toward a patch of open ground I knew would lead to an old clearing. My boots struck dirt and small stones. Behind me, leaves crunched again. It followed the road's path without stepping onto it, staying inside the tree line, always behind, always walking. The farther I went, the quieter the woods became. Bird calls thinned. The small movements under leaves stopped. The air took on a heavier smell, like damp earth turned over by a shovel. I checked my phone out of reflex. The screen lit, bars drained to nothing. No service. I slid it back into my pocket and kept moving.
The clearing lay another half-mile down, where the logging road widened and then broke into a rough, open patch of low grass and weeds. A few old cut stumps stood there like blunt posts. The place had the flat openness I wanted. I reached the edge and stepped out. Wind moved across the clearing, cold and steady, flattening grass and waves. The sky above it looked pale and empty. I turned again, rifle up. It stood at the edge of the trees, still inside the shadow line, head tilted, shoulders high. Its breathing stayed slow. It stepped forward. A foot pressed down into leaves. The sound came clean and heavy. I held my aim steady, trying to force my hands to stay calm. It took another step. The distance closed by a yard. My pulse thudded in my ears. I took 2 steps backward into the clearing. The grass bent under my boots. The open space behind me felt like a wall made of air. No cover, no trees, no place to hide. It continued walking. Its arms swung slightly with each step. Its hands stayed loose. Its head remained angled toward me. It stopped at the edge of the clearing. For a moment, I thought it had decided to keep its line, to hold at the trees. Then it lifted 1 foot and stepped into the open. The grass flattened under its weight. It moved into the clearing with the same calm, deliberate pace. Each step settled into the ground like a stamp. The sunlight hit it fully now, and I saw more. Texture, shape, movement. Its skin looked like bark soaked in water, dark, uneven, with a sheen in certain angles. It carried ridges along the forearms and neck. Its chest rose and fell with that slow breathing. Its head had a slope that reminded me of a skull under thick hide. No hair moved in the wind. No clothing, no gear. Only its body, built for walking through brush for as long as it wanted. It kept coming. I didn't fire. The decision stunned me as soon as it happened. My finger stayed outside the trigger guard, stiff and locked there. My arms held the rifle in place, but my mind carried a heavier pressure. I'd killed deer. I'd killed hogs. I'd put down a wounded animal. Those moments had shape. They had a beginning and an end, a clean choice. This felt different. This felt like aiming at something that didn't belong to the same set of rules. It closed another yard. I tried to speak again. Stop. It continued walking. Its breathing stayed steady, like a man taking a slow hike. It moved to my left slightly, changing angle. The shift placed it in a line that cut off my path back to the logging road. I turned my body to keep the rifle trained. My boots moved in the grass. The wind pushed against my jacket. It matched my rotation with a small turn of its torso, never jerking, never rushing, keeping the same calm pace. It shifted again, steering the angle. My heart hammered harder. I realized it had been doing this all morning. Subtle changes, small angle adjustments. Always behind. Always on a line that guided me where it wanted. The clearing began to feel smaller. I backed away farther, and the ground sloped gently downward. My boot hit a patch of loose dirt, and my heel slid. I caught myself, but the stumble broke the rhythm. My chest jerked forward, then back. It closed the distance again, still walking. Its steps grew louder now that it moved in open grass and dirt. The weight of it pressed sound into the ground. I tried to circle wide toward the right edge of the clearing where the trees thinned. It shifted with me, taking 2 steps that changed its position just enough to hold the line behind my shoulder. My breathing came faster, and I forced it down. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Slow. Even. It mirrored that calm with its own slow rhythm. Then it did something that made my stomach tighten. It paused. Only for a second. Then it resumed walking with the same pace, and the pause felt like a thought. Like it had chosen when to let me feel hope. My eyes flicked behind me, searching for cover, and I saw the ravine. It lay at the far edge of the clearing, hidden until you reached the slope. The ground fell away sharply into a steep cut, a gash lined with rock and tangled roots. The creek ran down there, louder now, rushing over stones. There was no easy way down. There was no easy way across. A man could break an ankle in seconds. I'd walked toward it without thinking, because the open ground felt safer than the trees. I'd walked exactly where it had guided me. It kept coming. 30 feet. 25. 20. I held the rifle up, hand shaking now, barrel centered on its chest. Its head tilted as if it listened to my breath. It closed to 15 feet. My arms burned from holding the aim. My shoulders cramped. It closed to 10. The smell hit me then. Wet wood, earth turned over, something metallic under it, like old pennies left in rain. It stopped. It stood in front of me, with the ravine behind my heels and the open clearing around us. Its breathing filled the space between us. Slow. Measured. Calm. I could see the rise and fall of its chest. I could see the small shift of its shoulders as the air moved in and out. I stood there, with my rifle and my control and my pride. And I realized the only thing I'd controlled all morning was my own direction. It took 1 step closer. The grass flattened under its foot. It leaned its head forward slightly, bringing that smooth, heavy face nearer. Its breath touched my hands, cool and damp. I didn't fire. I didn't speak. I stood there and listened to it breathe, and I matched my breath to its rhythm, because my body understood what my mind resisted. The woods had a hunter, and the hunter had been behind me the whole way. The night was thick with heat as I walked the deserted trail back to the cabin, the lantern swinging by my side. My role was simple. I was a hunter, though not a particularly successful one. I was out there because the others had decided I needed to earn my place among them. They had grown tired of my excuses, of my failures, and I could feel their disappointment heavy on my shoulders. My knee ached from an old injury that never healed right, a constant reminder of my inadequacies. But it wasn't just the knee. Something deeper gnawed at me, an old guilt I carried like a stone in my chest. I had left my brother when he needed me most. In his final days, I avoided his calls, too wrapped up in my own life, too afraid to face his mortality. The trail ahead was dark, the moon hidden behind clouds, and I felt that same darkness inside me, a void I could not escape. The night air was still, save for the distant call of an owl, and the rustling leaves whispered secrets I tried not to hear. It was then that I noticed the first sign, a faint rustle where there shouldn't be one. I froze, lantern held high, the light casting long shadows that danced among the trees. A shiver of unease crept up my spine. There it was again, a low growl, unmistakably real and far too close. It was as if the forest itself had exhaled a presence, something that watched with intent. I told myself it was a trick of the mind, but deep down, I knew I was not alone. I continued, each step deliberate and quiet. My heart beat like a drum in the silence, and the night pressed in, the air growing heavy with expectation. The sound of footsteps echoed mine, mimicking my pace, a taunting mirror of my own movements. I stopped, listening, and they stopped too. This was no animal. It was something else, something that knew me. I tried to shake off the tension, rationalizing it as the work of nerves and fatigue. But the woods were alive with whispers I couldn't ignore, pressing against the flaw I tried to hide. I glanced around, the lantern's light revealing nothing but shadows. My mind fought against the recognition that some things could not be explained away. I could no longer deny it. I had to confront whatever followed. The choice tore at me, the cowardice of my past urging retreat. But I pushed forward, lantern raised like a talisman against the creeping dread. I would face this thing, if only to prove I wasn't the failure they all thought I was. The path twisted, leading me deeper into the woods, and every instinct screamed to turn back. But I moved on, driven by a need to uncover what haunted these woods, and perhaps to prove something to myself. The air grew colder, the kind of cold that cuts through bone, and I felt eyes upon me, measuring my every move. Then it appeared ahead, stepping into the light. It wore my brother's face, his features twisted, yet familiar. My breath caught. This was no chance encounter. It had chosen this visage deliberately, mocking me with the one person I had failed the most. It smiled, and I saw the cruelty in its eyes, an intelligence that understood the weight of my guilt. It began to speak, its voice a distorted echo of my brother's, recounting the moments I had missed, the calls I had ignored. Each word was a knife, carving into the guilt I carried, and I felt myself unraveling. This creature, whatever it was, knew my deepest shame and wielded it with precision. I stumbled back, the lantern light flickering as I fought to maintain control. The world tilted, and I realized this was what it wanted: to break me, to see me crumble beneath the weight of my own failings. But something inside me resisted, a fragment of resolve that refused to be extinguished. With a shaking hand, I held the lantern high, the glass warm against my skin. I could not outrun this thing, nor could I hide from its gaze. Instead, I confronted what I had become, the shadows of my past, and I made a choice. I stepped forward, closing the distance between us. The creature laughed, a hollow sound that echoed through the trees, but I did not waver. I held its gaze, refusing to look away, and in that moment, the air seemed to shift. The darkness receded, just a fraction, enough to breathe. I turned and walked away, the path back to the cabin clearer now, the weight of my guilt still present, but somehow lighter. The woods were silent again, and as I reached the clearing, I paused, looking back. The darkness watched, but did not follow, and I knew it would always be there, a reminder of what I had faced. The lantern's light flickered one last time before I lowered it, the warmth lingering on my hand. I carried the scar of that night within me, a testament to the choices made and the burdens carried. The night was still, and in its silence, I found a semblance of peace. I sat by the dusty window in the old house that night, tending to my task as a watchman for antiques. The owner, Mr. Grayson, had hired me to protect his peculiar collection of dolls and teddy bears, claiming they were of immeasurable value. I did not believe him, but work was work, and I needed the money. My role was simple: keep vandals away. But the unease I felt inside was more complex, a remnant of guilt from leaving my father alone in his last days, a dull ache that gnawed at me in moments of quiet. The collection was strange: dolls with porcelain faces and glassy eyes staring from shelves, bears with button eyes and stitched smiles. They were unsettling, and I found myself annoyed at the way their eyes seemed to follow me. Yet, it was the ragged teddy bear, slumped in the corner, that stirred something deeper. A memory of the bear I had as a child, a companion I had abandoned much like I had my father. As midnight approached, a soft thud started the chain of events that would unravel my night. A doll had fallen from the shelf, its painted eyes staring directly at me. I felt a chill, as if the fall was not accidental but aimed. I picked it up, placing it back, and tried to dismiss the thought. But the unease was growing, personal now. It was as if these objects, these relics of my childhood, had a grudge to settle. I paced the room, convincing myself it was merely the wind, the creaking of an old house. Yet each time I passed the teddy bear, a quiet whisper seemed to sound in my mind. Words not spoken yet, somehow heard, accusing and relentless. My chest tightened with the weight of my unresolved guilt. I tried to ignore it, to push the whispers back, but they dug in, persistent. The air thickened with tension, and I had to make a choice. I could leave, walk away from this house and its accursed collection, but that would only mean running again. Instead, I decided to confront it. I picked up the ragged bear, its fabric worn and eyes dull, and looked into its face. My face reflected in those eyes, tired and haunted. It became clear. They knew me. They knew my failings. The bear slipped from my grasp and landed upright, an impossible feat. It wasn't the fall that startled me, but the intent. It was alive with the knowledge of my past, a taunting specter. I realized then I was not merely guarding a collection, I was being judged by it. These toys, remnants of childhood innocence, had become arbiters of my guilt. The room seemed to close in on me, the dolls and bears more animated with each passing second. My heart raced, and I had to act. I gathered the bears, placing them around me in a circle, as if to pen them in, or perhaps to trap myself with them. Their eyes glinted in the dim light, reflecting the flaw they exploited, the fear of my own inadequacy, my abandonment. I chose to confront it, to speak aloud the guilt I had buried. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the bear, to my father, to the emptiness within. My voice echoed softly in the room, and for a moment, the oppressive tension lifted. The bears seemed to pause, their judgment suspended. In that moment, I understood. The horror was not in the dolls or bears, but within me, a manifestation of the guilt I carried. The night receded, the room growing quiet once more, as if appeased by my confession. Yet, I knew the peace was temporary, for the scar remained. As dawn broke, the house was still. The dolls and bears returned to their inanimate state, their trial over. But in their silent presence, I saw a reflection of my journey, a reminder of my flaw. I lingered in the room a moment longer, the weight of the night heavy on my shoulders. The scar they revealed would not fade quickly, but it was a scar I could live with. I left the house, the memory of their eyes haunting yet somehow comforting, knowing that the horror I feared lay not in them, but in the shadows of my own past. My best friend Sam and I had a strange history with the creature we referred to as the Dog Man. It all started one night under a full moon when Sam was younger and riding his bicycle. He swore he saw it down by the railroad tracks at the old dump, some kind of werewolf or whatever it was. Sam got so spooked he wouldn't go out after dark, and even when we got older and had our driver's licenses, he'd refused to stop the car to pee unless we were under a streetlight. It became a running joke between us, though a strange one, and we'd always end up driving around whenever the full moon hung in the sky. One night, we were out cruising, and Sam stuck to his routine of only stopping for a streetlight. Annoyed, I suggested we go find whatever it was he'd seen. We didn't see anything that night, but when I dropped him off and headed home, something happened. Traveling down the highway, I hit it with my car, barreling along at 70 miles an hour. I knocked the creature off the road, but it didn't seem to hurt it much. Black hair got jammed into my bumper, which I collected and stuffed into a chip bag. That bag still sits in the car, out at the shop. This peculiar routine of ours became a sort of game. Whenever the moon was full, we'd take to the roads to hunt for the creature. Most times, we'd see nothing. But on one such night, it was me, Sam, Tyler, and Aaron driving down Wellington Road. Out of nowhere, the thing ran across the road to our left. Tyler, terrified, pulled out an AR-15. It had a flashlight and a laser, and when he pointed it at the creature, its eyes glowed red. We took off like bats out of hell. Tyler was too scared to shoot, dropping the gun in panic. As we continued down the road, something darted into the woods to our left again, and it freaked us out. Once Tyler got everyone dropped off, I was the last. He swore we were pulling a prank on him, convinced we had someone dressed in a gorilla suit scheming against him. And then there was a night on Mathias Lane, where it dead ends. It was spooky. I accidentally put a cigarette out in a Mountain Dew can. Sam, not realizing, took a swig from that can and almost threw up. He tossed the can out the window, and we heard it hit the woods. But as we turned around at the dead end and drove back, that can was sitting right there in the road. We didn't see anything or anyone, but it was unsettling. Yet again,
Under the full moon, the werewolf dogman seemed to haunt us. My brother saw it once, too. He said it was a bear, but we don't have bears around here. There was one last time I encountered it, and it was too close to comfort. I saw it in my yard. That deeply unsettled me. Seeing it on the back roads was one thing. Those places weren't my home. But finding it in my side yard was too much. From that moment on, the game stopped being a game for me. It became something real, something serious.
The Thing in the Hollow. Appalachian High Country, Virginia. July. Sometime in the late 1980s or early 1990s. I grew up in the Virginia High Country, deep Appalachia, the kind of place where secluded doesn't even begin to cover it. Our house sat on a ridge where the timber grew so thick the sun gave up halfway through the afternoon, half a mile to the nearest neighbor. No sidewalks, no streetlights, no sounds at night, except whatever the woods decided to send your way. The forest wasn't our backyard. It was everything. It went on in every direction, as far as you could walk, for as long as you could walk. And when you stopped, it kept going. When I was about 7 years old, I spent my summers the way mountain kids do. Out the door after breakfast, back before dark. And in between, the woods were mine. I had 2 dogs with me everywhere I went, a golden retriever and a black lab. Good dogs, big dogs, dogs that weren't afraid of anything. It was a July afternoon, hot, the kind of heat where the air feels like a wet wool blanket pressed against your face. The cicadas were screaming, the birds were going. The woods were alive the way they always were in summer. Loud, buzzing, full of noise. We were pushing through a stand of old-growth oaks, the dogs out in front of me the way they always were, when everything stopped. I don't mean it got quieter. I mean it stopped. Like someone had reached down and turned the volume knob to 0. No birds. No cicadas. No wind in the leaves. Just a sudden, pressurized silence. The kind that pushes against your ears. The kind that feels like the woods are holding their breath. My golden stopped mid-stride, his ears pinned flat against his head. A second later, the lab froze too. The hair along her spine stood straight up, a ridge of black fur from her neck to her tail. They were both staring at the same spot. A massive, rotted-out stump about 30 feet ahead of us, half buried in dead leaves and moss. I looked where they were looking. At first, I thought it was just the forest floor. A mound of leaves and earth and rot, piled up the way things pile up in old woods. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized the mound had a shape. It was long, it was wide, and it was breathing. Something was lying there, curled up beneath a layer of dead leaves and moss, like it had pulled the forest floor over itself, the way you pull a blanket up to your chin. It was enormous, scaled up beyond anything I had a word for at 7 years old. And through the gaps in the leaves, I could see fur. Thick, matted, rust-brown fur, caked with dirt. The dogs didn't bark. That's what I remember most clearly, all these years later. They didn't bark. They didn't growl. They didn't do any of the things dogs are supposed to do. They trembled, both of them, standing rigid, shaking, staring at that mound with a look I had never seen in their eyes before and have never seen since. Then the mound moved. A low groan came up out of the ground. Not out of the creature, out of the ground itself. That's what it felt like. A deep, guttural vibration that I felt through the soles of my sneakers before I heard it with my ears. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't a roar. It was the sound of something immense waking up. The shape began to uncoil. That's the word. Uncoil. The way a snake uncoils. Except this was the size of a man, and then some. Leaves slid off its back. Moss tore loose. The thing was rising. We didn't wait to see the face. All three of us, me and both dogs, turned and ran. I don't remember making the decision to run. My legs made it for me. We crashed through the brush, branches whipping my arms and face, my lungs burning, the dogs right beside me. And behind us, that groaning kept going, low and rhythmic, reverberating through the trees like a sound the mountain itself was making. We made it to the house. I threw the deadbolt. The dogs pressed themselves against my legs. I stood at the window and stared out at the tree line. The same tree line I had walked into 1,000 times without thinking. And it looked different. It didn't look like my woods anymore. It looked like something else's woods. And I was just allowed to be there. In the weeks after that, things changed. The nights got louder. Sounds I couldn't name. High-pitched whoops that cut through the dark. And low, heavy cracks, like someone taking a baseball bat to a tree trunk. They came from different directions on different nights, but always from the woods, always close. Then came the cookout.
My family had people over. It was evening, the grill going, the adults talking and laughing. I was standing near the fire, and I looked toward the tree line where the shadows were deepest, where the oaks grew close together and the last of the daylight couldn't reach. Something was standing there. A dark, vertical shape, perfectly still. Broad shoulders, a head that sat low, almost between the shoulders, the way something looks when it's watching you and doesn't want to be tall enough to be noticed. It didn't step into the light. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there, at the edge, where the world I knew ended and the world I didn't know began. I knew those shoulders. I knew that shape. It was the thing from the hollow. It had followed us home. Or maybe it had always been there, and I just never looked hard enough. It never came closer. It never made a move. Eventually, I stopped looking, and when I looked back, it was gone. The sightings faded after that, or maybe I just stopped going deep enough into the woods to find them. I grew up. I moved away. The hollow is still there. The oaks are still there. And somewhere beneath the leaves, in the places where the sun gives up and the silence presses in, I believe it's still there too. I was 7 years old. I know what I saw. The dogs knew what they saw. And none of us ever went back to that part of the forest again. I went to a town that doesn't appear on most maps, in the northern reaches of a state I won't name, to research a book I will never write. I'm telling you this instead. I was a writer, am a writer technically, though I haven't written a word since I came back. I had a contract for a novel, literary fiction, set in the remote north. The kind of book that wins small awards and sells modestly. My editor wanted authenticity. She wanted weather and isolation and indigenous culture rendered with precision. She wanted me to go there. So I went. I arranged a stay through a contact at a university who had connections to a small community deep in the boreal forest. The kind of place you reach by charter plane and a dirt road.
where the tree line presses in on all sides and the sky feels lower than it should. I was given a room at the only lodging in town, a 2-story building that served as an inn, a meeting hall, and the closest thing the community had to a restaurant. My room smelled like pine resin and kerosene. The window faced the forest. A guide had been arranged for me. His name was Nathan. He was local, mid-30s, built like someone who'd spent his entire life outdoors. He didn't talk much, but when he did, his words had weight. He wasn't performing for me. He wasn't trying to give me material. He was simply a man who lived in a place I'd never survive alone, and he was willing to show me enough of it to fill a book. We went out on the second day. Nathan led me along a trail that wound through dense spruce and pine, out to a clearing beside a half-frozen lake. This was where we'd camp. He pitched the tent with quick, practiced motions. I stood there with my notebook, writing descriptions of the trees, the light, the quality of the silence. The silence was the first thing I noticed. Not quiet, silence. The total absence of sound, broken occasionally by a branch settling or ice shifting on the lake, but between those small events, nothing. The kind of nothing that makes you aware of your own pulse. Nathan was tense from the moment we arrived. I noticed it, but didn't comment at first. He kept scanning the tree line. Not casually, methodically, the way a sentry scans a perimeter. When I asked if everything was all right, he said, "Just paying attention." By nightfall, I understood what he was paying attention to. The fire was going. We'd eaten. I was writing in my notebook by firelight when I saw something move at the edge of the clearing. Just a shape, briefly darker than the dark behind it, sliding between 2 trees. I looked up. Nothing there. A twig snapped. Not close, but close enough. I looked at Nathan. He was staring at the exact spot where I'd seen the movement. His jaw was tight. "Animal?" I said. He didn't answer. We went to the tent. I lay in my bag listening to the wind. It had been calm when we'd gone inside, but within an hour it was howling. A deep, sustained sound that shook the tent and pressed the walls inward. I could hear the trees bending. I sat up and reached for the tent flap. Nathan's hand caught my wrist. "Don't open it," he said. "I just want to see—" "Don't." His voice was flat and certain in a way that closed the conversation. I lay back down. The wind continued, and as I listened, something in the sound changed. The howling developed a rhythm, a pattern. Syllables, stretching and contracting inside the wind, forming something that was almost, not quite, but almost, a word, a name. I couldn't make it out, but Nathan could. I could tell because he'd stopped breathing. He was curled against the far wall of the tent, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them, shaking. "Nathan, what?" "Be quiet," he whispered. "Don't say anything. Don't acknowledge it." The wind called the name again, longer this time, louder, pulled apart and reassembled, the syllables arriving from different directions, as if the voice was circling us. Nathan started rocking, small, involuntary movements, his body trying to contain something his mind couldn't hold. I reached for his shoulder and he flinched away. Then he was on his feet, moving toward the tent flap. His movements were wrong, jerky, compulsive, as if his body was being operated by someone unfamiliar with the controls. I grabbed his arm. He pulled free with a strength that didn't match his frame. I grabbed him again, both arms this time, and wrestled him to the ground. "You can't go out there," I said. "Nathan, listen to me." The wind called again. Nathan's body surged toward the flap with such force that I lost my grip. He was through the zipper and running before I could get to my knees. I heard him screaming as he went. Not words, not at first. Then, faintly, getting farther away,
My feet. They're burning. Oh God, they're burning.
The screaming rose, moved, not along the ground, upward, as if you were being pulled into the sky. The voice climbed and thinned, and eventually it was coming from above the canopy, above the trees, from somewhere in the dark air overhead. And then it faded to nothing, and the wind died, and the silence came back so completely it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. I did not sleep. I sat in the tent until dawn. In the morning, I followed his tracks. They led from the tent across the clearing toward the lake. At first, they were boot prints, running, frantic, spaced close together. Then they changed. The stride lengthened, 5 feet between prints, 10 feet, 15. No human being can take strides that long, not even sprinting, not even in terror. And the prints themselves changed. They became drag marks, long, thin furrows in the snow, as if his feet were barely touching the ground, as if something had him by the arms and was pulling him at a speed his body couldn't match, his boots dragging across the surface. The marks went onto the lake ice. They continued for several hundred yards, getting longer, lighter, shallower. And then they stopped. One last scuff in the snow, and then nothing. Clean, unbroken white in every direction, as if he'd been lifted off the ice and carried into the sky. I went back to town. I walked the trail in under 40 minutes. I came through the trees and into the settlement, and I was shaking and filthy and bleeding from branches I'd run through. And the first person I saw was the old man who managed the inn. He looked at me, and his face told me he already knew. Not what had happened specifically, just that it had happened. He sat me down in the common room. He gave me coffee. He listened. When I finished, I expected questions. I expected disbelief. Instead, he said, "You heard the name?" I heard something, in the wind. A name. I couldn't make it out. The old man nodded slowly. He told me the name belonged to a hunter who had lived in the area generations ago. The hunter had gone into the bush to find the creature. He never returned. But his name, the wind kept it. The wind calls it when the creature is active, when the cold is deep enough and the isolation is complete enough for it to feed. I asked him what the creature was. Every person in the room turned to look at me. The old man held up his hand, not to me, to them. A gesture that meant, "I'll handle this." He leaned forward. He spoke quietly. He said, "There is a silence we keep here. We do not speak of it. We do not name it. We do not tell its stories or repeat its deeds. This silence is not ignorance. It is a wall. For many years, the wall held. People were taken. Rarely, but they were taken. We accepted this the way we accept the cold. It is a condition of living here." He paused. Then the silence holds. The takings become less. Years pass without incident. The wall works. He looked at me with an expression I have thought about every day since. It was not anger. It was grief. Preemptive grief. The kind you feel when you know something bad is coming and you cannot stop it. "You have broken the silence," he said, "by asking, by listening, by knowing. You have made it stronger." I left the next morning on the first flight available. I sat in the 12-seat charter with my bag between my knees, and I looked out the window at the forest below. Miles and miles of green and white, unbroken, stretching to the horizon. And I understood for the first time how much emptiness there was up there, how much space between the trees for something to move without being seen. How many places a thing could exist for centuries without ever being found. I went back to the city. I sat at my desk. I opened my laptop. The cursor blinked on a blank page, and I stared at it for hours. I couldn't write the book. Not because I didn't have the material. I had more material than I'd ever wanted. But because the old man's words were in my head, and they wouldn't leave. It grows stronger with acknowledgement. Every word I wrote would be an act of naming. Every reader would be a crack in the wall. My editor called. I told her the trip hadn't worked out. She asked if I had anything. I said no. She dropped the project. I let her. That was 4 years ago. I haven't published anything since. I moved to a different city, a warm one, flat, far from forests. I don't go outside when the wind picks up. I don't camp. I don't hike. I keep the television on at night so the house is never silent. Because silence is where it lives. And I can't hear the wind if the television is loud enough. But some nights, when the power flickers and the screen goes black, and the house goes quiet for just a second, I hear it. Faint. Far away. The wind carrying a sound that is almost a name. Not the old hunter's name. Not Nathan's name.
A new name. One it's been practicing. I know whose name it is. I'm not going to write it here. I've broken enough silence already. The rake at summer camp. The one that walks backward. I realized my bunk was short one kid before I realized the door had been left open. It was 2:17 a.m., and the air inside cabin Juniper had that thick, sour-sweet smell of wet socks and sunscreen that never truly leaves wood walls in July. My flashlight beam swept across the bunks, top, bottom, top, bottom, catching the pale shine of forearms, the rise and fall of sleeping chests, a stuffed animal hanging by one ear. Bunk 7, bottom, was empty. The sleeping bag was unzipped like a mouth. The pillow had slid toward the wall. No shoes beneath it. No crumpled hoodie at the foot like every other bed. Just bare plywood and my stomach dropping through it. I counted again anyway, lips moving without sound. 9. It should have been 10. I stepped to the door and the screen was ajar, the little hook not latched. Beyond it, the gravel path that ran between the cabins was a pale ribbon in the moonlight. Mist sat low in the valley, the way it always did here, like the camp had been poured into a shallow bowl and the air pooled at the bottom. I knew the rules because I'd said them 1,000 times this week. Buddy system. No wandering. If you have to go to the bathroom, you wake a counselor. Flashlight checks at lights out. Whistle signals. 1 blast for attention. 2 for gather. 3 for emergency. And I also knew the truth. We were understaffed. 2 counselors had quit on Sunday. The assistant director was in his office asleep on a cot because he'd been covering kitchen duty and waterfront all day. I was supposed to be on a lightly supervised shift,
which meant I had a radio that sometimes worked and a laminated map that assumed children behaved like lines on paper. I whispered the name anyway, like it might come back to the bed if I said it gently. Eli. Nothing moved. Outside, the woods began where the light from the path died, 30 yards from Juniper Steps if you cut across the open grass, maybe 40 if you followed the gravel past the fire pit and the rope course. The tree line was a jagged black wall. Past it, trunks, rhododendron thickets, a creek somewhere, and then miles of Appalachians rolling away under mist. I grabbed my whistle, clipped it to my collar, and stepped onto the porch. The night had sound the way a room has furniture. Crickets, distant frogs, the creek, faint but steady. Somewhere far off, a metal clank. Wind moving a pulley on the rope course, I told myself. The silhouette of the climbing tower stood against the sky like a rib cage. My boots hit the steps, and I stopped. A kid was standing in the grass. Not running, not sneaking. Just standing there, barefoot, in a t-shirt that hung too big on his shoulders, staring straight ahead into the dark. Not Eli. Mason. 8 years old. The one who asked if I had a girlfriend and then told me I should because girls make you calm. Mason, I said, soft. Hey, buddy, what are you doing out here? He didn't look at me. His face was slack, not asleep exactly, but not awake the way I wanted him to be. His arms hung at his sides. His feet were planted like he'd been set down there. I took a step off the porch. Mason, come back inside. He didn't move. My first thought was sleepwalking. My second was the bathroom. My third was the empty bunk behind me, and the way the screen door had been unhooked. I crossed the grass and knelt in front of him, trying to catch his eyes. Mace, can you hear me? He blinked once, slow, like a lizard in the sun. Then, without changing expression, he turned and began to walk toward the tree line. Calmly, quietly, like he was following a counselor on a nature hike. Mason, my voice cracked. I reached for his arm. The rule we hammered into everyone was no grabbing unless it's an emergency. I had spent the last 2 weeks proving to myself I deserved this job, that I could be the steady one, that I wasn't the guy who always needed someone else to catch the details for him. My phone buzzed in my pocket with a text I hadn't answered all day. My girlfriend. Another, "Are you okay?" Another, "We need to talk when you're back." Like my real life was waiting on the other side of the mountains with its own head count, and I was failing that too. I didn't think about any of that when my fingers closed around Mason's wrist. His skin was cool and damp. He let me turn him like a shopping cart. No resistance. No complaint. He just faced the cabin again, blank as a photograph. "Inside," I said. "We're going inside." I guided him back up the steps, nudged him through the door, and eased him toward his bunk. He climbed in without looking at it and lay down in the wrong direction, head at the foot. I pulled the sleeping bag up over him. He didn't pull it back. I latched the screen hook with my whole hand, hard enough to make it rattle.
Then I turned to bunk 7 again. Empty. My radio was clipped to my belt. I pressed the talk button. "This is Juniper," I whispered. "I'm missing one camper.
I need... Static answered me. A hiss. A pop. I pressed again, jaw tight. Juniper to admin. Copy? Nothing. A bead of sweat rolled down my spine. I wanted to wake the other kids. I wanted to blow the whistle, 3 blasts, light up the whole camp. I imagined kids pouring out of cabins into the dark, terrified, crying. I imagined the director stumbling out half asleep. I imagined my name attached to chaos. So I did the stupid thing instead. I decided I could handle it. I took my flashlight and stepped back outside, pulling the door gently shut behind me so it wouldn't squeal. On the path, the gravel crunched too loud under my boots. I angled my beam low, searching for small footprints, a dropped sock, anything that made this make sense. The mist shifted in the valley. The rope course tower loomed on my left. The fire pit was a circle of stones with faint embers still breathing red from the staff hangout earlier. I could smell cold smoke. I cut toward the bathrooms, 2 wooden structures with solar lights that barely worked. Nothing. Empty. No swinging door. No whispered giggle. I swung back toward Juniper, my heart doing something ugly. As my beam swept the grass again, I froze. There were 3 of them now. 3 kids standing in a loose line, 20 feet from the cabin, facing the woods. Not talking, not fidgeting, like they were waiting for permission. Okay, I said under my breath, more to myself than to them. No, no, no. I went to the closest, a girl in a pink camp shirt. Sadie. She had cried at lunch because her mom didn't pack enough snacks. Sadie! I touched her shoulder. She didn't flinch. Her eyes were open and unfocused, pointed towards something beyond the tree line. The beam of my flashlight caught the shine of her pupils and made them look like glass. Sadie, you're outside, I said, trying to sound normal, like this was a routine correction. We're going back in, right now. She stepped forward, one slow pace, like my words were a breeze and her body was a leaf. The other 2 stepped too. All 3, in sync. I moved in front of them and held my hands out the way we were trained to during games. Stop! They kept walking. I backed up automatically, keeping myself between them and the woods. The open grass between Juniper and the tree line felt suddenly small, like a hallway. My flashlight beam swung past their shoulders and hit the edge of the forest. And there, where the trunk started and the underbrush made a dark lattice, something stood half in shadow. It was tall, but not in a human way. Long-limbed, thin, pale where moonlight touched it through the branches. The outline wasn't clean. It looked wrong against the straight trunks, like a stain that didn't belong on the picture. It wasn't running. It wasn't crouching. It wasn't doing anything dramatic. It was simply there, close enough that the kids could reach the tree line in maybe 10 more steps. The thing took one slow step backward into the shadows as the children advanced. My throat tightened so hard my swallow didn't work. The children kept walking. "Hey!" I snapped, louder than I meant to. "Stop! Turn around!" They didn't. The pale figure at the tree line moved again, one measured step back, as if it were making room for them, as if it wanted them to come, as if the distance mattered. I tried to convince myself it was a tree, a trick of my beam, a counselor out on a late check. But then it turned its head, not toward the kids, toward me. The flashlight caught the plane of its face, and my brain tried to give it features and failed. The eyes were there, dark, fixed, not blinking. It held steady eye contact with me, like it had been waiting for me to notice. The kids drifted forward, quiet as sleep. I moved. I grabbed the nearest child, Sadie, around the shoulders and pivoted her back toward the cabin,
using my body like a shield. She didn't fight. She didn't cry. She just allowed it, like her will had been placed somewhere else, and she was on autopilot. Mason, I said, scanning faces. Sadie. Liam. Liam. He was one of the twins. I couldn't tell which in this light. I put my hand out to stop them, and my palm hit Liam's chest. He kept walking into my hand as if it wasn't there. His small body pressed forward with gentle insistence. Not force, not struggle, like a magnet pulling a paperclip. Back, I said, now fully scared. Back, back, back. I started physically pulling them, one at a time, guiding, then tugging. My whistle bumped my throat. My radio dug into my hip. My flashlight beam shook, darting between their blank faces and the tree line. The figure retreated with each child I turned away. Always slow. Always backward. No rush, no frustration, no reaction at all besides maintaining the distance and the stare. It kept looking at me, not at them, as if the kids were just moving parts, as if the only real interaction was between it and me. I got two of them turned around and halfway back to Juniper Steps when I saw the third one was farther out than I'd thought. A small shape near the edge of the grass, closer to the first line of trunks. Bare feet at the threshold of shadow. Not one of mine. Not from Juniper. A kid in a different shirt color. Maple cabin. He stood with his head tipped slightly, like he was listening. And the thing at the tree line had backed up enough that only a pale shoulder and one long arm were visible now. The rest was swallowed by the woods. But its face, its eyes, were still aimed straight at me through the branches. I felt something cold and certain settle in me. It never touches them, I thought. And I didn't know why that thought came with terror instead of relief. "Hey!" I called, voice breaking on the word. "Hey, buddy!" The boy took one more step forward. The grass ended. Leaf litter began. The woods breathed him in. I ran. Not toward the tree line like some hero in a movie. Toward the boy. Because he was a body with a name I didn't know yet, and my job was bodies and names and keeping them inside lines. My boots pounded the grass. The mist made everything feel farther away. My beam bounced over roots and ferns. The boy didn't run. He didn't even speed up. He walked calmly into the woods. When I reached him, I grabbed his backpack strap because he had one on. Like he'd packed. Like he'd been ready. My fingers closed and I yanked. He stumbled back 1/2 step onto the grass. In that same instant, the pale figure shifted deeper into the trees. Still slow. Still backward. Still not attacking. Still watching me. I didn't look at it again. I couldn't. I kept my eyes on the child in front of me and pulled him toward the light of the cabin like I was hauling him out of a current. Behind me, there was no sound of pursuit. No crashing brush. No running steps. Just the creek, steady and indifferent, and the soft whisper of leaves as the thing retreated one more pace into the dark. I herded the kids up the steps, pushed them into Juniper, and slammed the screen door hook so hard it bit into the frame. Then I blew the whistle. 3 blasts. The sound shredded the quiet and made the hairs on my arms lift.
Cabin doors opened up and down the path. Flashlights snapped on. Voices called out names. The camp, that sleepy little bubble of rules and schedules and s'mores, jolted awake like an animal in a trap. The assistant director arrived with his hair sticking up and a walkie in his hand. The director came in a jacket over his pajamas, eyes wide, trying to get his brain moving fast enough. They did head counts. Cabin Juniper, 9. Cabin Maple, 12. Cabin Oak, 11. The totals rolled through radios and echoed down the paths. Someone said, "We're short one." I said, "No, we're short 2. Because bunk 7 was still empty. Because Eli was still gone. They searched with flashlights and call whistles. They drew lines on the map. They sent 2 staff toward the creek, 3 toward the rope course, 1 to check the far cabins. They didn't let me go. They sat me on a bench by the fire pit, told me to breathe, to stay where they could see me. The embers glowed in the stone ring and threw small red light on everyone's faces, making the whole camp look like a different place. The mist thickened in the valley until the tree line disappeared completely. At dawn, when the light finally came in thin gray sheets over the mountains, they found Eli. He was sitting on the gravel path between Juniper and the bathrooms, knees hugged to his chest like he'd been there the whole night. No scratches, no mud, no twigs in his hair, just damp socks and a blank look, like he'd woken from a dream he didn't want to explain. When I knelt in front of him and said his name, he blinked at me like I was the strange part of the morning. "Eli?" I said, careful. "Where did you go?" He looked past me toward the woods. The sun was up now, and the tree line was just trees again, green, wet, harmless. "I was following," he said. "Following who?" He frowned, trying to choose words. "The tall one," he said, like that should be enough. "The one that walks backward." My mouth went dry. "What did it say to you?" I asked. Eli's eyes shifted to my whistle, then to my face, then back to the woods. "It didn't say anything," he said, simple and sure. "It was just showing us where to go." I waited, heart hammering. "Where?" I whispered. Eli's frown deepened like he'd gotten stuck on a puzzle. He shrugged, small shoulders rising. "Past the trees," he said, "where you can't grab us anymore." He made it home. I missed the recital. Again. The call came in 10 minutes before I was supposed to leave work. Transformer blown near the county line. If it wasn't fixed before the storm rolled in, half the valley would lose power. That's what I told myself while I drove past the school parking lot, already empty. By the time I finished the repair, it was close to 11. My wife had texted earlier. She kept looking for you. I told her I'd make it up to our daughter this weekend. Ice cream, movie, something easy. I took the back road home. Less traffic, no streetlights, just trees pressing close on either side of the asphalt. Halfway through the stretch near Miller's Creek, something stood in the road ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer, tall, lean, but it was upright, balanced on its hind legs with a steadiness that felt practiced. My headlights caught its face. It looked directly at me. No panic, no confusion, awareness. I slowed. It tilted its head slightly, as if comparing me to something it already knew. Then it stepped off the road and disappeared into the trees. I kept driving. I've always kept driving. When things get complicated at home, I work overtime. When conversations start drifting toward feelings, I find something to fix. I tell myself I'm providing, that it's enough. My phone buzzed as I turned onto our gravel driveway. My wife. "You're home?" she asked. "I just pulled in." There was a pause. "You're already inside." I looked at the house. The kitchen light was on. I could see movement through the window. A man stood at the sink. Broad shoulders, work jacket, my jacket. He turned slightly, and I saw my profile in the glass. My wife's voice came back through the phone, small and uncertain. "You're washing your hands." The figure in the kitchen laughed softly. It was my laugh, lighter than I usually let it be. I hung up. The man inside dried his hands carefully. He moved through the kitchen with an ease I recognized but rarely felt. My daughter ran into the room. She launched herself at him. He caught her cleanly, lifted her, held her close. He bent his head to listen while she spoke. Really listened. I stood outside and watched myself do everything I meant to do but postponed. The door opened before I reached it. He stepped out onto the porch. Up close, the resemblance was exact. Same scar along the chin from a high school baseball game. Same tired crease at the corner of the eyes. But there was a steadiness in him I'd never cultivated. He looked at me the way someone studies a blueprint. "You're late," he said. His voice carried no accusation, just fact. "You can't just walk in there," I said. I already did. Behind him, through the doorway, I saw my daughter setting 2 bowls on the table. She glanced toward the porch. "Dad?" The word hung between us. He didn't look back. "She doesn't mind," he said quietly. "She just wants someone who shows up." Something shifted beneath his skin then. A subtle tightening, like muscle settling into place. For a moment, I thought about charging him, dragging him away from the door, forcing him back into whatever tree line he crawled out of. But what would I be fighting? He hadn't threatened them. He hadn't harmed anyone. He had stepped into an absence I created. He leaned closer, close enough that I could see the faint reflection of myself in his pupils. "You don't disappear all at once," he said. "You practice." A flicker passed across his face. For a heartbeat, the features loosened. The jaw sagged slightly. The skin around the eyes thinned, revealing something gray and stretched beneath. Then it settled again. My face returned. He stepped past me, walked down the porch steps, moved toward the driveway, toward my truck. I watched him go. Inside the house, my daughter called again. "Dad?" I turned. She stood in the kitchen doorway, confused but smiling, waiting. I stepped inside. The house felt the same. Same hum of the refrigerator, same faint smell of detergent. She hugged me. There was a pause, a small hesitation as she pressed her cheek against my chest. Then she relaxed. I held her. I stayed there longer than I usually would. At dinner, I listened. I asked questions. I watched her hands move while she talked about the recital. My wife studied me with quiet curiosity. Later, when the house settled and everyone was asleep, I stood in the bathroom and looked at my reflection. The scar on my chin, the crease at my eyes, my face. Behind me, in the mirror's depth, something adjusted its posture to match mine. A fraction of a second too slow. I didn't turn around. I raised my hand. The reflection raised its. We held it there, perfectly aligned, except for the eyes. They were steadier than mine, more certain, as if they knew something I was only beginning to understand. I lowered my hand. The reflection followed. When I finally turned off the light, I caught a glimpse of movement in the dark glass. The posture corrected, the smile softened, practicing. And for the first time, I couldn't tell whether it was learning to be me or I was learning to be it.
I worked late in the attic that night, surrounded by dusty boxes and forgotten toys.
It was my job to sort through the remnants of the house, to catalog belongings for the estate sale. But I had a secret reason to be there. That house had once belonged to my grandmother, and I was searching for a letter she'd written me long ago. I'd never read it. I couldn't. I'd told myself it didn't matter, that her words were unnecessary. But the truth was, I couldn't face whatever guilt or forgiveness she might have penned. It was a wound I carried in silence. The attic was cramped, lit only by a single naked bulb hanging from the rafters. The boxes were heavy with age, the air thick with dust. I sneezed and cursed, annoyed by the itch in my throat and the work yet to be done. In the corner, a pile of toys caught my eye, remnants of a happier time. Among them, a teddy bear, eyes black as coal, sat propped against a trunk. It seemed to watch me with a peculiar intensity. As I reached for another box, the bear toppled over with a soft thud, landing at my feet. I froze, the silence of the attic wrapping around me. It was just a toy, I told myself. But when I picked it up to place it back, a chill ran through me. There was something unsettling about its presence, something that seemed to challenge my avoidance, daring me to confront what I'd long ignored. I set it down and turned back to my task, but my mind lingered on the bear. It felt personal, like it knew the truth I hid from myself. I shook the thought away, yet it persisted, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. Was I imagining things, or had the bear moved closer? I tried to focus on the boxes, but the bear's presence loomed larger. What was it about the stuffed creature that unnerved me so? I laughed at myself, acknowledging the absurdity, yet I could not shake the feeling that it was more than just a toy. My fingers trembled as I opened another box. I found a journal, its pages worn and fragile. I'd almost forgotten about my grandmother's belongings in my unease. The tension grew, my mind a battlefield between logic and the irrational pull of fear. I turned my back to the bear, determined to ignore it. But then, a soft scraping sound, like fabric on wood, pulled me back. The bear lay on the floor again, closer than before. My heart pounded in my chest. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. But there it was, the black eyes fixed on me with an unsettling awareness. I couldn't deny it any longer. I had to know. Steeling myself, I picked up the bear and examined it. There was nothing unusual, just worn fabric and stuffed seams. Yet something in me shifted, a recognition that this was a confrontation I'd long avoided. I had to find that letter. I had to face my grandmother's words, whatever they might be. The bear dropped from my hands, and I rummaged through the boxes with renewed urgency. I couldn't escape the feeling that the bear was a manifestation of my guilt, urging me to act. I found the letter at the bottom of a box marked Keepsakes. The envelope was yellowed, my name scrawled in her delicate handwriting. I held it, the paper trembling in my grasp. I glanced at the bear, now upright, as if waiting. This was my moment of choice. I opened the envelope and read. Her words were kind, forgiving. She spoke of love and understanding, of the mistakes we all make and the strength found in facing them. As I read, the bear seemed to shift, its eyes softening, the threat it posed diminishing. It was as if the act of confronting my guilt had disarmed it, the horror of avoidance giving way to the relief of acceptance. The attic felt lighter, the air clearer. I placed the letter back in its envelope and looked at the bear with newfound calm. But the night wasn't done with me. The bear's gaze felt different now. Not menacing, but knowing. In its eyes, I saw the reflection of my struggle, the fear that had shaped my actions for so long. The bear had been a mirror, showing me my own avoidance, my own cowardice. I heard a rustling behind me, the boxes settling in the stillness. The bear remained on the floor, unchanged, yet everything had shifted. The horror was not in the bear itself, but in the truth it forced me to see. I had confronted my flaw, faced the past I had denied. I left the attic, the letter in hand, the bear behind me. As I stepped into the night, I felt a scar remain, a reminder of what I had learned. The bear's eyes lingered in my mind, a symbol of the darkness we carry and the light we can find if we choose to face it.
Every morning started the same, with a steaming cup of coffee from Miss Lillian's diner, the warmth seeping into my fingers as I stepped out into the crisp November air. The brew was a comfort against the cold, a familiar companion before my nightly inspections of the Choctaw County tracks. Those rails had been my life for 20 years, each curve and bump as known to me as my own hands. Tonight was no different. I finished my coffee, tossed the cup into the back of my Chevy Silverado, and adjusted my thick boots. The air nipped at my nose, and the gravel chewed at the soles of my boots as I set off. There was the old scarecrow again, propped against the fence line. That ragged figure always made me chuckle, standing sentinel like it had a purpose beyond forgotten field duty. As I walked, the moonlight played over the rusty tracks, casting shadows that flickered and danced. It was then that I noticed something odd about the scarecrow. It seemed closer, somehow. I paused, rubbing my eyes. Must be the shadows playing tricks, I thought. I shook my head and continued. But there was a rustle this time, coming from its direction. My footfalls stilled, and I turned, expecting nothing more than the usual wind through branches. But it was different. A sound not in harmony with the night's usual whispers. I took a step back, the gravel crunching underfoot echoing in the quiet. There, at the edge of the tracks, stood a figure resembling a scarecrow, with limbs jutting at odd angles and a posture that defied balance. Moonlight caught where eyes should have been, and they held it. My throat tightened, hands fumbling for the work radio clipped to my belt. My gloved fingers felt clumsy on the knobs as I tried to call for backup, or just a reassuring voice in the dark. The radio crackled with static. I twisted the dial, hoping for clarity, but all I got were distorted voices, garbled and mocking. Every breath came shallow as I glanced back at the creature. It remained still, its silhouette stark against the moonlit expanse, unmoving but for the faintest suggestion of a shuffle, a shift of weight. The radio offered no comfort, only the noise of laughter made jagged by the interference. I let it drop to my side, the weight of it a reminder of its failure. An owl hooted, its call echoing off the metal and wood, a solemn sound that seemed to wrap around us both in the chill. I stood rooted, feeling chilled despite the layers, despite the coffee's residual heat. That eerie silhouette remained, a constant in the shifting shadows, and I knew the tracks under my boots could no longer be the only thing to inspect. There was an unknown element pressing against the edge of consciousness, undemanding, yet unmistakable in its presence. All that was left was the owl calling in the dark, and the certainty that the scarecrow had never been a scarecrow. "45 miles in the dark. Canooma River, Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Fall, 1928. I need to tell you about Harry. Muchalot Harry. That was what the white people called him, after the Muchalot Inlet where he trapped. His people were Nootka, Nuchanolf, from the west coast of Vancouver Island. He was not a small man. He was big,
strong, quiet. The kind of man who spent months alone in the bush and came back with furs stacked to the gunnels of his canoe. He knew the forest the way a fish knows a river. He was not afraid of anything. That's why what happened to him was so hard to believe. Not the story, the fear. Seeing that kind of fear in that kind of man. That's what convinced us it was real. It was the fall of 1928. Harry had taken his canoe up to the Canooma River, maybe 45 miles from the village. He had a favorite campsite up there. Good trapping country, remote, nobody else around. He set up his camp the way he always did. Tent, blankets, rifle, provisions. He'd been running his trap lines for a few days. Nothing unusual. Then one night, and I'm telling this the way he told it to us, when he could finally talk about it, something came into his camp and picked him up. He was asleep, wrapped in his blankets, wearing nothing but his woolen long underwear. No boots, no coat, no shirt. Something grabbed him, blankets and all, and lifted him off the ground and carried him. Harry was a big man, 200 pounds, maybe more. Whatever picked him up carried him like he was a child. He couldn't see. He was tangled in the blankets, pressed against something massive, something warm, something that smelled like nothing he had ever smelled before. A thick, rancid animal smell that got into his throat and stayed there. He could feel the movement, long strides uphill through brush, branches snapping. The rhythm of something that covered ground the way an elk covers ground, but on two legs. 3 miles. He figured it was about 3 miles, based on the time and the terrain. 3 miles through the forest in the dark, held against the chest of something he couldn't see. When it put him down, the sun was just starting to come up. He got free of the blankets and looked around. He was in a clearing. Not a natural clearing. A place where the brush had been beaten down, where the ground was packed hard, where the trees had been broken back to make a kind of open space in the forest. And standing around the edges of that clearing, watching him, were Sasquatch. Not 4, like Osman's family. Not 3, like the ones at Ape Canyon. 20. All sizes. Some enormous, 8 feet, 9 feet, with chests like barrels and arms that hung past their knees. Others smaller, younger. All of them covered in dark hair, standing upright, watching him with eyes that caught the early light. They didn't attack him. They stood there. Some of them came closer, cautious, curious. They reached toward him. Some of them pulled at his long underwear, the woolen fabric, like they'd never felt anything like it. They touched his skin. They turned him, studying him the way you'd study something you found in the woods and couldn't identify. And then Harry looked at the ground. Bones. The clearing was scattered with bones. Not arranged, not buried, just lying there in the dirt and the packed-down brush. He couldn't tell, not right away, what kind of bones they were. Animal? Human? He didn't know. But there were a lot of them. More than could have come from 1 animal or 2 animals or 10 animals. Harry had spent his life in the bush. He had skinned bears and gutted elk and cleaned fish by the hundreds. He was not a man who was bothered by the sight of remains. But standing in that clearing, barefoot, in his underwear, surrounded by 20 creatures that were not human, and not animal, and not anything he had a name for, looking at a ground covered in bones, that was the moment he understood he might die here. He waited. He watched them. When they gathered together, not all of them, but enough of them, distracted by something, maybe food, maybe each other, he ran. No rifle. He'd left his rifle at camp. No boots, no coat, no knife. Just a man in his long underwear, barefoot, running through the forest in the early morning, branches cutting his arms and his face and his feet, not knowing which direction he was going, just knowing that he had to move and he could not stop. 12 miles.
He ran 12 miles through the bush to get back to the river where he'd hidden his canoe. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how a barefoot man runs 12 miles through Vancouver Island timber without collapsing, but he did. He got to the canoe. He got in. He picked up the paddle and he started paddling.
45 miles.
45 miles of open water back to the village. He did not stop. He did not sleep. He did not rest. He paddled for hours through the inlet, along the coast, in his torn underwear, bleeding from his feet and his arms, until he reached the waters off the village. We heard him before we saw him, screaming, wild, raw screaming coming from the water, from the inlet, in the gray of early morning. People came running to the shore. They found Harry in his canoe, collapsed over the paddle, soaking wet, frozen, barely conscious. His underwear was in shreds. His feet were torn to pieces. His arms were covered in cuts and scratches from the brush. It took 3 weeks to bring him back. 3 weeks of rest and food and people sitting with him before he could tell us what happened. And when he did tell us, he told it once. He did not tell it again. His hair had turned white, not gray, white. Every strand of it, as if the color had been pulled out from the roots. He was not an old man. He was in his prime. But the hair that grew back on his head after that night was the hair of someone who had seen something that the human body was never meant to see. Muchalot Harry never went back to the Canooma River. Not once. Not even to get his rifle, his traps, his supplies. Everything he owned was at that camp, and he left it there. The man who had spent his life alone in the forest would not set foot in those woods again for as long as he lived. If you want to know whether the Sasquatch is real, don't ask a scientist. Don't ask a television crew. Ask the people who have been here for 10,000 years. Ask the Nuchanolf. Ask anyone from our village who was on the shore that morning when Harry came in screaming. We know. We've always known.